Rosanth Publishing presents
Ruined by Capture. A kidnapping, enemies to lovers, Mafia romance. Written by Sherry Blake, published by Rosanth Publishing, Ferretti Syndicate Series Book 4. All rights reserved. Subscribe to our channel to not miss any new audiobooks. Enjoy.
Some decisions change your life. This one might end mine. My wedding day was certain to seal my fate. Bartered off in marriage to a monster, my existence merely a business deal to cement the aspirations of two crime families. But I don't follow anyone's rules and had no intention of going into that dark night. Instead of driving to a flashy cathedral ceremony, I plotted my disappearance, taking the evidence I've collected with me. But I hadn't planned on the booby trap that scuppers all my plans. Abducted by Mafia killing machine Alessio Gallo, ruthless, dangerous, intoxicating, extricated from one gilded cage only to be locked up in another, now we're both in peril. Cosa Nostra always exacts vengeance. My fake fiancé will come for me when he realizes what I have on him. As I tried to make my abductor see the threat we face, I struggled to maintain my loathing for everything he is. There are one or two teensy obstacles holding me back. His muscular physique makes my knees buckle. His touch awakens parts of me I never knew existed. His dark gaze breaches the walls I've built around my heart. His possession has me questioning everything I was taught to believe. As the line between captor and savior blurs, I find myself facing an impossible choice. Escape from yet another demon intent on holding me captive, or risk everything for a man who should be my enemy. Chapter 1. Melania. I stare at the wedding dress hanging on the gilt stand across the room. It's a Vera Wang original, custom-made with hand-sewn crystals that catch the light as they cascade across yards of Italian silk. A dress fit for a princess, or in my case, a sacrificial lamb. The hairdresser tugs at another section of my hair, pinning it into an elaborate updo that will perfectly showcase the diamond tiara my father insisted on. I barely feel the pulls anymore. My scalp should be tender, but I'm numb to everything except the ticking clock. "You have such beautiful hair, Miss Lombardi," the stylist murmurs, sliding in another pearl-tipped pin. "So thick and glossy." I make a non-committal sound. What does it matter how my hair looks? The only people who will see it are in this room. The makeup artist hovers nearby, her kit open and waiting. I recognize the products, all luxury brands, specially selected to withstand tears of joy, professional photography, and hours of celebration. "We'll start on your face in about 10 minutes, she says, arranging her brushes. "We want to make sure your hair is completely secure first." I nod, my eyes drifting to the window. The cathedral is only 15 minutes away. The floral arrangements alone cost over $100,000. White roses and orchids flown in from 3 different countries. The reception hall has been transformed with crystal chandeliers and ice sculptures. 500 guests are receiving their programs from white-gloved attendants. All this extravagance for a union that will cement 2 families together. All this beauty to mask the ugliness beneath. I look at my reflection in the mirror as the hairdresser adjusts my veil. I look like a stranger, a beautiful, empty-eyed doll dressed for display. By the time they finish with me, I'll be picture perfect, ready to walk down the aisle to a man who sees me as nothing but a business acquisition. But the bride will never arrive at the church. By the time they realize I'm gone, I'll be far, far away. The hairdresser steps back to admire her work. "Perfect," she declares. "Absolutely perfect." I smile politely. Yes, everything is perfect. The veil is taken away as the makeup artist approaches with her arsenal of brushes and glitzy products. I close my eyes as she begins applying iridescent primer to my face, her touch light and impersonal. "We're going for timeless elegance," she explains, though I never asked. "A soft contour to enhance your bone structure, nothing too trendy that will look dated in photos a couple of years from now." I twist my mother's ring around my finger as she works. Would my mother have approved of this marriage, or would she have seen through the facade like I do? "Your father will be waiting for you at the cathedral steps when you arrive," the wedding planner announces, checking something off her clipboard. "He wanted to greet the guests personally before escorting you inside." Of course he did. Antonio Lombardi, ever the gracious host, making sure every crime boss and corrupt politician feels welcomed before he sells his daughter to the highest bidder. I imagine him now, shaking hands with men whose fingernails are permanently stained with other people's blood, kissing the cheeks of wives dripping in diamonds bought with drug money. How lovely, I say, voice carefully neutral. The makeup artist tilts my chin up to apply foundation. Such perfect, dewy skin, you must be so excited. I force my lips into what I hope resembles a smile. It's quite overwhelming. What's overwhelming is knowing exactly how this charade will play out. I've watched this performance play over my entire life. At every wedding, the same actors play their parts, smiling, toasting, dancing. All while deals are made in quiet corners and alliances shift like sand. They'll congratulate my father on securing such a powerful connection. They'll tell Raymond he's a lucky man. They'll tell me I look beautiful, as if that's all that matters. Not one person will ask if this is what I want. In our world, marriage isn't about love. It's about mergers and acquisitions, with women as the currency of exchange. My father didn't raise a daughter. He cultivated an asset that has finally matured enough to be traded. The wedding planner's phone rings, and she steps away to answer it. I open my eyes briefly, catching my reflection. Half finished, I already look like every other Mafia bride I've ever seen. Beautiful, vacant, resigned. The makeup artist tilts my face toward the light, dabbing concealer under my eyes. You look tired, Miss Lombardi. Pre-wedding jitters? I smile faintly. Something like that. What she doesn't know is that I haven't slept at all. My mind keeps replaying last night's dinner at Raymond's estate, the final, intimate gathering before our wedding. Raymond insisted on showing me his study after everyone left. You should know what you're marrying into, he said, voice dripping with self-importance. Not many women are fortunate enough to have a husband with such resources. Raymond unlocked his desk drawer and pulled out a small black device. Do you know what this is? He asked, holding up the USB device like it was the crown jewels. A flash drive? I said, feigning ignorance. He laughed, that condescending chuckle that makes my skin crawl. This little device holds more money than your father will make in his lifetime. 35 million in cryptocurrency. Untraceable, untaxable. I widened my eyes in practiced awe while my mind raced. 3 years studying cybersecurity in London. Top of my class. My professor said I had a natural talent for breaking security protocols. How does it work? I asked, touching his arm in fake fascination. The makeup artist busts into my daydream/nightmare as she applies highlighter to my cheekbones. Your skin is glowing. Are you using a new serum? Just getting plenty of rest, I lie. Rest. As if I could rest after what I found last night. As Raymond tucked his precious mechanical wallet back into his desk drawer, I deliberately slipped my mother's ring off my finger and gasped. My ring! I've lost my mother's ring. The panic in my voice wasn't entirely fake. That ring is the only thing I have left of her. It must have fallen off somewhere, I said, already searching around the floor. Please, Raymond, I can't lose it. He sighed, annoyed at the interruption of his wealth display. I'll check the dining room. You keep looking in here. The moment he left, I went straight to his desk. The drawer wasn't even locked. Such arrogance. Men like Raymond never expect women to understand their toys, let alone steal them. I slid the small device into my pocket. Back home in my room, I accessed the drive using the admin tools I'd developed during my final year. What I found made my blood freeze. Not just cryptocurrency transactions, but records too. Photographs, ledgers, names and dates of girls who'd disappeared. Organ harvesting operations. My father's signature next to Raymond's on documents authorizing shipments. The makeup artist applies a rose-colored lipstick to my mouth, again jolting me into the now. Almost done. You'll be the most beautiful bride. I force another smile, feeling the weight of the knowledge that the USB is hidden in my bag in the car. Not just my ticket to freedom, but evidence that could bring down Raymond Stone, respected politician and secret monster, and my father along with him. I glance at my phone again, confirming that the message went through to my father's account. Technology has always been my ally, the one thing the men in my family never bothered to understand. They're still using the same passwords they created years ago, thinking their secrets are safe behind digital walls I learned to scale when I was 16. Miss Lombardi, we need to get you into your dress now, the wedding planner says, checking her watch. The text to the driver looked exactly like something my father would write. Curt, demanding, brooking no argument. Change of schedule. Pick up my daughter at 2 p.m. instead of 1 p.m. No one questions Antonio Lombardi, especially not his employees. If the driver somehow ignores the message or double checks with someone else, I'll need a backup plan. I need a moment alone, I say, standing up. Just 5 minutes to collect myself. The wedding planner looks concerned. We're on a tight schedule. 5 minutes, I repeat, my voice firmer. She relents, ushering the stylists out. The moment the door closes, I grab my phone and open the encrypted messaging app I installed last night. The profile is blank, no name, no photo, just a number. The kind of service that exists in the shadows, where money can buy anything from fake passports to getaway drivers. I delete the conversation and set the phone aside. I won't need it anymore. Raymond hasn't discovered the USB is missing yet, I'm certain of that. If he had, there would be armed men breaking down this door, not makeup artists cooing over the perfect shade of blush. I look at the wedding dress again. All that white silk and lace meant to symbolize purity. There's nothing pure about this arrangement. Nothing innocent about the money that paid for these crystals and pearls. What would these people say if they knew their beloved Senator Raymond Stone trades in human lives? That my father helps him transport merchandise across state lines? That the charitable foundation Stone chairs is a front for organ harvesting? The wedding planner returns with 2 assistants who help me into the wedding dress. The silk feels cold against my skin as they slide it up my body, carefully avoiding my hair and makeup. I stand perfectly still as they fasten dozens of tiny pearl buttons up my spine. Deep breath in, one assistant says, pulling the fabric tighter. I comply, feeling the dress constrict around my ribs. Another symbol of what my life will become. Beautiful but suffocating. Perfect, the wedding planner declares, stepping back to assess me. Absolutely stunning. I stare at my reflection. The dress is truly beautiful, a masterpiece of design and craftsmanship. The bodice hugs my curves before flaring into a dramatic skirt. Delicate lace sleeves cover my shoulders and arms, giving the illusion of modesty while the deep V neckline suggests otherwise. The shoes now, the planner instructs. I sit carefully on a velvet chair as an assistant slides the custom heels onto my feet. 4-inch crystal-encrusted stilettos that cost more than most people's monthly rent. I twist my mother's ring as they secure the narrow straps around my ankles. Ready? The planner asks, checking her watch. I nod, standing slowly. The weight of the dress is substantial, but I've been trained my entire life to carry a burden with grace. The car is waiting, she says, holding the door open. I follow her down the corridor, the dress rustling behind me. Each step brings me closer to freedom or disaster. My heart pounds against the structured bodice, but my face remains serene. Outside, the sleek black Mercedes waits at the bottom of the steps. The wedding planner walks ahead to the lead car where the photographer and her assistants are already waiting. I'll see you at the cathedral, she calls over her shoulder. Remember, chin up, shoulders back. I approach the Mercedes, noting with relief that the driver is a complete stranger, not my father's man. He wears the standard uniform, black suit, cap pulled low, his face obscured in shadow. Perfect. He opens the rear door with a white-gloved hand. Signorina Lombardi, he says, voice low and unfamiliar. Our eyes meet for a second. I slip into the back seat, careful to gather in the voluminous skirt. The door closes with a soft thud, sealing me in the quiet luxury of the car's interior.
Chapter 2. Alessio. I check my watch again. 5 minutes until the Lombardi princess is supposed to appear. Now I wait beside a sleek black Mercedes with darkened windows. Perfect for what comes next. Damiano's orders from 2 days ago still ring in my ears. The Lombardis have betrayed us, Alessio. We have proof. And this wedding, this fucking alliance with the Fortons will destroy everything my father built. I'd seen the evidence myself, bank statements, Recorded conversations, photos of Antonio Lombardi meeting with our enemies. The Lombardis weren't just making a political marriage. They were forming a coalition so as to wipe the Ferrettis off the map. "Take the daughter," Damiano had said, his voice deadly calm in that way that always means trouble. "Before the ceremony. No blood, no mess. Just make her disappear. A hostage. A bargaining chip. Maybe more, depending on what she knows about her father's business." The massive doors of the Lombardi estate open. And there she is, Melania Lombardi, draped in white silk and lace. I've seen photos, but they didn't capture the reality of her. The curves barely contained by the tight bodice. The way she moves, careful, but not timid. Something in her eyes I didn't expect. Calculation. This isn't some weeping bride overwhelmed by her big day. This woman is thinking, planning. Interesting. She descends the steps alone. Some nervous woman with a clipboard and an earpiece climbs into the front car, muttering about schedules and timing. She doesn't even glance at me. I'm just another security goon to her, another black suit blending into the background. Little does she know. I step forward, opening the car door with a slight bow. "Signorina Lombardi." Her eyes meet mine and I briefly see something flash across her face. Not recognition, we've never met. Something else. Relief. That can't be right. She takes a deep breath and slides into the back seat. I close the door behind her and walk around to the driver's side. Time to make a bride disappear. I slide behind the wheel and catch her reflection in the rearview mirror. She doesn't look at me, just stares out the window as I pull away from the estate. No tears, no trembling hands. This isn't right. A woman moments from her wedding should be radiating something, joy, nerves, even dread. But Melania Lombardi sits like a statue, her face a perfect mask. Only her fingers betray her, twisting a thin band on her right hand. Not her engagement ring, something else. I study her in quick glances. The dress is a work of art, but she wears it more like armor than a dream come true. Her hair is pinned in an elaborate style that frames her face perfectly, heart-shaped, with full lips pressed into a thin line. Her skin is flawless, makeup applied with expert precision. She looks like a porcelain doll, except for her eyes. Her amber hazel eyes are sharp, scheming, constantly moving as she tracks our route. I catch her gaze in the mirror, and for a brief moment our eyes lock. She breaks the contact first, looking back out the window. Her fingers twist that ring faster now, a nervous tell that contradicts her composed face. I miss the turn that would take us to the church, watching for her reaction in the rearview mirror. Nothing, not even a flicker of surprise crosses her face. She just keeps staring out the window, delicate fingers still working the ring around and around. Something's off. A bride who doesn't notice when her driver misses the turn to her own wedding, who doesn't ask questions about a change in drivers. She shifts in her seat, the massive dress rustling like Christmas wrapping. Then I see her hands disappear beneath the passenger seat in front of her. My body tenses, hand moving instantly to the gun holstered under my jacket. If this is some kind of trap. But she pulls out a small duffel bag. Not a weapon. My fingers remain on the pistol grip anyway as I divide my attention between her and the road. The sound of fabric shifting draws my eyes back to the mirror. What I see makes my breath catch. Melania Lombardi is contorting her body into an uncomfortable position, both arms ratcheted behind her. I grip the gun again in case. Then the front of the bodice gapes and... Cazzo! What the fuck is happening? She's unbuttoning the back of her wedding dress, the boned bodice falling away, revealing the creamy skin of her chest, the lace edge of what looks like a strapless bra. I force my eyes back to the road, then can't help but be drawn to look again. She catches me watching in the mirror, her eyes flashing. "Keep your eyes on the road," she says, her voice surprisingly steady. "I need to take this dress off." I grip the steering wheel tighter as I process what's happening. This woman is running away from her own wedding, But she hasn't asked who I am, hasn't questioned why I'm driving her instead of the regular chauffeur, hasn't even noticed we're heading in the completely wrong direction and not headed to the cathedral. Either she's the most oblivious bride in history, or she knows exactly what she's doing. Is this a setup? Some kind of test set by the Lombardis? Or is she really fleeing her wedding day? The rustle of fabric fills the car as she continues undressing. I force my attention to the road, taking a sharp left that puts us firmly en route to the first stop in the plan. Still no reaction from her. What the actual fuck is going on? I take a deep breath, focusing on the narrow road ahead while keeping her in my peripheral vision. The situation doesn't add up. She's running from her own wedding, but I'm supposed to be kidnapping her. Someone's plan is about to get fucked up, and I know it's not mine. So, I say, keeping my voice casual, running away from your own wedding? She pauses, her dress half off, and meets my eyes in the rearview mirror. Something flashes across her face. Surprise, then suspicion, then a carefully constructed neutrality. I didn't hire you to ask questions, she says coolly. Her voice is cultured, precise. The voice of someone used to being obeyed. Not rude, but firm. A boundary being set. She thinks she hired me? Interesting. Very fucking interesting. Of course, I reply smoothly. My apologies. She returns to changing, sliding the gown down her body with practiced movements. I force my eyes back to the road, my mind racing to the only possibility. Melania Lombardi arranged her own escape, and by crazy coincidence ended up with me as her driver. Too bad for her. I glance at her again in the mirror. She's stepping into a simple black dress now, movements agile despite the confined space. The wedding gown lies discarded on the floor like shed skin. She's transformed herself from fairy tale bride to sleek professional in under 2 minutes. The black dress hugs her curves, but looks business cocktail. Her hair comes down next, pins removed one by one, until chestnut waves fall around her shoulders. Smart girl. Harder to spot a woman in black than a fucking wedding dress. 10 minutes into the drive, she leans forward, that perfect posture suddenly alert. You missed the turn, she says, voice sharp with irritation. The train station was back there. Left at the junction. I don't respond, just press harder on the accelerator. The Mercedes responds instantly, surging forward. Did you hear me? Her voice rises slightly. I said you missed the turn. I'm sure I was clear when I hired you. I need to get to the train station. I meet her eyes in the mirror, letting my mask slip just enough. Let her see what she's dealing with. You didn't hire me, princess. The car accelerates more as we hit the open highway. Her face pales as understanding dawns. What are you talking about? Her voice wavers for the first time. Stop the car immediately. I shake my head once, never taking my eyes off the road. That's not happening. What is this? Her voice has gone cold, that aristocratic control sliding back into place despite the fear I see building in her eyes. I glance at her in the mirror one more time, allowing myself a small, humorless smile. This, Melania, is what we call a kidnapping. The blood drains from her face. What? Her expression transforms instantly, fury replacing shock. Her eyes turn molten gold as she lunges forward, fingers curled like she's ready to claw my eyes out through the rearview mirror. You son of a bitch, she snarls, all aristocratic polish gone. Who sent you? Raymond? My father? I keep one eye on her and one on the road. She's a wildcat in the back seat now, looking for any weakness, any opening. Smart money says she's searching for the door locks, calculating if she could survive jumping from a moving vehicle. Sit back, I order, my voice dropping to that quiet place that makes my enemies shit themselves. Now. She doesn't listen. Of course, she fucking doesn't. I hit the button that raises the bulletproof partition between us. The thick glass slides up smoothly, sealing her in the back compartment. Her fist connects with it once, twice, before she realizes it's useless. I watch her mouth form curses I can no longer hear. With the soundproofing in place, I pull my phone out and dial Damiano. He answers on the first ring. "It's done," I say, eyes flicking to the rear view where Melania is now systematically testing every door and window. "I have her." "Any problems?" Damiano asks. "Interesting situation," I reply, my thumb running along my bottom lip as I consider how to explain. She was already running. "What?" "Seems she was fleeing her wedding. Changed out of her dress in the back seat. Thought I was her getaway driver." A pause, then Damiano's low chuckle. "Fucking hell. The Lombardi princess was planning to leave stone at the altar." "Looks that way. She arranged for someone, the man I have tied up in the back of the car, to take her to the train station." I watch her test the partition again, her movements precise and methodical. Not panicking, analyzing. She's not what I expected. Complications? Nothing I can't handle. I glance at her again. She stopped pounding on the glass and is now sitting perfectly still, watching me with conniving eyes. She's contained. We move on as planned. Good. Keep me updated. I hang up and meet her eyes in the mirror. She's gone eerily still, like a predator waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Her face is a study in controlled rage. High cheekbones flushed with anger, full lips pressed into a taut line. She's beautiful in that untouchable way of women born to privilege, but there's something else there. A hardness that doesn't match the pampered princess narrative. I press the button to lower the partition just enough to speak. "Why were you running from your wedding?" I ask, my voice deliberately casual as I turn onto the highway. She stares back, defiant. "Fuck you." Not an answer, I say. Most women don't flee six-figure weddings without good reason. Most kidnappers don't ask their victims personal questions, she snaps. Her fingers move to the thin ring on her right hand, twisting it anxiously before she catches herself and stops. I'm not most kidnappers. A new calculation crosses her face. She leans forward slightly, her expression shifting to something more strategic. "How much are they paying you?" she asks, voice a silky purr. "Whatever it is, I can double it, triple it." I almost smile. Predictable. "Take me to the train station," she continues, "and I'll transfer the money immediately." No questions asked. Not interested. Her eyes narrow. "You haven't even heard my offer?" "Don't need to." 10 million, she says, leaning closer to the partition. Untraceable. I let out a low chuckle, watching her eyes widen at my reaction. 10 million. Not even a blink. The calculation in her gaze shifts to something more desperate. "Something funny?" she demands. "You, throwing around millions like candy. Let me guess. This isn't your first kidnapping?" Her jaw tightens. 20 million. I shake my head, enjoying the way her composure cracks. Fucking fascinating. Not about money, Piccola. I take a sharp turn onto a side road, watching her brace herself against the seat. But keep going. I'm curious what else you'll offer. 30. Save it, I cut her off. Not happening. She slams her palm against the partition, frustration finally breaking her controlled facade. "What do you want then?" "Information. Leverage against my father. Raymond's business secrets." "Interesting options. You seem eager to betray everyone." "Fuck you," she hisses, that aristocratic mask slipping completely now. "You have no idea what they've done." I raise an eyebrow. "Tell me." Her eyes flash dangerously. "Go to hell." "After you, princess." She launches into a string of Italian curses that would make a sailor blush. I'm genuinely impressed. The sheltered Lombardi heiress has quite the vocabulary. Each word reveals more of who she really is beneath the polished exterior. When she finally runs out of breath, I lower the partition further. "Feel better?" I ask. "We don't have much time," she says, switching tactics. Her voice an urgent whisper. "They'll notice I'm missing soon." My father has connections everywhere. Police, government. "You don't need to worry about that." "You don't understand," she insists. "Raymond will tear the city apart looking for me." "Let him try." She studies me, a new wariness in her expression. "You seem very confident for someone who just kidnapped the daughter of Antonio Lombardi." I shrug. I've read the instruction manual on kidnapping. It covers dealing with mouthy heiresses who think they know better than their captors. She rolls her eyes, the gesture so dismissive I almost laugh. Even captured and locked in the back of a car, she's acting like she's the one in control. "My bag," she says suddenly, sitting up straighter. "You better have left my bag where I put it, or I swear I will make your life a living hell." I can't help it. I laugh. The throaty sound fills the car with my genuine amusement at this woman threatening me from inside what's essentially a moving prison cell. "A living hell," I repeat, meeting her furious eyes in the rearview mirror. "Piccola, you have no idea who you're talking to." Her face flushes with anger, but there's something else there too. Cunning. She's not just worried about clothes or makeup. That bag matters. "I'm serious," she says, her voice dropping. "That bag is important." I noticed the bag when I grabbed her. Expensive, but not flashy. She'd been clutching it like her life depended on it. I didn't have time to check it, too busy securing the driver in the trunk. "Your threats don't mean shit to me," I tell her, reaching for the partition control. "Save your breath!" "Wait," she starts, but I've already pressed the button. The bulletproof glass slides up completely, cutting off her voice mid-sentence. Her mouth keeps moving, those full lips forming what I assume are more creative Italian curses. I turn my attention back to the road. I'm not here to make conversation with Antonio Lombardi's daughter, no matter how intriguing she might be. Damiano gave me a job. Grab the girl, bring her to the safe house, keep her contained until he decides what to do with her. Simple.
Melania, this can't be happening. I planned everything perfectly. The fake schedule change, the encrypted messages, the timed distractions. I was supposed to be free by now. Not in the back of this car. I glance at my watch. The ceremony would be starting in less than 10 minutes. Raymond will be waiting at the altar, that practiced politician's smile plastered on his face. The same face I saw in those horrifying photos on his USB drive. My heart pounds painfully against my ribs. Raymond will notice the USB is missing soon. When he realizes I've taken it and disappeared on our wedding day, I close my eyes, trying to breathe through the panic. The irony is almost too much to bear. I wanted to disappear, and now I have, just not on my terms. "Please," I whisper, though I know he can't hear me through the partition. "Just don't take me back to them." Being kidnapped might actually be the safer option. If Raymond finds me with his USB, with what I know about the trafficking operation. I've seen what happens to people who threaten my father's empire, and I imagine that it's the same in Raymond's too. I straighten my spine, forcing my breathing to steady. I need to think clearly. This man, whoever he is, hasn't killed me yet. That's something. He seems more annoyed than murderous. I can work with that. My fingers find my mother's ring again, drawing strength from it. She always told me my mind was my greatest weapon. Time to prove her right. I watch through the window as we leave the busy streets behind. The upscale neighborhoods with their manicured lawns fade away, replaced by increasingly industrial areas. My stomach tightens as I recognize where we're heading, the warehouse district. Perfect place to make someone disappear. "Where are you taking me?" I yell, although I know he can't or won't answer through the partition. The car slows as we turn down a desolate street lined with dilapidated warehouses. Broken windows stare like empty eye sockets. Graffiti covers corrugated metal walls. Not a soul in sight. I scan desperately for anything I could use as a weapon. If I could just reach the pepper spray buried at the bottom of my bag. The car stops abruptly. Through the tinted windows, I spot a black SUV parked ahead. 2 men stand beside it, both wearing dark suits, both watching our car with predatory focus. No, 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 I whisper, yanking frantically at the door handle though I know it's locked. The men approach both sides of the car like coordinated hunters. One reaches for my door handle and the lock clicks open. The moment the door swings wide, I launch myself forward, leg extended in a desperate kick aimed at his chest. But my aim is off. My foot slices through empty air as he sidesteps easily. "Shit! Grab her!" he shouts. Rough hands seize my arms, dragging me from the back seat. I thrash wildly, my elbow connecting with something solid. "Fuck," he curses, his grip tightening painfully. I open my mouth to scream, but before any sound escapes, a damp cloth presses hard against my face. The chemical smell hits my nostrils, sweet, medicinal, overwhelming. I hold my breath, twisting my head, but his hand follows, pressing the soaked towel firmly against my mouth and nose. My lungs burn. I can't hold out. I gasp involuntarily. The world immediately begins to swim, buildings tilting at impossible angles. My limbs grow impossibly heavy. I try to fight, but my body won't respond. The last thing I see is the cold blue sky above as darkness creeps in from the edges of my vision, swallowing everything. Chapter 3. Melania. My head throbs with each pulse of my heart. I fight to open my eyes, but my eyelids feel impossibly heavy. Something soft presses against my cheek. I'm lying down, not in a car anymore. Where am I? The fog in my brain slowly clears and memory crashes back. The wedding, the escape plan, the kidnapping, the warehouse district, the cloth over my face. I bolt upright, blood rushing, then immediately regret the sudden movement as nausea rolls through me. I press my palm to my mouth, willing myself not to vomit. Stay calm, I whisper to myself. Assess the situation. The room swims into focus. I'm on a bed, king size with dark gray linen. The walls are navy blue, minimally decorated with abstract art. A sleek dresser stands against one wall. No personal photos, no clutter. Impersonal, like a 5-star hotel room. One door, heavy-looking, probably locked. 2 windows with blackout curtains partially drawn, revealing glimpses of night sky. How long was I unconscious? I swing my legs off the bed, noticing I'm still in my black escape outfit. My shoes are gone, but other than that, I'm fully dressed. Small mercy. I push myself to stand, steadying against the nightstand when dizziness threatens to topple me. Whatever they drugged me with hasn't fully cleared my system. My bag is gone. The USB with evidence against Raymond and my father, gone. My carefully planned escape, destroyed. My fingers move to twist my mother's ring, forcing myself to breathe. Panic won't help me now. I need information. I need leverage. I need control. Think like a hacker, I whisper, approaching the window on unsteady legs. Find the system's vulnerability. I part the curtains wider. The window overlooks a manicured garden, surrounded by high walls topped with what look like security sensors. Beyond that, trees. No visible neighbors. No street signs or landmarks I recognize. My reflection stares back at me from the glass. Pale face, disheveled hair, eyes wide with fear I'm trying desperately to suppress. I press my forehead against the cool glass, closing my eyes. This isn't the end. I've spent my entire life navigating dangerous men and impossible situations. I survived my father's house. I'll survive this too. I straighten my spine, squaring my shoulders as I turn to face the room again. Whoever brought me here will come eventually. And when they do, they'll find I'm not the helpless princess they expect. The door swings open without warning. I freeze, my body tensing like a cornered animal. It's him, the driver. But he looks different now.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favor. Like this video and hit the subscribe button, because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads-free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now, Back to our story.
Gone is the nondescript suit and cap that partially obscured his face during the abduction. Now he stands before me in dark jeans and a fitted black t-shirt that does nothing to hide the muscular build beneath. My breath catches as I take in his full appearance for the first time. He's tall, towering really, with powerful shoulders that fill the doorframe. His dark hair is short on the sides but longer on top. Heavy stubble shadows his jaw, giving him a dangerous edge that matches the intensity in his eyes. Those eyes, dark brown, nearly black, watch me with calculated rigor, missing nothing. Everything about him screams predator, from the way he holds himself, coiled power, ready to strike, to the stringent way he moves into the room. No wasted motion, nothing impulsive. He's beautiful in the way dangerous things often are, like admiring a knife's edge before it cuts you. I twist my mother's ring frantically, hating how my heart races. Not from attraction, from fear, I tell myself, from anger. "Who the hell are you?" I demand, proud that my voice doesn't shake despite the panic clawing at my throat. "And what do you want with me?" He studies me for a moment, his thumb tracing slowly along his full bottom lip as he considers his response. The gesture is strangely intimate, thoughtful, at odds with the man who drugged and kidnapped me hours ago. "Alessio," he finally says, his voice deep with a hint of an Italian accent, not the fake American one he used in the car. "Alessio Gallo." The name hits me like a physical blow. Gallo. I know that name from my father's files, right-hand man to Damiano Ferretti. I take a step back, my mind racing to process this information. Gallo, Ferretti. It doesn't make sense. Wait. I shake my head in confusion. My father has been working with the Ferrettis for years. Why would you kidnap me? What's the point of this? Alessio's expression remains impassive, giving nothing away. His eyes drift from my face, trailing down my body in a slow, deliberate assessment. Heat floods my cheeks, not from embarrassment, but from outrage. "My bag," I demand, changing tactics. "Where is it?" "I need it." "Your belongings are safe," he says, his voice maddeningly calm. "For now, you'll have to wait." His gaze continues its journey, lingering on my curves in a way that makes my skin crawl. I recognize that look. I've seen it on countless men who see me as nothing but a prize to be won, a body to be possessed. Something inside me snaps. "Stop looking at me like that," I shout, my voice echoing off the walls. "I am not some object for you to ogle. I am not merchandise to be traded between crime families." Alessio moves so fast I barely register it. Suddenly, he's looming over me, backing me against the wall. His hand captures my chin, fingers firm but not painful, forcing me to look up at him. His face is inches from mine, his breath warm against my skin. "If you yell at me one more time," he says, a dangerous whisper, "this beautiful mouth of yours will be shut. Understand?" His eyes hold mine, dark and unreadable. I swallow hard and force myself to hold his gaze, refusing to show weakness. "Perfectly," I reply, my voice cold despite the heat rushing through my veins.
"Alessio." I release her chin, stepping back. Fuck. I shouldn't have reacted like that. Touching her was a mistake. Her scent, something seductively floral, clings to my fingers and I ball my fist to dispel it. She stands defiant against the wall, amber eyes burning with indignation rather than fear. Most people cower when I get close. Not her. I take a moment to really study her. The photos in her file didn't do her justice. Melania Lombardi is all curves and fire. Chestnut hair falling in waves past her shoulders, plump lips, body lithe as a cornered wildcat. Even in her simple black clothes, she carries herself with the posture of someone who's never had to bow down to anyone. "Are you hungry?" I ask, my voice deliberately neutral. She blinks, clearly surprised by the change in topic. Her eyes narrow with suspicion. "What exactly is there I can eat here?" she asks, her tone carefully controlled. I allow myself a small smirk. We don't usually stock princess food in warehouses. A flash of something, irritation, amusement, I can't tell, crosses her face. For sure you don't, she says, crossing her arms. But you might have drugged the food too. Once was enough, thank you. If I wanted to drug you again, Piccola, I wouldn't need to hide it in food, I say. You'd already be unconscious. Seeing as you've magnanimously permitted me to go undrugged, I need my laptop and USB drive, she fires back, eyes flashing. Now. My eyebrows rise at her imperious tone. She's either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid. You need? I repeat, my voice lowering to a warning tone. Let me make something clear, Lombardi. You don't make demands here. She takes a step forward, chin raised. That USB contains important files. I dash. You forget your place, I cut her off, closing the distance between us in 2 strides. One more time, and you'll find out exactly how unpleasant I can be. Something flickers in her eyes. Not apprehension, but shrewdness. She's measuring me, weighing options. Smart girl. But not smart enough to keep her mouth shut. My place? She challenges. And where exactly is that in your little operation? I don't answer. Instead, I turn and stride to the door, pausing only to look back at her. Get comfortable in your room, Melania. You'll be here a while. The lock clicks satisfyingly behind me. I hear her frustrated exhale through the door, followed by what sounds like a shoe hitting the wall. Spirited little thing. In the kitchen, I pull out my phone and dial Damiano's number. He answers on the 2nd ring. She's awake, I tell him without preamble, leaning against the counter. And... Damiano's voice is tense. I can hear traffic in the background. And she's demanding her belongings. Specifically her laptop and some USB drive. Interesting. There's a pause. How do you think our friends are reacting? I know he means Raymond and Antonio. Threatening everyone who breathes wrong in their direction. Any leads? They're turning the city upside down, Damiano says. Stone's men are questioning everyone at the church. Antonio's threatening his own staff. Timeline? I inquire. Won't be long. Damiano's voice hardens. I'm making my next move tonight. Time to show those bastards exactly who the fuck the Ferrettis are. He's not just in debt to us up to his eyeballs, Damiano says with disgust. The Stronzo wanted to unite with fucking Raymond Stone. He chose this, I say. Keep her secure, Damiano orders. I'll be in touch. The line goes dead, and I slip the phone back into my pocket, thinking about the girl locked in the bedroom. What exactly is on that USB, and was it what made her risk everything to run? The warehouse kitchen is bare bones, stainless steel counter, industrial fridge, and not much else. We stocked it with basics when we set it up as a safe house last week. I pull open the refrigerator, eyeing the limited options. There's some prepackaged sandwiches, bottled water, and energy drinks. I grab a turkey sandwich and a bottle of water. Not exactly gourmet cuisine, but it'll keep her alive. That's all that matters right now. Walking back to her room, I roll my shoulders to release some tension. I unlock her door and step inside. Melania sits cross-legged on the bed, her posture rigid and alert. The moment I enter, her eyes lock onto mine with pure venom. Her fingers curl into the bedspread like she's physically restraining herself from attacking me. The sight is oddly entertaining, this tiny, elegant woman looking ready to go for my jugular. Dinner, I say flatly, placing the sandwich and water on the small table near the bed. She doesn't move, doesn't even glance at the food, just keeps her eyes burning into me with silent malevolence. You should eat, I add, crossing my arms. Hunger strikes won't work here. How thoughtful, she replies, voice dripping with sarcasm. Do you always treat your kidnap victims to such fine meals? I feel my lips twitch with something dangerously close to amusement. Only the special ones. Her eyes roll and I can practically see her counting to 10 in her head. The bathroom has everything you need, I say, nodding toward the adjoining door. Towels, soap, even a toothbrush. How civilized of you, she spits. I leave the room without another word, letting her barbed comment hang in the air. Her anger doesn't bother me. I've dealt with far worse than a spoiled princess throwing a tantrum. The security room is down the hall, a converted storage space with steel-reinforced walls. I punch in the code and step inside, locking the door behind me. The soft blue glow from 6 monitors illuminates the otherwise dark space. I drop into the chair, eyes scanning each screen methodically. The setup is simple but effective. High-definition cameras covering every angle of the property. One shows Melania's room, where she's now pacing like a caged animal, ignoring the sandwich I left. Another displays the empty hallway outside her door. Remaining screens show the front entrance, back door, perimeter fence, and the small yard. This place is a ghost property that doesn't exist on paper. Damiano made sure of that when we acquired it through 7 different shell companies. No connection to the Ferretti name anywhere. Even if Raymond and Antonio tear apart every Ferretti holding in the city, they'll never find this place. On the monitor, Melania finally approaches the food. She examines the sealed packaging carefully before reluctantly opening it. She takes a small bite, then another, hunger apparently winning over suspicion. I lean back in the chair, watching her. Something doesn't add up. Antonio's precious daughter was already running when I intercepted her. Running from what? From who? The arranged marriage, obviously, but there's more to it. The way she demands that bag and USB, she's hiding something significant. My phone vibrates with a text from Enzo. Lombardi offering reward for information. 5 million. I snort. Pocket change. If Antonio thinks that's enough to buy betrayal, he's more desperate than I thought.
Chapter 4. Melania. I pick at the last crust of the sandwich, my stomach satisfied despite my determination to reject anything he offers. My mind drifts back to when this nightmare truly began. 3 months ago, when I returned from London with my cybersecurity degree, Father suddenly wanted me at his side for every social function. At first, I thought he was finally taking an interest in my accomplishments, finally seeing me as more than just his pretty marriageable daughter. How naive I was. It was all about Raymond Stone. The first time I met him was at a charity gala. I remember the moment perfectly, Father's hand at my back, guiding me across the ballroom toward a circle of powerful men. "Melania, this is Raymond Stone," Father had said, his voice carrying that rare note of deference I'd seldom heard. Raymond turned, and something in his eyes made my skin crawl instantly. Tall, impeccably dressed in a custom suit. Silver-streaked dark hair styled to project distinguished authority. His smile never reached his eyes. Cold, assessing, like I was a new toy he was considering purchasing. "Antonio, you've been hiding this treasure," Raymond said, taking my hand and pressing his lips to it a moment too long. His fingers were soft, the hands of someone who ordered violence rather than committed it himself. Everything about him was carefully crafted. The political pin on his lapel, the charitable foundation logo on his cufflinks, the wedding band he still wore despite being widowed for years. To the world, Raymond Stone was the pinnacle of respectability, a widower devoted to public service, championing laws to protect families and children. The irony made me sick when I later discovered what those family values concealed. That night, I caught him watching me from across the room multiple times. Not with the typical male appreciation I was used to deflecting, but with something colder, more artful. As though I was an asset being appraised. I remember how Father paraded me at event after event, always making sure Raymond had access to me. The first time Raymond asked me out was at another charity gala, this one for children's education, the hypocrisy of which makes my stomach turn now. "Melania," Raymond had said, materializing at my side as I admired a painting in the silent auction. "You've been avoiding me all evening." His cologne was too strong, like he was trying to mark his territory with scent alone. I shifted away slightly, maintaining a polite smile. "I've been circulating, Mr. Stone. Father expects me to represent the family." "Raymond, please," he corrected, stepping into my space. "I'd like to continue our conversation from last week. Perhaps dinner tomorrow night." I know a wonderful Italian place that reminds me of Florence. My mouth opened to form a gentle but firm refusal when Father appeared, his hand landing heavily on my shoulder. She would love to. Father accepted for me, his fingers digging into my skin. Wouldn't you, Kara? I looked between them, trapped. I actually have plans to... Nothing that can't be rescheduled, Father interrupted, his smile never faltering while his grip tightened. 7 o'clock? Perfect, Raymond replied, his eyes never leaving my face. I'll send a car. After Raymond walked away, I turned to Father, keeping my voice discreet but unable to hide my anger. I don't want to have dinner with him. He's old enough to be my father, and there's something about him that feels wrong. Father pulled me into a corner, his expression hardening. You will do what is best for this family, Melania. Raymond Stone is a powerful ally. An ally? Is that what you call selling your daughter to the highest bidder? His hand shot up, finger pointing in my face. You sound like a spoiled child. Your mother would have understood the importance of such a connection. The mention of my mother made my blood boil. Don't you dare. Mama would never have wanted this for me. Your mother knew her duty to this family, he hissed. She would have taught you to do the same. The irony wasn't lost on me. My mother, gentle, loving, trapped in a marriage she couldn't escape, would have indeed told me to comply, but only because Father would have given her no choice. She'd spent her life being the perfect Lombardi wife, slowly fading away under Father's control until cancer finally freed her. I twisted my mother's ring that night, the thin band that was her most treasured possession. The only thing of hers I had left. I'm nothing but a business transaction to you, I whispered. Father's face softened slightly, a purely manipulative move. You're my daughter. I want what's best for you, for all of us. Raymond can provide security, connections, a future. Just dinner, Melania. Is that so much to ask? It wasn't just dinner. We both knew that. It was the first step on a path already mapped out for me. I pushed myself off the bed, my body aching from tension. The memory of Raymond's calculated pursuit makes my skin crawl all over again. I need to wash his phantom touch off my skin. The adjoining bathroom is surprisingly luxurious for what must be a safe house. Marble countertop, plush towels, high-end toiletries. I welcome the shock of cold water splashing my face. I cup my hands, letting the water pool before pressing it against my closed eyes. Again and again I repeat the motion until my racing thoughts begin to slow. I stare at my reflection in the mirror, mascara smudged beneath my eyes. The primped and polished Lombardi princess replaced by someone wilder, more desperate. Think, Melania, I whisper to myself. Think clearly. And suddenly, as water drips from my chin, a realization hits me. I'm not at the cathedral being made Raymond's wife. I'm not under my father's watchful eye. For the first time in months, neither man knows exactly where I am or what I'm doing. This kidnapping, as terrifying as it is, has achieved what I wanted most: escape. Not in the way I planned, certainly, but the result is the same. I have breathing room, time to think without Raymond's possessive gaze or my father's machinations. I grab a towel and pat my face dry, mind tumbling with new clarity. If I can access my laptop, retrieve the USB drive with evidence of their crimes, I might still salvage my original plan. The Ferrettis clearly have their own agenda with my father and Raymond, but perhaps I can use that to my advantage. For now, being away from both Raymond and my father is exactly what I needed. I take a deep breath, straightening my shoulders. If the Ferrettis eventually plan to return me to my father or use me as a bargaining chip, I'll need to consider my options when that time comes. But right now I have space to breathe, to think, to plan. And that's more than I had this morning in that suffocating bridal suite.
Alessio. I watch the security feed as Melania disappears into the bathroom. She can't escape from there. No windows, one door, and we've cleared it of anything that could be used as a weapon. No need for cameras in that space. I've got limits. despite what she might think. When she emerges from the bathroom, face dripping, she looks different. Something's changed in her expression, a new resolve that makes me sit up straighter. "What are you planning, Piccola?" I ask the screen. Her bag sits beside me on the desk. She's been too concerned about it since the moment I took her. Time to find out why. I unzip it carefully, searching for hidden compartments. I find the standard items: wallet with credit cards and ID, makeup, and a sleek laptop. But tucked into an inner pocket is what I'm looking for: a small black USB drive with a fingerprint scanner built into its titanium casing. Military-grade security, not something a socialite carries to store vacation photos. I turn it over in my hand, feeling its weight. Whatever's on this, it's important enough that she was willing to offer me $30 million to let her retrieve it. Important enough that she looked genuinely disconcerted when she realized it was in my possession. The USB requires a fingerprint to access. I could force her hand onto it, but something tells me the contents are worth understanding before confronting her. I slide the drive into my pocket and return everything else to the bag. The laptop might provide answers too, but it's likely password protected. I could have our people work on both, but it is not possible right now. Whatever game she's playing, whatever's on this drive, it's big enough to make her run from her own wedding. Big enough to make Raymond Stone turn the city upside down looking for her. And now it's in my pocket. My phone vibrates against the desk. Damiano's name flashes on the screen. "Tell me you have good news," I answer. "Define good." Damiano's voice is tight. Antonio Lombardi just doubled the reward, $30 million for information on his daughter's whereabouts. My thumb traces my bottom lip as I process this. $30 million? For a daughter he was selling off to Stone? Exactly my thought. Papers rustle on Damiano's end. If it was Sophia missing, I'd empty every account I have. I'd burn cities to the ground. But Antonio? He doesn't strike me as father of the year, I say, glancing at the security feed where Melania sits on the edge of the bed, shoulders squared like she's preparing for battle. Something doesn't add up. Either he loves her, which is bullshit, otherwise he would have offered $30 million to start, or his daughter has something he desperately needs. I feel the weight of the USB in my pocket. Or knows something. "Find out what it is," Damiano orders. "With that bounty, every cop, mercenary, and desperate fuck in the city will be hunting her. She's the most wanted woman in the country right now." Damiano's voice hardens. "I don't care how you do it, but get me answers. If Antonio wants her this badly, we need to know why." Understood. The call ends, and I stare at the screen showing Melania. The determination in her posture, the calculation in those amber eyes. She's no helpless princess. She's hiding something that's worth $30 million to her father. Time to find out what. The hallway to her room stretches long and silent. I unlock her door and push it open. Melania jumps to her feet immediately, like a soldier called to action. Her eyes fasten on the bag over my shoulder, then dart casually back to my face. She's trying to appear calm, but the pulse pounding her neck gives her away. "Time for us to have a little discussion, princess." I close the door behind me, leaning against it. "Sit." She hesitates, calculating her options before perching on the edge of the bed. I drag the room's single chair to face her, setting her bag beside me on the floor. Close enough that she can see it, far enough that she can't reach it. Let's start simple. I settle into the chair, stretching my legs out. "Why were you running from your own wedding?" Her eyes widen slightly, but she recovers quickly, shoulders dropping in a practiced show of resignation. "I wasn't in love with him," she says, voice soft and wounded. "I couldn't go through with it." A laugh escapes me before I can stop it. "Not in love?" I lean forward, elbows on my knees. "That's the best you could come up with?" Color rises in her cheeks. "Is that so hard to believe? That I wouldn't want to marry a man 3 times my age?" "No," I say, studying her face. What's hard to believe is that a woman smart enough to coordinate her own escape from the Lombardi compound, with a bag packed and a getaway car arranged, would risk her father's wrath over something as trivial as love. She blinks rapidly, the perfect picture of a confused socialite. I don't know what you're implying. I couldn't marry him. That's all. That's all, I repeat, my voice flat with disbelief. Your father is offering $30 million for your return, and you expect me to believe that this is about wedding jitters. Her composure slips for just a moment, a flash of genuine fear in those tiger eyes before the mask slides back into place. Daddy's always been overprotective, she says with a forced little laugh. He probably thinks I've been kidnapped. Which you have been, I remind her. A fortunate coincidence. She smiles sweetly. You saved me the train fare. I stand, reaching into my pocket for the USB drive. Her eyes track my movement, stretching as the black titanium device appears between my fingers. Interesting little toy you've got here, I say, examining it. Military-grade encryption, biometric security. I turn it over, watching her face. Not exactly standard equipment for a runaway bride. Her composure cracks, a flash of naked panic before she schools her features. That's private property, she says, voice tight. Nothing's private when you're a guest of the Ferretti family. I lower the USB to the floor and position my boot over it. Now, I need answers. Real ones. She rises halfway off the bed, hand outstretched. Don't. Her eyes remain fixed on my foot, her breathing shallow and quick. I'll ask one more time. I shift my weight, applying more pressure to the drive. Why were you running? What's stored on this that's worth $30 million? She swallows hard. Please. You have no idea what you're holding. Then explain it to me. I rock my heel against the drive. Or I crush it right now. You can't. The controlled socialite vanishes and is replaced by raw desperation. People will die if that information is destroyed. What people? Many people. Her voice trembles. Children, women, hundreds of them. I apply more pressure, watching the panic bloom across her face. Last chance, Piccola. Full truth or... I shift my weight, the metal casing creaking under my boot. Stop, she screams, lunging forward. I'll tell you everything. Just don't break it. The fear in her eyes isn't contrived now. It's primal, the real deal. I ease the pressure but keep my foot hovering in place. I'm listening.
Chapter 5. Melania. I stare at Alessio's boot hovering over the crypto wallet, my heart slamming into my throat. The thought of losing everything, all that evidence, all those lives makes my stomach twist into knots. I twist my mother's ring frantically, the thin band chafing my skin. It's not a simple USB, I say, forcing the words past the tightness in my throat. It's a crypto wallet. His eyebrow lifts, interest flickering across his face. Cryptocurrency? That's what this is about? You stole money? No, yes, it's not that simple. My words tumble out in a desperate rush. The wallet contains cryptocurrency worth hundreds of millions, but that's not why I took it. He shifts his weight slightly, easing the pressure on the device but keeping his foot positioned. I'm still waiting for a reason not to crush this thing. Raymond and my father. I swallow hard, the words bitter on my tongue. They're running an organ harvesting operation. Human trafficking. The wallet contains all the transaction records, buyer information, victim data, everything stored on a private blockchain. His expression doesn't change, but something in his eyes darkens. And you expect me to believe Antonio Lombardi's precious daughter just discovered this? I found it last night in Raymond's study. I stop, realizing how naive I'll sound. I was looking for anything I could use to convince my father the marriage was a mistake. What I found instead was proof they've been selling people for parts. Alessio's jaw tightens. So, you copied his files? No. I took the actual wallet. I can't keep the triumph from my voice. I used a backdoor in his network security to bypass the biometric lock. That's why I was running. I continue, my voice steadier now. Not because I don't love Raymond, although I don't, but because I found out what he really is, what my father is. Alessio studies me, his expression unreadable. I have no idea whether he believes me or if the Ferrettis are involved in similar operations. His world, like my father's, exists outside normal laws and ethics, but I need him to understand what's at stake. I only managed to hack one file because I didn't have time, but it was enough to make me run, I say quietly. Dates, names, age, medical data, hundreds of victims, children. My voice breaks on the last word. I can't let that evidence be destroyed. Those people deserve justice. I meet his gaze directly, dropping all pretense. You can turn me in for the $30 million if you want, but please don't destroy that wallet. It's the only proof. I examine Alessio's face, searching for any sign that he believes me. His dark eyes reveal nothing as he stares back. After what feels like forever, he finally removes his foot from above the crypto wallet. If what you're saying is true, he bends down and picks up the device, turning it over in his hand. How did you manage to bypass military-grade security just like that? These things are designed to be impossible to crack without the right fingerprint. I studied computer science in London, I say, trying to keep my voice steady despite the relief flooding through me that he's not threatening to destroy the evidence. Alessio lets out a short laugh. I already know that. Your father made sure everyone knew about his daughter's prestigious education. His eyes narrow. What I didn't know is that you have these kinds of skills. Hacking into encrypted devices isn't exactly part of the standard curriculum. No one truly knows, I say. Not my father, not Raymond, not even my brother. They all thought I was studying the basics, enough to sound impressive at dinner parties, but nothing actually useful. I pretended that I couldn't understand anything serious. But you do? I found the right teachers, I say carefully. People who understand that cybersecurity isn't just about defense. You can't truly protect systems unless you know how to break into them. Alessio studies me with new interest, his gaze more penetrating than before. So Antonio Lombardi's perfect princess daughter has been living a double life. Not a double life, I correct him. Just with parts of myself I kept private. We all have secrets. I swallow hard, watching Alessio's face as he processes what I've told him. His expression gives away nothing, a skill that must serve him well in his line of work. The silence stretches between us, racked with tension. What was your plan? He finally asks. After you'd escaped with this. He holds up the crypto wallet. I would have gone somewhere safe to decrypt the rest of the files, I explain, then anonymously release everything to multiple law enforcement agencies and news outlets simultaneously, so many that they couldn't all be silenced. Alessio stares at the USB as he considers this. I've answered all your questions, I say, straightening my spine. Now it's time for you to give me back that device. His eyes meet mine, something dangerous flickering in their depths. He holds up the crypto wallet between his thumb and forefinger, dangling it like bait. Come and get it, he says, his tone a challenge. I hesitate for only a second before lunging forward in a swift motion. My fingers stretch for the device, but Alessio raises his arm high above his head. My momentum carries me forward until I crash against his chest, the solid wall of him not budging an inch from the impact. I would have stumbled backward if not for his other arm wrapping around my waist, steadying me. Heat radiates from his body as his hand splays across my lower back, holding me firmly against him, caught between his wide, outstretched thighs. I'm brutally aware of how much larger he is, how easily he dominates the situation. I lift my head slowly, finding his face inches from mine. His dark eyes bore into me, his expression unreadable, but deadly intense. My breath catches in my throat as we lie frozen. This USB belongs to me now, he says, In a low rumble I can feel reverberate through his chest. Vaffanculo, I curse, glaring directly into his eyes. The Italian profanity slips out before I can stop it. A flicker of something, amusement, crosses his face before disappearing. I push away from him, breaking free of his grip, and rush at my bag lying on the ground. If I can't have the USB, I at least want my other belongings. Alessio doesn't try to stop me. He simply watches as I grab the bag and unzip it frantically. Empty. Nothing but the lining stares back at me.
Alessio. I watch her expression transform as she stares into the empty bag. Shock, then disbelief, then a flash of raw panic that she quickly tries to mask. Her fingers grapple the fabric. Where are my things? Her voice remains taut, but I catch the slight tremor beneath her composure. I slip the USB into my pocket, the weight of it suddenly significant. This small device contains evidence that could bring down two powerful families, including her own father. The implications are still sinking in. Human trafficking, organ harvesting, hundreds of victims. Melania looks up at me, those amber eyes hardening with determination despite her vulnerable position. What happens now? She asks. The question hangs between us. What happens now? I don't have a clear answer. Damiano needs to know about this hardware wallet, about what Antonio and Raymond are really involved in. This changes everything, our strategies, our leverage, possibly even our objectives. I don't answer her question. Instead, I turn away, my mind already plowing through the implications, the necessary calls, the security precautions we'll need to take. Antonio Lombardi's desperation to find his daughter makes perfect sense now. It's not about family loyalty, but self-preservation. I reach the door and pause, feeling her eyes on my back. For a moment I consider saying something. About protection, about what this information means, about what comes next. But I decide against it. Better to consult with Damiano first. I step through the door and lock it behind me, the metallic click echoing in the hallway. Fuck, I mutter under my breath, running my thumb along my bottom lip as I consider our next move. I stride down the corridor. The control room is quiet when I enter, just the low hum of equipment and the blue glow from multiple screens. On one monitor, I see Melania pacing her room, her shoulders rigid, hands scraping through her hair. I pull out my phone and dial Damiano. Despite the hour, he answers on the second ring. Tell me, he says, his voice alert. We have a situation, I say, keeping my eyes on Melania's monitor. That USB drive she was carrying? It contains evidence of human trafficking and organ harvesting. Antonio and Raymond Stone are running the operation together. Silence stretches across the line for several seconds. You've verified this? Damiano finally asks. No. It's locked with military-grade encryption and fingerprint access, but she offered me $30 million to get it back. Damiano exhales heavily. This explains a lot. How's our guest? I glance at the monitor where Melania is now sitting on the edge of the bed, her posture erect, holding it together. Better than expected. I need to see what's on that drive, Damiano says. That's the problem. We can't access it without her. It needs her skills to bypass encryption. On the screen, Melania finally lies down, though I can tell she's nowhere near sleep. How are things on your end? I ask. Complicated, Damiano admits. Moving Zoe, Sophia, and Lucrezia to Italy wasn't easy. Daniel's with them, plus a couple of men I trust. Zoe's pregnant again, as you know, so I can't let this war I've started touch them. If what you're saying about Antonio and Stone is true, they'll be even more dangerous than we anticipated. So what's the play? Damiano is quiet for a moment. I need to think this through carefully. This changes our approach. I'll call you back. Understood, I say, ending the call. I turn back to the monitor, watching Melania stare at the ceiling. Neither of us will be sleeping tonight. Something else nags at me, though. Antonio's men will have found the abandoned car by now. The driver I left locked in the trunk will have told them everything. that Melania hired him to drive her away from her wedding. Fuck, I mutter. This changes things. Antonio knows his daughter was trying to escape. That's why he hasn't moved against the Ferretti estate yet, where Damiano waits for them with so many men they could start World War III. He can't be certain she was kidnapped rather than simply running away. I pace the control room, thinking through the implications. This uncertainty gives us an advantage. Breathing room we didn't expect. If Antonio believed without doubt that we had taken his daughter, he would have already launched an all-out assault. Instead, he's hesitating, probably questioning whether Melania ran of her own accord. I pull out my phone and text Damiano. Driver Melania hired will have talked by now. Antonio knows she planned to run. That's why they haven't moved against us yet. His response comes back quickly. I know. The game has changed. Get some rest. You'll need it. I glance at the monitor where Melania lies motionless on the bed, eyes still open, staring up. She's calculating her next move, just as I am. But she will eventually sleep. I won't. I head to the kitchen, needing something to take the edge off. Not enough to dull my senses. I never allow that. But enough to ease the tension coiling in my back. The kitchen is silent, bathed in shadows broken only by the dim light above the stove. I open the cabinet where yesterday I stored a bottle of Macallan 25. The amber liquid catches what little light remains as I pour a finger's worth into a crystal tumbler. The first sip burns perfectly, warming my throat as I roll the complex flavors across my tongue. Smoke, dried fruits, and a hint of sherry from the casks. It's a ritual that grounds me. I don't gulp it down. Men who can't savor good scotch can't be trusted with anything of value. I take my time, letting the liquor breathe between sips. I grab the bottle and glass, then make my way back to the control room. The blue glow of the monitors welcomes me back, casting everything in a frigid light. Melania hasn't moved, still staring at the ceiling, though her eyes occasionally droop now. I settle into my chair, placing the tumbler on the desk beside the keyboard. The scotch catches the light from the monitors, glowing like molten gold. Tonight will be a long one. Tomorrow, longer still. But for now, I have this moment of quiet, this glass of excellent scotch, and a puzzle to solve.
Chapter 6. Melania. I jolt awake with the anxiety of a pounding heart. Sunlight streams through the blinds, casting prison bar shadows across the unfamiliar bed. I slept. Despite every intention to resist, my body betrayed me. The room feels different in daylight, less threatening, but more real. This isn't a nightmare I can wake from. I'm truly trapped here, at the mercy of a man who works for my father's enemies. I swing my legs over the side of the bed, my bare feet meeting the cool hardwood floor. My mouth tastes stale, and my hair feels like a tangled mess. The clock on the bedside table reads 7:43 a.m. Where is Alessio? He never returned after our confrontation about the USB drive. That thought sends a chill through me. He's in possession of Raymond's crypto wallet now. All that evidence of the trafficking operation, the faces of those victims, the transaction records, everything I risked my life to steal, is in his hands. My fingers fiddle with my mother's ring as scenarios race through my mind. What if he's already contacted Raymond? What if he's using the information to negotiate some deal that leaves me disposable? He doesn't need me alive to use that evidence. In fact, I might be more valuable to him dead. I force myself to stand, fighting the dizziness that threatens to overwhelm me, one step at a time. I need to think clearly. I step into the bathroom and flip on the light, wincing at my reflection. My eyes look hollow, my skin pale. I barely recognize myself. I turn on the faucet, letting cold water run over my wrist before splashing my face. The shock helps clear my head. I find a new toothbrush and toothpaste in the drawer. Clearly they've prepared for a guest, or a prisoner. As I brush my teeth, I try to assess my options. Alessio's absence terrifies me more than his presence did. At least when he was here, watching me with those shifty eyes. I knew where he was. Now he could be anywhere, making deals, plotting my fate, preparing to hand me over to someone worse. I rinse my mouth and stare at my reflection again. The woman looking back at me appears stronger than I feel. My mother's daughter. A survivor. There has to be a way out of this. But every path I see leads to the same conclusion because Alessio holds all the power now. He has the evidence. He has me. And he doesn't need to keep me alive to use either. I freeze mid-step as I exit the bathroom. Alessio sits in the armchair by the window, one ankle resting on the opposite knee. I didn't hear him enter. "Good morning," he says, his voice low and smooth. On the small table beside him sit 2 steaming mugs. He gestures toward the second chair. Coffee. I hesitate, glancing between him and the hot drink. The rich aroma fills the room, making my stomach clench with unexpected hunger. "It's not poisoned," he says, a hint of amusement in his tone. "If I wanted you dead, there are more efficient methods." I approach cautiously and pick up the mug, studying its contents. I take a sip. The coffee contains just the right amount of cream, no sugar. Exactly how I take it. "How did you know?" I ask, unable to hide my surprise. His mouth curves slightly. "You're the daughter of Antonio Lombardi. Your preferences are publicly documented." A chill runs through me despite the warm mug in my hands. Of course they would have researched me before abducting me. He already told me that yesterday. I take another tentative sip. The coffee is rich and smooth, clearly not instant. The small luxury feels strange within my captivity. "Thank you," I say automatically, my manners ingrained too deeply to ignore. Alessio watches me over the rim of his mug, his eyes never leaving mine. There's something different about him this morning. The hardness is still there, but layered with something else. Curiosity, perhaps. "You slept," he observes. "Not by choice," I reply, hating how vulnerable that makes me sound. He nods as if he understands completely. The body takes what it needs. I lower myself into the chair across from him, keeping my back straight, chin up. My mother's voice echoes in my head. "Never let them see your fear, Melania." Silence stretches between us as I sip my coffee, my mind cavorting with questions. Alessio studies me with those dark, penetrating eyes that seem to strip away my every defense. "Your brother," he says finally. "Leonardo. What did he say about your marriage to Raymond?" The question catches me off guard. I hadn't expected him to know about Leo, much less ask about him. I hesitate, fingering my mother's ring. He supported it, at least publicly. "And you didn't tell him what you found out about the trafficking operation?" I laugh, a bitter explosion that surprises even me. Blood doesn't always mean safety. "Explain." It's not a request. I choose my words carefully. Leonardo has a good heart, deep down, but he's loyal to our father above all else. The admission hurts more than I expected. After our mother died, something changed in him. He became harder, more like Antonio. Alessio nods, his expression unreadable. "I was scared," I continue. Scared that if I told him what I'd discovered, he'd tell our father. And then, I don't finish the sentence. I don't need to. "You don't trust your own brother to protect you from your father?" There's no judgment in his voice, just clinical curiosity. "Would you?" I challenge. Something flickers across his face. Understanding, perhaps. He doesn't respond, but his silence is confirmation enough. I gather my courage and ask the question that's been haunting me since I woke up. "Are you going to kill me?"
Alessio. I study her face when she asks whether I'm going to kill her. The question itself doesn't surprise me, but hearing it from her lips makes something twist in my gut. She thinks I'd kill a woman. Just like that. The thought sits uncomfortably in my chest. Yes, I've put bullets in men who deserved them. I've ordered hits and broken bones and made examples of those who crossed the Ferrettis. But a woman? Never. Some lines you don't cross, even in our world. Her eyes hold mine, waiting for reassurance I'm not sure how to give. The anxiety behind her composure is real. She genuinely believes I might end her life if she becomes inconvenient. What kind of men has she been surrounded by all her life? If I wanted you dead, Melania, you wouldn't have woken up this morning. It's not the comfort she's looking for, but it's the truth. I watch as she analyzes my statement, the subtle shift in her shoulders, the slight release of tension around her eyes. The Ferrettis have rules, lines we don't cross. Women and children are untouchable. Always have been. Always will be. It's what separates us from animals like Raymond Stone. But she doesn't know that. How could she? I take another sip of coffee, studying her over the rim. She's different this morning, still defiant, still calculating, but there's something else there too. A vulnerability she's trying desperately to hide. The original plan, to use her as leverage against Antonio, has shifted with this new information about the trafficking operation. She's become an asset rather than just a bargaining chip. But looking at her now, I'm not sure I can think of her as either. I clear my throat, suddenly needing to be anywhere but in this room with her. I'll be back later, I say, scanning her from head to toe one last time. The black outfit she wore for her escape hugs her curves in ways that make it hard to maintain my professional distance. I don't wait for her response before turning and walking out, making sure to lock the door behind me. In the hall, I take a deep breath as I consider our conversation. Something about her pulls at me. Maybe it's the way she refuses to show fear, or how her mind works 3 steps ahead. Either way, I need distance to clear my head. The control room is quiet when I enter. My phone buzzes with a text from Noah. Damiano put him on information-gathering duty inside the Lombardi organization. His message is brief but valuable. He's managed to place someone close to Leonardo, Melania's brother. I'm still scrolling through Noah's intel when the phone rings. Damiano. Yeah, I answer, keeping my eyes on the security feed. Antonio and Raymond have joined forces, Damiano says without preamble. Raymond's pulled every government string he has. They're monitoring and digging up records at train stations, airports, bus terminals, anything that could get her out of the city. Damiano's voice is clipped. He's got customs agents, police, even traffic cameras searching facial recognition. Good thing we kept her off grid then, I say. For now, but we need to move carefully. With the resources they're throwing at this, one mistake and we're fucked. What's the next move? I ask. You need to make her show you the evidence she claims she has on that drive, Damiano says, his voice hardening. We need to see exactly what we're dealing with. She's not exactly trusting me at the moment, I point out, watching her on the monitor as she paces the room like a caged animal. She thinks I might kill her. Are you fucking kidding me? Damiano's voice rises. This isn't about trust. She needs to learn her fucking place. I pull the phone away from my ear. She wanted to escape her marriage and destroy her family. That's what the fuck we want too. So use it and make it happen. There's a pause, and when he speaks again, it's with that dangerous edge I know well. Unless you can't handle a 21-year-old woman. My jaw clenches. I can handle her. Then do it. Get that evidence and confirm what she's claiming. If Antonio and Raymond are really harvesting organs, we can use that to destroy them both. I end the call without another word, my eyes still fixed on the security feed. Melania has stopped pacing and now sits on the bed, twisting a ring around her finger. Damiano's right. This isn't about developing trust bonds. It's about survival and opportunity. If she has the evidence she claims she has, that could bring down Antonio Lombardi and Raymond Stone. We need to see it. Now. I move through the kitchen, staring at the stainless steel appliances like they're foreign objects. Cooking isn't exactly in my skill set. Growing up, Mama said a young man needed proper nutrition, not whatever bachelor meals I might have attempted. Then when I joined the Ferrettis, there was Ettore, treating the kitchen like his personal kingdom, where others were barely tolerated. I opened the refrigerator, scanning its contents. There's enough food to survive, I guess. The problem isn't supplies. It's knowing what the fuck to do with them. Breakfast. How hard can it be? I grab eggs, thinking scrambled is probably the safest option. There's bread for toast, some fruit. Coffee I can manage. That's one thing I've mastered out of necessity, and I think she liked the one I made for her. 10 minutes later, I'm staring at slightly burnt toast, eggs that are somehow both undercooked and overcooked in different spots, and coffee that's probably the only edible thing on the tray. Fuck. I could call it Torre, but the old man would never let me hear the end of it. I can dismantle and reassemble a Beretta blindfolded, but apparently scrambling eggs is beyond my capabilities. I try the eggs. Well, you can swallow it, so let's go with that. Besides, we're not at a fucking hotel.
Chapter 7. Melania. I think through my options. The walls of this prison close in with each passing hour. I can't just sit here and wait for whatever fate Alessio and the Ferrettis decide for me. What would Mom have done? She'd tell me to be smart, to use what I have. And what I have is information, knowledge, the one thing I've always been good at. I pace the room, formulating my argument. The Ferrettis clearly want something from me, otherwise I'd already be dead. Since they're against Raymond and my father, our interests align more than they differ. I hear footsteps approaching in the hallway. My pulse quickens as I smooth down my dress and take a steadying breath. The lock clicks and Alessio appears in the doorway, balancing a tray of food in one hand. The smell of coffee reaches me first. At least that will be good if it's like the one he brought me earlier. The rest of the food, however, is questionable. The eggs appear simultaneously raw and dried up, and the toast is charred around the edges. I repress a smile. I want to work with you, I say before he can speak, my voice calm despite the nerves shimmering in my stomach. His eyebrows lift as he sets the tray down on a table by the window. Against my father and Raymond, I continue, watching his face for any reaction. I have no illusions about my situation. I'm your prisoner, but I'd rather be useful than just sit here waiting for whatever you decide to do with me. I hold my breath, waiting for Alessio's response. His dark eyes study me with that unnerving intensity that makes me feel completely exposed. Is that so? He asks, a graveled tone that seems to vibrate the air between us. A shiver runs up my spine, although I'm not aware of feeling afraid. I try to focus on the conversation, but my mind keeps snagging on irrelevant details. The way his broad shoulders fill out the black t-shirt, how his stubbled jaw flexes when he's thinking, the controlled power in his movements as he sets down the tray. Yes, I manage, but much breathier than I intended. The evidence I have is comprehensive. He takes a step closer, and I fight the urge to step back. He smells of expensive cologne and something darker, something uniquely him. And why would you betray your family? His voice drops even lower, almost a husk. That voice. It does something to me I can't explain, like fingers trailing down my spine, raising goosebumps along my arms. I've never reacted this way to anyone before. It's unsettling how my body responds to him without my permission. They stopped being family when they tried to sell me to a monster, I say, crossing my arms over my chest, trying to create a barrier between us. When they chose profit over people's lives. My eyes linger at his mouth. I swallow hard and look away, confused by my reaction. This is ridiculous. He snatched me. He's dangerous. You're shivering, he observes, misreading my body's betrayal. Cold? I'm fine, I snap, annoyed at myself more than him. I force myself to look at the disaster zone breakfast. My stomach growls despite its questionable appearance. Eat if you want to. Alessio nods toward the tray. So, you want to work with us? That makes things much easier since you're volunteering. Although, his eyes narrow slightly. I'm not a big fan of people who betray family. The coffee scalds my tongue, but the pain helps sharpen my focus. I set the cup down with more force than necessary. My father appears to be a monster who kills innocent people, I say, gaining strength with each word. He and Raymond traffic human beings and harvest their organs. They're not family. They're criminals. I take a step towards him, abandoning all pretense of interest in the food. Besides, I don't give a damn what you're a big fan of. You abducted a bride, remember? You don't get to judge my moral choices. Something feral flashes in his eyes. In 2 swift strides, he's in front of me, close enough that I have to tilt my head back to maintain eye contact. His proximity steals the air from my lungs. If we're going to work together on this, he says in that low rumble again, you need to keep your smart mouth shut. His thumb caresses his bottom lip as he studies me, and I find myself momentarily transfixed. The hard power of the one against the fleshy fullness. I can't help but imagine. I don't respond well to orders. I snip without any conviction at all. His bottomless pit eyes bore into mine, unyielding. The corner of his mouth lifts in what might be amusement or disdain. I can't tell which is worse. You don't have a choice either way, Piccola. His voice wraps around the Italian endearment like velvet over steel. We'll work together, but make no mistake, I will be giving the orders. My fingers gouge into my sides. The rational part of my brain knows he's right. I'm in no position to negotiate terms. But something in me refuses to surrender completely. And if I don't agree to your terms, I challenge, lifting my chin despite the pounding of my pulse. Alessio steps even closer, eliminating what little space remained between us. Heat radiates from his body, and I fight the urge to lean back. Then I'll work with what I have anyway, he says with a casual shrug that somehow feels more threatening than any raised voice. The USB drive, the information you've already shared. I have people, but your cooperation would make things smoother for everyone. The implied threat hangs in the air between us. Fine, I concede, hating how easily he's backed me into a corner. But I want something in return. His eyebrow arches. You're not exactly in a position to make demands. Call it a request then. I take a leveling breath. I want your word that when this is over, when Raymond and my father are dealt with, you'll let me go, with enough resources to disappear and start over somewhere new. Alessio studies me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. His thumb rubs his bottom lip as he considers my offer, and once again, I'm totally discombobulated by that small move. We'll see, he finally says. If your information is as valuable as you claim, and if you behave yourself, perhaps we can come to an arrangement. It's not the promise I wanted, but it's better than nothing.
Alessio. I watch her closely, cataloging every micro-expression, the way her pupils dilate when I move close. Maybe from fear. This woman is dangerous, not because she's physically threatening, but because she's smart. Too smart. Before we go any further with this arrangement, I say, I need to know something. If you access your laptop and that USB, can they track your location? They could, she says after a moment. Before I open the laptop, I'd need to take precautions. What kind of precautions? She lifts her shoulders, shifting into what I recognize as her technical expertise mode. The transformation is subtle but fascinating. Her voice becomes more confident, her eyes sharper. First, I'd need to cover all cameras on the device with opaque tape. The microphone, too. Her fingers tap against her thigh as she thinks. Turn off GPS and location tracking completely. Most importantly, disconnect from all networks. Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, cellular, everything. I nod, impressed despite myself. Anything else? Ideally, I'd use a virtual machine and encryption tools, but with those basic precautions, we should be safe if we stay completely offline. She meets my gaze directly. I know what I'm doing. This isn't my first time covering digital tracks. And what exactly were you covering before? I ask. Her eyes follow the movement of my thumb on my mouth, my thinking tick, before snapping back to mine. That's not relevant to our current situation. She's hiding something. But don't we all have secrets? Right now I need her skills more than I need her complete history. Fine, I say, reaching into the bag at my feet. I pull out her laptop and place it on the bed. But you'll eat first. Her eyes open slightly at the sight of her computer, then narrow with suspicion. Why the sudden generosity? It's not generosity, Princess. It's practicality. You need fuel to think clearly, and I need your brain functioning at full capacity. I gesture to the tray I brought earlier. It sits untouched on the small table by the window. Melania approaches the tray cautiously, as if it might contain explosives rather than my pathetic attempt at breakfast. She lifts the fork, poking at the eggs with scientific curiosity. Her lips twitch, and I can tell she's fighting back laughter. Something amusing? I inquire. She clears her throat, composing herself. No, not at all. It's just interesting. Interesting? The eggs are simultaneously overcooked and undercooked. I didn't know that was possible. She puts a small bite in her mouth, chewing with determination. I don't cook, I say flatly. Usually there are people for that. I could have helped, you know, she says, setting down the fork and picking up the coffee instead. If you hadn't kept me locked in here like a prisoner. You are a prisoner. She takes a sip of coffee, her eyes never leaving mine. A prisoner who knows how to make proper eggs. Next time I'll consider it, I say. Now eat what you can and get to work. We need to know exactly what's on that drive. I lean against the wall, arms crossed, watching Melania force down another bite of the mangled eggs. She winces slightly but continues eating. Smart woman. She knows she needs the energy. These are... She pauses, searching for a diplomatic word. Interesting. They're shit, I say bluntly. But they're what you've got. She nods, taking another sip of coffee. The one thing I managed not to destroy. This, at least, is excellent. I don't acknowledge the compliment. Just watch as she finishes what she can manage of the food. When she's done, she stands and surveys the room, her eyes taking in every detail. She moves to the small desk by the window, then shakes her head. Not enough space, she murmurs, more to herself than to me. She drags the chair from the desk to the foot of the bed, creating a makeshift workspace. She places the laptop on the bed, angling it so the screen faces away from the door. I need tape, she says, looking up at me. Opaque tape, preferably black electrical tape, and scissors. I'll get the tape, I say. No scissors. I'll tear it myself. Her eyes narrow. Fine. I leave the room, locking it behind me. A precaution that feels increasingly unnecessary, but one I maintain out of habit. In the supply closet, I find a roll of black electrical tape and return to find Melania sitting cross-legged on the bed, her posture perfect despite her casual position. I hand her the tape and she immediately tears off a small piece with her teeth. She doesn't need any help. I get it. She turns the laptop toward me, pointing to the tiny camera lens at the top of the screen. This needs to be covered completely. And here, she points to a small pinhole on the side, is the microphone. I watch as she carefully places tape over both spots, pressing down firmly to ensure no gaps. There's another microphone on the bottom, she says, flipping the laptop over and covering a third spot. Now we should be safe from remote activation of recording devices. She looks up at me, all business now. Her fingers hover over the keyboard. I need the USB. I reach into my pocket, thumb grazing the smooth surface of the drive. For something so small, it carries enough data to topple empires. I pull it out, holding it between my thumb and forefinger. Here, I say. Melania's eyes lock onto the drive, her focus sharpening like a predator spotting prey. She extends her hand, palm up, fingers slightly curled, expectant but not demanding. I don't immediately place it in her waiting palm. Remember our arrangement. You work with me, not against me. I understand, she says, her voice level despite the hunger in her eyes. I drop the drive and her fingers close around it protectively, like she's afraid I might change my mind. I drag a chair from the corner of the room, positioning it at an angle where I can clearly see her screen. The legs scrape against the floor, the sound harsh in the quiet room. I sit down, leaning forward with my elbows on my knees. my posture deceptively casual. Don't try anything clever, I warn. I may not be a tech genius, but I know enough to spot if you're trying to send messages or access networks. She doesn't respond, already lost in her own world. Her fingers move with practiced precision as she boots up the laptop. The screen light illuminates her face, casting shadows that hollow her cheeks and sharpen her features. She plugs in the drive. Her entire demeanor changes, shoulders hunching forward slightly, head tilted at a determined angle, fingers poised over the keyboard like a pianist about to perform. The rest of the room might as well not exist. I've seen this kind of focus before. In snipers, in surgeons, in people whose success depends on blocking out everything except the task at hand. She types rapidly, navigating through security protocols with the ease of someone walking a familiar path. Her eyes never leave the screen, not even to blink. Her breathing has slowed, grown deeper, more controlled. It's like watching someone slip into a trance. The woman who was arguing with me moments ago, the woman who criticized my cooking and maintained her defiance despite her circumstances. She's gone. In her place is this laser-focused technician, completely absorbed in the digital world before her. The way she loses herself in the work reminds me of how I feel when planning an operation. That complete immersion where nothing exists except the objective. It's rare to see that level of concentration in someone else.
Chapter 8. Melania. My fingers hover over the keyboard, the familiar rush of adrenaline flooding my system as the laptop recognizes the USB drive. The first security gate appears on screen, a seemingly simple pin entry field, but I know better. Raymond's security system is military grade with multiple authentication layers. This will take a minute, I murmur, more to myself than to Alessio. The first pin is a 6-digit code that changes every 12 hours based on an algorithm. When I accessed it in Raymond's study, I discovered the pattern. It's tied to stock market closing numbers from the previous day. Elegant but predictable if you know what you're looking for. I pull up a simple command prompt and start typing code to bypass the pin generator. My surroundings fade away. The locked room, Alessio's watchful presence. Even my own body becomes distant. There's only the code, the challenge, the digital puzzle waiting to be solved. Lines of text scroll across the screen as my program runs, testing combinations based on yesterday's market closings. I feel my breathing slow, matching the rhythm of the blinking cursor. This is where I belong, where I make sense. Not in glittering ballrooms or at the head of a wedding aisle, but here, in the clean, logical world of code where problems have solutions if you're smart enough to find them. The program stops, displaying a sequence, 835721. Got it, I whisper, entering the pin. The screen flashes green, then transitions to the next security layer. Relief washes through me. The first gate is open, but there are 3 more to go before we can access the files. I glance up briefly, catching Alessio's intense gaze. For a moment, I'm jarred back to reality, the weight of what we're doing, the lives at stake, the danger surrounding us. But I can't afford to dwell on that now. I need to stay in this flow state where my skills work best. 1 down, I say, turning back to the screen. 3 more to go. My fingers return to the keyboard, already working on the next security measure, a more complex authentication that requires both a password and a biometric override. Raymond's paranoia created multiple failsafes, but his arrogance left exploitable weaknesses. I lose myself again in the code, in the digital hunt. The world outside the screen ceases to exist as I chase the next solution, following digital breadcrumbs through encryption walls and security protocols. How much time do you need? He asks, his voice cutting through my concentration. I look up from the screen, a laugh escaping before I can stop it. Not the polite laugh I perfected for society events, but something raw and bitter that scrapes my throat on the way out. Days, I say, watching his expression harden. If it was hours, don't you think I would have done it before the wedding? Then I wouldn't be locked in a room with a man who's looking for the first opportunity to kill me. His jaw tightens, that muscle in his cheek jumping. If I wanted you dead. I know. I'd never have woken up. I wave my hand dismissively, turning back to the screen. You've made that abundantly clear. The truth is, I need uninterrupted time with this drive. Raymond's security system has layers upon layers of encryption, each requiring different techniques to bypass. The outer shell was simple enough to crack in his study, just enough to glimpse the horror inside, but the complete contents remain locked behind walls of code and authentication. Days, Alessio repeats, his thumb moving to his bottom lip, eyes never leaving my face. That's not acceptable. Well, the crypto wallet doesn't care what's acceptable to you. I gesture at the screen where another authentication window has appeared. This isn't like breaking into someone's Facebook account. It's military-grade security protecting hundreds of millions in untraceable currency and evidence of crimes that would put half the city's elite in prison. I can see the calculation happening behind his dark eyes, weighing the urgency against the reality of what I'm telling him. The Ferretti timeline versus the immovable wall of Raymond's security measures. Every shortcut I take increases the risk of triggering failsafes, I add. If that happens, everything on this drive self-destructs. All that evidence, gone. Is that what you want? Alessio's brow furrows as he studies the screen over my shoulder. I don't understand, he says finally, his voice rough near my ear. How can both money and files be on the same device? Money is money. Files are files. I pause my typing and turn slightly to face him, surprised by the question. His expression is deadly serious, those unfathomable eyes fixed on me with genuine confusion. It's easy to forget that not everyone lives in the digital world I inhabit. It's not physical money, I explain, keeping my voice neutral. Cryptocurrency exists as digital code. Think of it like a bank account number and password, but instead of connecting to a bank, it connects to a digital wallet that exists on a blockchain. His eyes narrow slightly. Blockchain? A digital ledger, I simplify. Imagine a book where every transaction is recorded, but instead of one person keeping the book, thousands of computers all have copies. That makes it nearly impossible to fake. I point to the screen where the authentication window waits. This USB drive contains the keys, essentially the passwords, to access Raymond's crypto wallets. Those wallets hold over $400 million in Bitcoin and other currencies. Alessio's expression shifts from confusion to calculation. Yes, I remember the $400 million you told me it contains. Digital money that can't be traced. Exactly. Perfect for illegal operations like organ trafficking. No paper trail, no bank asking questions. I turn back to the screen. But the drive also contains evidence files. Maybe photos, transaction records, victim information. I broke the system partially. I only had time to access the surface level. There's much more buried deeper. Keep going, he orders, his tone hardening again. How long until you reach the next level? I turn back to the keyboard, fingers already moving. If you stop interrupting me, maybe 3 hours for this layer. The next will be even harder. The authentication window fills with my code as I work, diving back into the digital puzzle before me. Beside me, I feel Alessio's presence like a physical weight, watching every move I make.
Alessio. The technical shit she's spouting might as well be a foreign language, but I understand the value of what she's doing. But for a moment, my focus shifts from the screen to her. The way she leans forward, completely absorbed in her work. The curve of her spine, the way her hair falls forward when she concentrates. She's tucked her legs beneath her on the bed, and the position pulls her clothes tight across her ass. Mirda. That ass. My mouth goes dry as I take in the full shape of her. All soft curves where it matters. Hips made for a man's hands to grip. Tits that would fill my palms perfectly. The kind of body that makes a man think filthy thoughts in the middle of a fucking operation. I imagine bending her over that laptop, watching her grind the mattress as I take her from behind. How that perfect ass would feel against my hips. How she'd arch her back and gasp my name when I... Cazzo. I need to focus. I shift my weight, forcing my eyes away from Melania's curves. Watching her work shouldn't be this fucking distracting. But it's been weeks since I've been with a woman, and my body's reminding me of that fact with painful clarity. Women have always been easy for me. A look across a crowded club, a drink sent to their table. They come to my bed willingly, eagerly. No attachments, no complications. Just a night of pleasure before we go our separate ways. That's how I like it. Clean, simple. I take what I need, give them what they want, and we part satisfied. Sometimes they want more, but I make the rules clear from the start. One night. Maybe two if they're particularly skilled with their mouth or know how to move their hips just right. I've never brought a woman to my actual home. Hotel, their apartment, the occasional back room at Omerta when I couldn't wait. But never somewhere they could learn anything about the real me. Never somewhere they could become a liability. The last woman I fucked was some model at a social event 3 weeks ago. I can't remember her name now. Don't need to. That's how it works in my world. Sex is just another bodily function. Release the tension, clear the mind, move on to the next task. Damiano jokes that I fuck like I kill, efficiently, without mercy, leaving no witnesses. He's not entirely wrong. I watch Melania work, memories crawling up my spine like unwanted hands. The intensity in her eyes reminds me of Violet. Violet. Haven't let myself think of that name in years. 6 months. That's all it took for her to crawl under my skin. An American art dealer with honey blonde hair and a laugh that made people turn their heads. She knew nothing about my world. Thought I ran security for high-profile clients. Technically true. What we had was different. Clean. For those 6 months, I'd leave the blood and violence at the door of her Manhattan apartment. Inside those walls, I was just a man. Not Damiano's weapon. Not the monster that makes grown men piss themselves when I walk into a room. Could I have some water, please? Melania's voice snaps me back. She's looking up at me, those amber eyes narrowed slightly. I've been staring at her. For how long? What? My voice comes out rougher than intended. Water? She raises an eyebrow. I nod once, turning without a word. My thumb traces my bottom lip as I head for the kitchen, my mind still half trapped in memories. In the kitchen, I grab a bottle of water from the fridge. My eyes catch on a plate of cookies Ettore left. The old man's always baking something, claiming the safe house needs to smell like a home, not a prison. I don't have much of a sweet tooth, but I remember reading somewhere that sugar spikes concentration. I take one cookie, then add another. I return to the room, water bottle in one hand, cookies in the other. Melania doesn't look up when I enter, still absorbed in whatever the fuck she's doing on that laptop. Lines of code scroll across the screen, meaningless to me, but clearly making perfect sense to her. Here. I place the water bottle on my chair beside her. Then, almost as an afterthought, I drop the cookies next to it. She glances up, surprise flickering across her face. Thank you. Her eyes dart to the cookies, and I briefly detect an expression other than calculation or fear. Something almost human. I drop into the chair across from the bed, stretching my legs out in front of me. The room feels smaller than it did before, the air more sullen. I watch as she reaches for a cookie, still typing with one hand. She takes a bite, and then, her moan goes straight to my groin. Low, throaty, pure pleasure. Her eyes close for a moment as she chews, savoring the taste. My cock stiffens instantly. Fuck. I shift in my seat, trying to ease the hard pressure against my zipper. That sound. That fucking sound. It's the same noise a woman makes when you graze exactly the right spot inside her, when you curl your fingers and press that place that makes her back arch and her thighs tremble. She takes another bite, oblivious to what she's doing to me. Another luxurious sigh escapes her lips. My mind fills with images of those lips wrapped around my cock instead of that cookie, her eyes looking up at me as I grip her hair, guiding her movements. I'd be gentle at first, let her set the pace, but then "These are incredible," she says, reaching for the second cookie. "I haven't eaten anything this good in days." I grunt in response, not trusting my voice. My pulse hammers in my throat, blood rushing south. I cross one ankle over my knee, trying to hide the obvious bulge in my pants. She licks a crumb from her lower lip, and I have to look at the floor. Fuck. "Did you make these?" she asks. "No." My voice comes out gravel rough. I clear my throat. "Our cook. Ettore." She nods, turning her attention back to the laptop. But now I can't focus on anything except the way her mouth moves as she finishes the cookie, the delicate curve of her throat as she swallows, the way her tongue darts out to lick at a stray crumb. I need to get the fuck out of this room before I do something stupid.
Chapter 9. Melania. 3 hours in, and I'm still working on the first layer. Come on. The program I'm running tests combinations at lightning speed, but this isn't like the movies where hackers magically break into systems in minutes. This is methodical, exhausting. My back aches from hunching over the laptop, but I can't stop now. Alessio left about an hour ago without a word. 1 minute, he was sitting across from me, watching with those intense dark eyes. The next, he was gone. I didn't even hear him leave. Just looked up and found myself alone. Strange man. 1 moment he's bringing me cookies. The next he's glaring at me like I've personally offended him. His mood swings are giving me whiplash. Not that I care. He's my captor, not my friend. His emotional state means nothing to me beyond how it might affect my safety. I take a sip of water and refocus. The program runs through another set of combinations, each failure bringing a tiny flicker of frustration. Then, yes, the screen flashes green. Access granted to the first layer. I sit up straighter, a rush of satisfaction flowing through me. 1 down, several more to go, but this is progress. I stretch my arms above my head, feeling my spine crack in protest. The room is quiet except for the hum of the laptop. No sign of Alessio returning. Maybe he got bored watching me type. Or maybe he has actual work to do beyond babysitting a kidnapped bride. Either way, I appreciate the solitude. It's easier to concentrate without those velvet eyes tracking my every move. I take a moment to massage my temples before diving into the second layer. This one will be trickier. Raymond wouldn't make it easy to access his dirty money. The door flies open, and Alessio appears like he materialized from thin air. His hand hovers near his waistband, where I'm certain he keeps a gun, eyes scanning the room for threats. "What happened?" he demands, voice tight with tension. I can't help the smirk that spreads across my face. First layer cracked. I gesture to the screen where the progress bar shows 100% completion. 1 down, several more to go. His shoulders relax slightly as he steps into the room. That's it? I thought something was wrong. Sorry to disappoint. No assassins climbing through the windows, just me winning against Raymond's security system. Alessio approaches, peering over my shoulder at the screen filled with code. His proximity sends an unwelcome tingling along my spine. He smells like sandalwood, and that aroma when you reach the ocean for the first time in months. "How much longer for the rest?" he asks. We're looking at a week, minimum. Each layer gets progressively harder. I turn to face him, but I'm not in a hurry. It's not like I have wedding gifts to return or a honeymoon to cancel. Our eyes meet and something shifts in the air between us. His midnight gaze holds mine, unreadable yet intense. I refuse to look away first. It would feel like surrendering. After several vertical heartbeats, he breaks the silence. I need to make something to eat. My stomach growls on cue, reminding me I've had nothing but those cookies for hours. I'd prefer to cook myself, no offense. I twist my mother's ring around my finger. Your breakfast was terrible, he finishes for me. I was going to say ambitious, I counter. But yes. He considers this. Emotion draws my attention to his mouth before I force my eyes away. Fine, he finally says. I stand, rolling my shoulders to ease the tension. I need a minute to save and encrypt my progress. Can't risk leaving this accessible if the power cuts out or something goes wrong. Fine, Alessio says, crossing his arms as he watches me work. My fingers fly across the keyboard, creating multiple encrypted backups of my progress. The first layer was brutal, but the next will be worse. I can't afford to lose ground. I also need to use the bathroom, I add, not looking up from the screen. The laptop comes with us to the kitchen, he says firmly. I'm not leaving it unattended. I nod, understanding his caution. Of course. You think I'd leave my one bargaining chip lying around? I finish the encryption sequence and close the laptop. Here. I hand it to him, our fingers brushing for a split second. I pull away quickly, ignoring the strange flutter in my chest. 2 minutes, he says, nodding toward the bathroom door. The mirror shows a woman I barely recognize, dark circles under her eyes, skin pale from stress and lack of sleep. I need a shower desperately after hours of nervous sweat and tension, but my stomach growls again. Food first, then cleanliness. When I emerge, Alessio is leaning against the wall opposite the door, laptop tucked under one arm. His eyes sweep over me, assessing. Ready? He asks. I nod. He pushes off the wall and opens the door, gesturing for me to go first. As I pass him, I catch that scent again, sandalwood and sea salt, and force myself not to drink it in. We head toward the kitchen, an odd pair, kidnapper and captive, about to share a meal. The hallway stretches before me like something from a luxury cabin magazine. All polished hardwood floors and walls lined with reclaimed timber. It's nothing like the concrete and steel I expected from a Mafia safe house. The ceiling features exposed wooden beams that give the space a rustic warmth completely at odds with my captive situation. Turn right at the end, Alessio instructs, his voice close behind me. The stairs are there. I move forward, my bare feet silent against the wood. Without my shoes, I feel oddly vulnerable, though it's the least of my concerns right now. Small wrought iron sconces cast pools of amber light every few feet, illuminating framed black and white photographs of mountain landscapes. No personal photos. Nothing that could identify the owners. This place is... I pause, searching for the right word. Functional, Alessio supplies. I was going to say unexpected. I run my fingers along the wall as I walk. Not exactly the dungeon I imagined. A small sound escapes him. Almost a laugh. We save those for special guests. I can't tell if he's joking. At the end of the hall, I turn right as instructed and find a staircase with wrought iron railings spiraling down to the floor below. The craftsmanship is impeccable, clearly custom-made. This is a Ferretti property? I ask, pausing at the top of the stairs. Something like that. Alessio gestures for me to continue. Kitchen straight ahead when you reach the bottom.
Alessio. I follow Melania as she makes her way down the spiral staircase, the laptop tucked securely under my arm. My eyes drift to the gentle sway of her hips, the curve of her ass in the fitted black pants she changed into after recovering them from her precious bag. Fuck. The sight and my imagination combined is more than I can handle. Cazzo, I snarl under my breath. She stops abruptly, turning to look up at me. Is something wrong? Her eyes catch mine, questioning. A strand of chestnut hair falls across her face, and I resist the urge to brush it back. Keep moving, I order, my voice rough. She hesitates for a moment before continuing down the stairs, and I curse myself for the momentary lapse in control. But Christ, the woman's body is a weapon. Her waist narrows before flaring into hips made for the cupping of a man's hands. Even in simple black clothes, with no makeup and hair slightly disheveled from hours of work, she's fucking magnificent. The gentle sachet of her ass with each step down the spiral staircase tests my restraint. I've been with beautiful women before, dangerous women, sumptuous women. But something about Melania Lombardi crawls under my skin and burns. Maybe it's the contrast between her sharp mind and those soft curves, or the defiance in her eyes even when she's forced to follow orders. Desire and duty rarely mix well in my world. The fact that she's Antonio Lombardi's daughter should be enough to kill any attraction. But my cock disagrees. When we reach the bottom of the stairs, she pauses again, waiting for direction. The chink of kitchen light catches the curve of her breast beneath her shirt, the outline of her nipple visible against the fabric. I drag my eyes away. Straight ahead, I remind her, snapping harshly thanks to the heat building in my blood. She moves forward and I follow, maintaining distance between us. I place the laptop on the steel countertop, careful to keep it within my line of sight. The kitchen is far from homely, industrial grade, enough space to prepare meals for a dozen men. "So you think you can cook better than me?" I say, moving toward the massive refrigerator. It's not a question. Melania follows, keeping a careful distance. "Based on what you served this morning, a child could cook better than you." The corner of my mouth twitches. Her sharp tongue should irritate me, but I find myself fighting back amusement. She's not wrong. I pull open the refrigerator door, revealing shelves stocked with fresh produce, meats, and dairy. Ettore had arranged a delivery, ensuring I wouldn't need to leave the safe house. "Show me what you can do with this," I challenge, stepping aside to give her access while remaining close enough to block any potential escape attempt. Melania steps forward, her eyes scanning the contents. She's standing close enough that I catch the scent of her, something soft and floral. She leans in, examining the contents more carefully, her hair falling forward. Her fingers tap thoughtfully against her thigh as she considers the options. "Well?" I prompt when her silence stretches too long. Melania straightens and turns to face me. We're standing closer than I realized, and she takes a small step back, almost a stumble. She rights herself and blurts out an offer. "There's eggs, pancetta, parmesan. I can make pasta alla carbonara." Her eyes glide to mine, gauging my reaction. For a moment, neither of us moves. Neither of us speaks. The electricity in the air has to be leaking from the refrigerator. Then the alarm goes off, signaling the door is open and both of us startle. I step back, giving her space. "Carbonara it is. Show me what you've got, princess." Melania raises an eyebrow at me. "I'm not cooking on my own," she says, crossing her arms over her chest. "If you want dinner, you're helping me make it." "That wasn't the arrangement," I grunt. "Last I checked, I'm your prisoner, not your domestic goddess." Christ, she's a feisty one. And those crossed arms, coddling her full tits, are enough to make me lose what sanity I'm holding on to. "And you can consider it the perfect time for a cooking lesson." She tilts her head, studying me. "In case you're ever stuck with a princess who also doesn't know how to cook." I move closer, deliberately invading her space until she has to tilt her head back to maintain eye contact. Why would I waste time learning to cook when I can pay people to do it for me? The way I prefer to do everything. She gulps at that but doesn't back away. Because sometimes you can't rely on people even if you toss money in their lap. Like now. Our eyes are bolted together in silent battle. Neither of us can forget that I'm the captor, but that she offered me more money than most will ever see to give her what she wanted. I could easily shut this down, remind her of her current position, but her hot-blooded challenge and fiery tongue have me intrigued. "Fine," I concede, stepping back. "But I'm only doing this so we can get back to work faster." A hint of triumph flashes in her eyes. "Fill a pot with water and put it on to boil," she instructs, turning to gather ingredients from the refrigerator. I grab a large pot from beneath the counter and fill it at the sink, watching her from the corner of my eye as she moves around the kitchen with surprising confidence. For someone raised with servants, she seems comfortable in this space. "Add salt to the water," she says, placing pancetta, eggs, and cheese on the counter. "A lot of it. The pasta water should taste like the sea." I do as she says, somewhat perplexed by the way she looked at me, and the tip of her tongue slid across her lip when she mentioned the sea salt.
Chapter 10. Melania. I focus on chopping the pancetta, giving my hand something to do besides twist my mother's ring. "Carbonara is simple, but it's easy to mess up," I say, breaking the silence that hangs between us. The kitchen feels too quiet, the hum of the refrigerator and bubbling water not enough to fill the space. I've always needed conversation or music while cooking, Silence makes my thoughts too loud. I feel the knife's weight in my hand. We need to grate the parmesan and beat it into the eggs. Alessio stands against the counter, arms crossed. His gaze follows each movement of the knife. You can do more than boil water, I'm certain of it, I snap. He stands there like a stubborn dog refusing to take direction. For a moment I think he'll refuse, then he pushes off the counter, moving with predatory grace that makes my pulse quicken. He pulls the grater in the third drawer he checks, then picks up the huge block of parmesan. How much? He asks. About a cup. Grated fine, I reply, getting back to dicing the pancetta. The knife makes a satisfying thud against the cutting board. My mother taught me this recipe when I was 12. She said every Italian should know how to make proper carbonara. I don't know why I'm sharing this with him. Maybe because cooking always makes me think of her, or maybe because the silence feels too heavy, as is the way he keeps his eyes fixed on the knife, like he thinks I may lunge at him. Alessio positions himself at the counter beside me, close enough that our elbows nearly touch. You're gripping that cheese too hard, I observe his white-knuckled hold on the block. You'll make it start to sweat, I tease, loving how a befuddled twinge passes through the bulge of muscle in his bicep. And then what will you do with it? His eyes bat up to mine and flare with heat. There's a soft glisten of sweat on his brow, and when one of his glossy black curls sticks to his forehead, I have the strangest urge to curl it back around my finger. My provocative retort hangs between us for a beat, then another, and the boiling water sends steam floating around us like a miasma. Like this? He breaks the moment brusquely, turning back to the task. I nod, returning to the pancetta. Perfect, see? Not so difficult. Why is disappointment spiraling through my chest? I toss the pasta into the boiling water, the familiar ritual steadying my hands. Your mother taught you well, he comments. What happened to her? My hand freezes mid-motion. I look up at him, studying his face. You must know what happened to her. I'm sure your file on me is quite thorough. Alessio's dark eyes hold mine, unwavering. That's not what I meant, he says. I know she died when you were 16, cancer. I know the facts. What I don't know is who she was to you. I turn back to the pasta, adding more salt, which is definitely more than necessary. She was... I begin, then stop, searching for words that don't feel inadequate. She was the only one who saw me, really saw me. Alessio remains silent, waiting for more. Something about his stillness makes me continue. She used to sneak into my room at night with books my father would never approve of. Philosophy, feminist theory, computer science. She'd say, "Your mind is your greatest weapon, cara mia. Never let anyone take that from you." The memory makes my heart force its way up into my throat. I focus on sliding pancetta into the hot pan where it sizzles and fills the kitchen with a rich aroma. She taught me to cook because she said it was freedom. Even in the smallest kitchen, you can create something that is entirely yours. She protected me from my father's world as much as she could. I stir the pancetta, watching the edges crisp. When she got sick, everything changed. My father became more controlling. It was like he'd been waiting for her influence to be gone. I look up to find Alessio watching me with an intensity that makes my skin prickle with warmth that I tell myself is due to the sizzling pan. The day before she died, she gave me this ring. I hold up my right hand, showing the thin gold band. She made me promise I would never let my father decide for me who I am. Alessio's expression has softened slightly, though his posture remains rigid. What about your family? I ask, the question slipping out before I can reconsider. You know all about mine, but I know nothing about yours. He stiffens and slams down the grater. For a moment, I think he'll ignore the question entirely. I turn back to stir the pancetta. My brother would behave the same way. Leonardo shuts down completely when asked about himself. It's like pulling teeth to get even the smallest personal detail. Alessio's dark eyes meet mine, and to my surprise, he answers. My father was killed when I was 14. Territory dispute. His voice is flat, stripped of emotion. My mother still lives in Naples. I call her on Sundays. He returns to grating cheese, his movements mechanical. She wanted me to be a doctor, not Damiano Ferretti's right hand. I finish for him. Yes. His fingers almost gouge the cheese, but I keep quiet. She knows what I do, but we don't talk about it. Better that way. I watch him work, noting how his shoulders are flexing through the fabric of his shirt, how carefully he's controlling his expression. Any siblings? I press, testing the boundaries. No. He bangs the grater down with finality. That's enough. I don't talk about my family. But he just did. I realize he's shared more than I expected, perhaps more than he intended. I turn back to the stove, hiding my surprise. His tone makes it clear the conversation about his family is over, but I can't help wondering about the boy who lost his father at 14, whose mother wanted him to heal rather than harm. I crack the eggs into a bowl, whisking them, then reaching for the grated cheese. 2 more minutes for the pasta to finish cooking, I say, confirming that the subject is dropped.
Alessio, I never talk about my family. Not to anyone. Not even Damiano knows more than the bare facts about my mother. Yet here I am, telling Antonio Lombardi's daughter about Sunday phone calls and my mother's disappointed dreams. What the fuck is wrong with me? Melania turns back to the stove, focusing on the pasta. Her profile is soft in the kitchen light. The scent of pancetta fills the kitchen, making my stomach growl. "Can you get 2 dishes?" she asks. I retrieve 2 white plates from the cabinet, setting them on the counter beside her. She tests the pasta, nodding with satisfaction before draining it. "The trick is to add some of the pasta water to the sauce," she explains, moving with practiced efficiency. "It helps bind it." I stand back, giving her space as she combines the ingredients in the pan. The eggs transform into a silky coating that clings to the pasta. No recipe, no measurements, just instinct and memory. She serves the carbonara with a flourish, a small smile playing at her lips. She looks genuinely pleased, almost happy. The expression transforms her face entirely. "Do you want something to drink?" I ask. Her eyes flick up to mine. "Just water is fine. I've still got a lot of work to do." I can't help the slight twist of my lips. We don't actually have a choice. But I had to ask. A small laugh escapes her, the first I've heard. It's brief, barely there. "Of course." She shakes her head slightly. "Why would the kidnapper's kitchen have a wine selection?" "There's whiskey," I offer, surprising myself again. "Macallan 25. "Water is fine," she repeats. I fill 2 glasses from the refrigerator dispenser. We sit across from each other. She takes a bite, closing her eyes briefly as she tastes it. Her look of pleasure sends hurricane twists through my chest. I force myself to look down, focusing on my own plate. The pasta is perfect, rich and creamy without being heavy. Nothing like the disaster I'd created for breakfast. "It's good," I say, the understatement hanging between us. Melania looks up, her fork paused midway to her mouth. "Good? That's all you have to say?" She arches an eyebrow. "This is perfection on a plate, Alessio." I shrug, fighting the urge to smile. "Okay, it's very good." She rolls her eyes and takes another bite. This time she closes her eyes and makes a sound, a soft moan of pleasure that travels straight through me, igniting something primal. Fuck. I reach for my water glass, draining half of it in one long swallow. My throat suddenly feels like sandpaper. "Do you always do that?" I ask, my voice rougher than intended. "Do what?" She looks genuinely confused. "Make those lascivious noises. When you eat." Her cheeks flush pink, the color spreading down her neck. She sets her fork down carefully. I usually eat alone," she admits, not meeting my eyes, "since I got back from London. I forget sometimes that someone might hear me." She glances up, embarrassment clear on her face. I'm sorry. I shouldn't find her embarrassment endearing. I shouldn't find anything about her endearing. No need to apologize, I say, with a husk. It's actually the best noise I've heard in a while. Now her eyes snap to mine, widening and sparking. For a moment, neither of us moves. The air between us feels charged, and this time, I can't blame the fridge. She stares at me, lips parted slightly, before dropping her gaze back to her plate. Without another word, she returns to her food, but the flush remains on her cheeks. I will my attention to my own plate once more, but my mind keeps replaying that sound. I've heard women moan before, staged performances designed to stroke my ego. This was different, unguarded, real, and far more dangerous because of it.
Melania. I can't look at him, not after that. My face burns hot enough to fry the pancetta all over again. The carbonara that tasted so perfect moments ago now sticks in my throat as I try to swallow past the knot forming there. It's the best noise I've heard in a while. His voice had dropped to a sensuous rumble that vibrated through my chest and settled low in my belly. The way his eyes had darkened when he said it. That wasn't the look of a captor to his prisoner. That was something else entirely. Something I shouldn't want. I force another bite of pasta into my mouth, careful to remain silent this time. The food has lost its flavor, but I chew mechanically, desperate for any distraction. What's wrong with me? I'm abducted and held against my will, then I'm... What? Blushing because my captor relished the filthy sounds I make while eating? I risk flicking a glance up. Alessio's gaze remains fixed on his plate, but his jaw is tight, a muscle twitching beneath the dark stubble. His shoulders stretch his black t-shirts, broad enough to fill the widest doorframe. I'd noticed it earlier when he reached for the pepper, how the fabric pulled taut across his back to reveal the outline of muscles honed through violence, not vanity. Those hands now delicately holding silverware have calluses that I felt when our fingers brushed during the meal prep. Trigger calluses, fighter's hands. My gaze is fixed to his face. The stubble along his jaw isn't the crafted type that men sport in fashion magazines. It's several days of growth that darkens his already severe features, making the cut of his cheekbones more pronounced. His mouth, usually set in a hard line, loosens as he takes another bite. The same mouth just delivered words that made my stomach flip. When his eyes dart up suddenly, catching me staring, I jerk my gaze back down to my plate. But the lump in my throat prevents swallowing. Heat crawls up my neck as I stab at a piece of pancetta. I can feel him watching my confusion, the weight of his close attention heavy across the table. The pasta will get cold, he says. I nod without looking up, forcing another bite and keeping my eyes firmly fixed on the food.
Chapter 11. Alessio. We finish eating in lumbering silence. When she stands to clear the dishes, I rise too quickly, nearly knocking over my chair. "I'll help," I bluster. She gives a stiff nod, carrying her plate to the sink. I follow with mine, making sure to keep a significant distance. Our bodies move in an awkward dance as we rinse the plates and load them into the dishwasher. Her fingers brush mine as she takes a fork from my hand, and I feel the contact like an electric shock. "The soap is under the sink," I say. She crouches down to find it, and I step back, running a hand through my hair. What the fuck is wrong with me? "Found it," she says, rising with the detergent pod. She drops it into the compartment and closes the dishwasher. When she turns, her eyes meet mine for the first time since that moment at the table. "I'd like to take a bath before I continue with the USB drive," she says. "Fine," I say. I grab the laptop and follow her out of the kitchen, making sure to focus on each wooden step and definitely not her round ass. "I'll be in my room until you're done," I tell her when we reach the top of the stairs. I gesture toward the door at the end of the hallway. "I'll come in half an hour." "Okay," she says. I watch her walk to her room, then wait until the door closes behind her. I don't bother locking it. The entire house is secured. Windows reinforced, doors equipped with biometric locks, perimeter sensors active. Besides, I can monitor her movements through the security system if needed. Rather than my bedroom, I enter the control room and close the door behind me, placing the laptop on the desk. The surveillance feed from Melania's room flickers on the monitor. She disappears into the bathroom. I'm scrolling through messages from Noah about Antonio Lombardi's movements when movement on the screen catches my attention. Melania has emerged from the bathroom after barely 2 minutes, a white towel wrapped tightly around her body. She moves to the closet, pulling open the doors. Fuck. I didn't think about a change of clothes. Of course I didn't. We grabbed her from her wedding with nothing but what she was wearing and had in her bag. The safe house isn't stocked with women's clothing. It's a functional space for operations, not a hotel. On screen, her frustration is evident as she slams the closet door shut. She stands in the middle of the room, clutching the towel to her chest, her wet hair dripping down her back. I rise from my chair, grabbing my phone and heading for the closet in my bedroom. All I find is a stack of my black t-shirts. They'll swallow her petite form, but they're better than nothing. At her door, I knock twice, hard but not threatening. Melania, I call. I have clothes. There's silence, then her voice, closer to the door than I expected. That would be helpful. When she opens the door, she's still enveloped in the towel. I thrust the tea toward her, keeping my eyes locked on her face. This will have to do for now. Her fingers brush mine as she takes the shirt, and I inhale hard to repress the spark of the contact. How did you know I was looking for clothes? Her eyes narrow, that deeply distrustful look returning. Might as well be direct. Security cameras. Her face flushes pink and she clutches the fabric, almost wringing it out like a rag in her indignation. You've been watching me? Her voice rises. In my private space? Of course. I lean against the doorframe, crossing my arms with an arrogance I regret. What kind of kidnapper would I be otherwise? Her mouth clamps and I see her mind spinning, no doubt figuring out every revealing second captured on camera. The bathroom doesn't have cameras, I add, attempting to quash my smugness. You have privacy there. The relaxes slightly, relief washing over her face before she can mask it. She's not as good at hiding her emotions as she thinks. I turn to leave, but her voice stops me. Thank you, she says stiffly, for the dress. She's unfurled my tee and is holding it up. The size against her does make it seem like a full-length garment. More like a moo-moo, I quip. And finally a smile cracks those delicious-looking lips. I can't drag my eyes away from her standing there dripping on the hardwood floor, somehow looking both vulnerable and defiant. Suddenly I see beyond Antonio Lombardi's daughter, beyond the captive I'm supposed to be guarding. I just see her, Melania. 30 minutes, I remind her, rougher than I meant. She nods and closes the door. I return to the control room, dropping into the chair with a heavy sigh. The security feed shows Melania's empty bedroom. She's in the bathroom. Good. I need a fucking minute to get my head straight. I grab my phone and dial Damiano. Alessio, he answers on the second ring. We've made progress, I say. She's cracked the first security layer on the USB. We can access the basic system now. And? And now we start unlocking the files one by one. It's going to take time. Military-grade encryption with multiple authentication layers. Damiano curses under his breath. How much time? She says at least a week for full access, maybe longer. We don't have a week, Alessio. His voice drops, that dangerous tone that means he's truly pissed. Antonio and Raymond are tearing the city apart looking for her. They've got cops, private security, everyone with a fucking badge searching. 2 of my properties have already been trashed. Shit. I lean forward, elbows on my knees. But this is delicate work. Push her too hard and we risk corrupting the data. What about what we've already accessed? Anything useful? Not yet. Just the outer shell of the system. Silence stretches between us. I can almost see him pacing in his office, that predatory movement whenever he's strategizing. I need information the moment you find anything, he says. Anything we can use. Understood. The phone goes dead. I toss the phone onto the desk and lean back in the chair, dragging a hand down my face. The muscles in my shoulders ache from tension I hadn't realized I was carrying. We've got hours of work ahead. Days, maybe. And I'm already feeling all kinds of strain.
Melania. I sink into the bath, letting the hot water rise to my collarbones. The tension in my muscles melts away, and for the first time since my abduction, I feel something close to peace. My mother always said a hot bath could solve half of life's problems. The other half required good wine and better friends. I smile at the memory, dancing over the water with my fingertips. After more than 24 hours without cleansing, this feels like heaven. I've always been fastidious about cleanliness, a trait my father called delicate sensibilities with thinly veiled contempt. But the sensation of being unwashed makes my skin crawl, especially in the unusual warmth we've been having for mid-spring. The safe house maintains the perfect temperature, thankfully. Not too cold, not too warm, unlike the sticky heat building outside. I close my eyes and slide down until the water covers my shoulders, my neck, the back of my head. Only my face remains above the surface. For a moment, I pretend I'm somewhere else, not captive, not running, just being. The knowledge that cameras monitor my every move outside this bathroom makes my nerves prickle despite the soothing water. This bathroom is my only sanctuary now, the only place I can let my guard down completely. I lift my leg, watching water roll down my skin. I've always loved summer, the brightness, the freedom, the promise of it. But I hate the constant battle against sweat and stickiness. My friends in London used to tease me about my princessy problems, but they didn't understand. It wasn't vanity. It was the feeling of being trapped in my own skin, unable to escape the discomfort. Like now, trapped in a different way. I reach for the shampoo on the edge of the tub. It's nothing like my usual products, some generic brand that smells vaguely of artificial flowers. But right now, it might as well be liquid gold. I work it through my hair, massaging my scalp, and for a brief moment, everything else fades away. Just this. Just now. Just clean. I pull myself from the bath reluctantly, knowing there's work waiting. Real work. The kind that makes my fingertips tingle and my mind power up with pure energy. The USB drive calls to me like a siren song. Wrapping a towel around my body, I catch my reflection in the mirror. My wet hair hangs in dark ropes down my back, and my eyes look sharper, more focused. This is the version of me that comes alive when I'm cracking a security system. The rush of hacking has always been my secret addiction. I remember the first time I felt it, 15 years old, watching some B-grade thriller about the dark web. The protagonist, a woman with neon-streaked hair and impossibly fast typing skills, had broken into a government database in under 3 minutes. Pure fantasy, of course. Real hacking is methodical, patient work. But something about her power to access forbidden knowledge lit a fire in me. I twist my mother's ring, thinking of the irony, the daughter of Antonio Lombardi, desperate to access illegal information, as if I hadn't been surrounded by illegality my entire life. But drugs, clubs, money laundering, those were the acceptable family businesses. The necessary evils of power. Never this. Never stealing people's organs. Never trafficking children. I drop the towel and pull on the clothes Alessio provided. The t-shirt falls over my thighs and smells faintly of something distinctly male that I refuse to analyze. My hands shake slightly as I dry my hair with the towel. Not from fear, but anticipation. The same tremor I get before breaking through a particularly difficult firewall. I'd been so naive. Believing that my father's empire stopped at certain moral boundaries, that power had limits, that evil had lines it wouldn't cross. Part of me hates myself for that blindness, for the privilege of ignorance while people disappeared, their bodies harvested like crops. Mothers lost children, children lost parents, lives erased for profit. The adrenaline surging through me now isn't just about the technical challenge, it's about justice. It's about using the very skills my father would despise to bring down his bloody empire. I take a deep breath, steadying myself. Raymond and my father think they're untouchable. They've never faced someone who understands both their world and the digital one. They've never faced me. I step out of the bathroom, still towel drying my hair. The bedroom is empty. I sit on the edge of the bed and continue working the towel through my damp strands, squeezing out excess moisture. I've never used blow dryers or straighteners, too much risk of damage. My mother taught me to care for my hair naturally, using oils and gentle treatments instead of heat. The result is glossy hair that stylists always comment on, but it comes with drawbacks. I remember catching a terrible flu last winter after leaving my London flat with wet hair during a particularly cold snap. I smile at the memory, though it fades quickly. Those simple days feel like they belong to someone else now. Water trickles down my neck and I shiver slightly, working the towel more vigorously. I move to sit in the middle of the bed just as the door suddenly opens. Alessio steps in, his powerful frame filling the space. His eyes immediately find mine, then slide briefly to the exposed shoulder where the t-shirt has slipped down. I ought to cover my skin, but I don't, and I don't have a clue why.
Chapter 12. Alessio. I step into the room and freeze. Fuck me. Melania sits on the bed, working a towel through her wet hair. A stretch of her skin is exposed that looks soft as silk. My shirt swims on her pert frame, making her look more vulnerable and more bewitching at the same time. Something primal and possessive claws through my chest. The sight of her wearing my clothes sears through me like a cowboy's brand. Mine. The word pierces my consciousness before I can shut it down. She looks up, her eyes catching mine. Neither of us moves. Water droplets slide down her neck, disappearing beneath the collar of my shirt. I follow their path, imagining where they end up. Cazzo. What the fuck is wrong with me? Have I forgotten she's Antonio Lombardi's daughter? But seeing her wrapped in fabric that belongs to me, that must carry my scent, triggers something I've never felt before. A visceral need to keep her this way. In my clothes. In my space. She can't be allowed to wear anything else from now on. The thought is so ridiculous, so unlike me, that I nearly laugh. But there's nothing funny about the heat coursing through my veins. Melania clambers off the bed, looking for a spot to hang the towel. My t-shirt clings to the back of her lightly damp body, allowing her ass to show up like the protagonist in this entire fucking room. My mouth goes dry. The fabric hugs her in ways that make it impossible not to look, not to imagine my hands replacing the cotton. I clear my throat, the sound harsh in the quiet room. We need to start. She turns to me and nods, hanging the towel over a chair back before moving to the bed. She takes the laptop from my hand and settles back against the headboard, bare legs stretched out in front of her. I'm going to make some coffee, I say. Do you need one? I'd love one, yes. She tucks a strand of damp hair behind her ear. If I don't have caffeine soon, I'm likely to fall asleep. I nod stiffly and turn toward the door, desperate to get away to the sanctuary of the kitchen. I step into the hallway and pull the door firmly shut behind me. The air is cool, and I realize how hot the bedroom has become. Or maybe it's just me burning up from the inside out. I take the stairs down to the kitchen 2 at a time, putting distance between myself and the woman who's doing something to me in ways no one ever has before. My body feels like a live wire, electricity running through every muscle, every nerve ending. I brace my hands against the kitchen counter and drop my head, dragging in deep breaths. This is fucking insane. She's a job, the last woman on earth I should be thinking about this way. I push off the counter and move to the coffee maker with determined steps. The routine of measuring grounds, filling the water reservoir, and setting up cups gives my hands something to do besides imagining the feel of her skin. The coffee maker hisses to life and I lean against the counter, waiting. I need to get my shit together before I go back upstairs. This isn't me. I don't lose control. I don't let women affect me this way. But as the rich aroma of brewing coffee fills the kitchen, all I can think about is how she'll look taking that first sip, the way her lips will part, the moaning sound she might emit, like she made while eating. Merda, this is going to be a long night. I return to the bedroom, 2 steaming mugs in hand. The scent of fresh coffee fills the air as I push the door open with my shoulder. Melania doesn't look up when I enter. She's hunched over the laptop, fingers flying across the keyboard. The glow from the screen illuminates her features in the dimming light. I place her coffee on the nightstand, careful not to spill it. "Thanks," she murmurs, but her eyes never leave the screen. Her fingers continue their relentless dance across the keys, typing lines of code I don't understand. She's completely absorbed in her work, lost in a world of numbers and commands that might as well be a foreign language to me. I settle into the chair across from the bed, stretching my legs out in front of me. From this angle, I can watch her without being obvious. The intensity in her eyes as she works is something to behold. I take a sip of coffee, letting the warmth spread through my chest. I put the coffee on the floor beside me. The chair is surprisingly comfortable as I lean back. The soft clicking of keys becomes almost hypnotic, a rhythm that fills the quiet room. My eyelids grow heavy despite the caffeine. I fight it at first, determined to keep watch. But the warmth of the room and the steady sound of Melania's typing lulls me towards sleep. I'll rest my eyes for just a moment. The weight of the day settles over me like a blanket, and before I can stop it, my eyes close completely.
Melania. The steady rhythm of Alessio's breathing fills the room as I work. I glance up from my laptop, my eyes tired from staring at the screen for so long. 2 hours have passed since he first dozed off in that chair. I can't help but smile at the sight of him. His head tilted to one side, mouth slightly open, one arm dangling off the armrest. The fearsome right-hand man of Damiano Ferretti, completely defenseless in sleep. A quiet laugh nearly escapes my lips. It's almost comical. This man who radiates danger when awake looks so normal now. If someone walked in and saw him like this, they might mistake him for a teacher exhausted after grading papers, or maybe a veterinarian who worked a long rescue mission. The harsh lines of his face have softened, his perpetual scowl replaced by a peaceful countenance. Even the stubble that usually makes him look formidable makes him appear more vulnerable now. I shake my head, returning my attention to the screen. My fingers resume their dance across the keyboard. The second layer of Raymond's security system is proving even more complex than I anticipated. Military-grade encryption wasn't an exaggeration. Whoever designed this system knew what they were doing. I've been mapping the authentication protocols, looking for weaknesses in the system architecture. There's always a backdoor, always a vulnerability. I just need to find it. I roll my shoulders, trying to work out the stiffness. Hours of hunching over a laptop have left my neck and back aching. I stretch my arms above my head, careful not to make noise that might wake my sleeping captor. The coffee Alessio brought me sits empty. I could use another one, but I'm not about to risk waking him by trying to sneak downstairs. Besides, I'm making progress. Slow progress, but progress nonetheless. I stretch my neck again, fighting through the dull ache that settled between my shoulder blades. The code on the screen blurs slightly as I stare at it too long. Something feels off. I exhale loudly, a frustrated sigh escaping before I can stop it. Alessio jerks awake instantly, his body snapping to attention before his eyes are even fully open. His hand reaches instinctively toward his waistband before his gaze focuses on me. What? What's going on? His voice is rough with sleep but alert, eyes scanning the room for threats. Nothing urgent, I think I'm seeing some anomalies in the code, but I can't tell if I'm being paranoid or not. He pushes himself up from the chair, rubbing a hand over his face before stepping closer. What the hell do you mean by anomalies? It's all the same fucking gibberish to me. A laugh bubbles up from my chest, unexpected and genuine. Apparently not the same, since you've been asleep for the past 2 hours while I've been working through it. He stops directly beside me, close enough that I can smell the coffee on his breath and the faint scent of his cologne. Too close. The mattress dips as he supports himself to lean over to look at my screen. Show me, he demands. I turn to face him properly, suddenly aware of how little space exists between us. His eyes, dark and intense, lock with mine. The laughter dies in my throat as a chemical combustion passes between us. His gaze slides down to my mouth, lingering there with an intensity that makes my pulse thunder in my ears. I can't help but glance at his lips too, full, with a defined Cupid's bow, the bottom one much fuller than the top. Is he leaning closer? The space between us seems to shrink by millimeters. My breath catches as I realize he's definitely moving toward me, his eyes hooded, his expression unreadable except for the unmistakable heat. I know he's going to. A shrill alarm cuts through the tension, making us both jump. Alessio jerks back like he's been scalded, his expression shifting instantly from whatever that was to cold professional alertness. Cazzo! What is this? What's happening? My heart slams against my lungs as the blaring continues. Alessio doesn't answer. Instead, he grabs the laptop, yanking the charger from the wall. His movements are fluid, precise. A man who's practiced emergency exits too many times to count. He seizes my hand, his grip hard but not painful. Someone's fucking come for us. We need to move. Now! The urgency in his voice sends ice through my veins. I don't question him. Don't hesitate. I'm on my feet instantly as he pulls me toward the door. In another room, he releases my hand only long enough to grab a duffel bag from under the bed. He shoves the laptop and charger into my arms, then pulls out another gun, larger than the one at his waist, checking it with mechanical efficiency before tucking it into his waistband. Car keys jingle as he snatches them from a hook by the door. Follow my lead, he instructs, voice deadly calm despite the chaos. We don't have time for questions or mistakes. You do exactly what I say when I say it. Understand? I nod, unable to find my voice. Terror claws at my throat, but I force it down. Panic is a luxury I can't afford right now. Alessio's hand finds mine, guiding me toward the spiral staircase. We descend quickly, my bare feet silent on the steps. The alarm continues its relentless screech, making it impossible to hear if anyone else is in the building. When we reach the kitchen, Alessio positions himself between me and the door, his body a human shield. He moves with predatory grace, checking sight lines before motioning me forward. Stay close, he murmurs, barely audible above the alarm. We slip through the back door into the humid night air. A sleek black car waits in the shadows. Alessio opens the passenger door, practically lifting me inside before rounding the hood and sliding behind the wheel. Put on your seatbelt and hold on to something, he orders, jamming the key into the ignition. The engine roars to life, a deep, powerful sound that vibrates through the entire vehicle. I fumble with the seatbelt, my fingers clumsy with adrenaline, finally managing to click it into place. My right hand grips the door handle tight. My left hand clasps the laptop to my chest.
Chapter 13. Alessio. The Maserati Quattroporte roars to life the second I turn the ignition, its engine pulling with barely restrained power. My left hand grips the wheel while my right holds the Beretta, eyes scanning the mirrors for any movement. The car's leather interior still smells new. A fucking waste if we have to abandon it after tonight. Not that we fucking care about a car or its cost. Hold on, I command, not looking at Melania as I slam the car into reverse. Her breathing comes in short, panicked bursts beside me. I can practically taste her fear in the confined space, the rapid rise and fall of her chest, the way her fingers clutch the laptop like it's a lifeline. Good. Fear keeps people sharp, keeps them alive. I whip the car around, tires screaming against asphalt as we face the opposite direction from where our unwelcome visitors are approaching. The perimeter sensors were triggered at the east entrance, which means we head west, fast. Who is it? Melania asks, her voice surprisingly steady despite her shallow breathing. Doesn't fucking matter right now, I respond, tucking the gun back into my waistband to grip the gear shift. Could be your father's men. Could be Raymond's. Could be the fucking pizza delivery guy making a wrong turn. We're not sticking around to find out. The Maserati leaps forward as I floor the accelerator, pinning us both against our seats. The safe house disappears in the rear view, swallowed by darkness. The road ahead stretches empty, but that won't last long. My eyes flick to the mirror again. Two sets of headlights appear behind us. A car and a motorcycle, moving fast. Too fast to be coincidence. We have company, I mutter, pushing the Maserati harder. The engine's purr deepens to a roar. 2 vehicles on our tail. Melania twists in her seat to look behind us. "Don't move," I snap, reaching across to push her back into position. "Keep your head down and your seatbelt secure." The motorcycle gains ground, its single headlight growing larger in the mirror. With better acceleration and more maneuverability than our car, it'll reach us first. The other car isn't far behind. "Merda," I growl, swerving around a curve in the road. The Maserati hugs the pavement, its handling impeccable even at this speed. I push it harder, feeling the car respond beneath my hands like a living thing. I grip the wheel tighter as movement flashes in my peripheral vision. The motorcycle approaches from the right side, gaining on us with alarming speed. Fuck. The sleek black bike weaves through the narrow space between us and the guardrail, its rider hunched low over the handlebars. "Alessio!" Melania starts, her voice tight with panic. "I see it." I cut her off, my eyes darting between the road ahead and the rear view. The motorcycle pulls alongside us, and I catch the glint of metal as the passenger raises his arm. A gun, pointed directly at Melania's head through the window. These fuckers aren't here to bring her back alive. "Get down!" I shout, cranking the wheel sharply to the right. The Maserati slams into the motorcycle with a sickening crunch of metal on metal. The bike skids sideways, its riders thrown. A gunshot cracks through the air as the weapon discharges. The bullet punches through the rear door with a metallic thud. Melania screams, her hands flying up to cover her. "Lower your fucking head," I growl, pushing her down with one hand while steering with the other. "Stay down." The motorcycle tumbles away behind us, but my momentary satisfaction evaporates as headlights flood the interior of our car. The second vehicle, a sleek black Audi, closes the distance I created, its engine howling as it gains on us. Another fast car. Professional pursuit team, not amateur muscle. The Audi's almost on our bumper now, close enough that I can make out the silhouette of the driver. Fucking bastards. The engine of the Maserati roars as I push it harder. The Audi slams into our bumper with bone-jarring force. Metal screams against metal as our car fishtails wildly. I fight the wheel, muscles straining, but physics wins. The Maserati spins like a fucking top, tires shrieking against asphalt. "Alessio!" Melania screams, her voice cutting through the chaos. The world blurs into streaks of light and shadow as we spin. 1 rotation, 2, 3. My teeth clench so hard my jaw might snap. The laptop slides from Melania's grip, crashing against the dashboard. When we finally stop, the car sits sideways across the road. The Audi hasn't fared better. It spun out 30 yards ahead, its front end crumpled against the guardrail. "Stay down," I snarl. "Don't fucking move." I don't wait for her response. Time is measured in heartbeats now. In the space of 3, I've thrown open my door and rolled out onto the pavement, gun raised. The Audi's driver staggers from his vehicle, disoriented but reaching for something at his waist. I don't give him the chance. 3 shots punch, finding their target with precision aim. The driver jerks backward, then collapses in a heap beside his open door. "Alessio, on the left!" Melania's voice tears through the night. I spin just as a flash of movement catches my eye. The passenger from the Audi, on the ground but alive, gun raised. The muzzle flashes once, twice. I dive for cover behind our car, feeling a searing heat tear across my left bicep. Cazzo! The burn spreads like liquid fire through my arm, but I push the pain down, lock it away. No time for that shit now. I grab my backup piece from the ankle holster with my right hand. Now armed with 2 guns, I rise just enough to return fire over the hood of the Maserati. The passenger ducks behind the Audi's trunk. We exchange shots, the crack of gunfire echoing off the surrounding trees. I advance in quick bursts, moving closer to our car, keeping my body low. Blood soaks my sleeve, hot and sticky, but the arm still functions. That's all that matters. A bullet pings off the pavement near my foot. Another shatters the Maserati's side mirror. I duck behind the Maserati's fender, breathing hard, both guns ready. The shooter behind the Audi keeps firing, but his shots grow more erratic, desperate. Then suddenly silence falls like a settling bomb. My muscles coil tight as I wait for the next shot. Nothing comes. Just the wind whistling through the shattered glass and the distant wail of sirens. Fuck, I mutter, counting seconds in my head. 10 pass with no movement. I risk a glance around the bumper. The shooter lies motionless beside the Audi, half hidden in shadow. Blood pools black on the asphalt beneath him. No time to confirm. The sirens grow louder. I holster one gun and keep the other ready as I sprint back to the driver's side, yanking the door open. Melania's curled in her seat, the laptop clutched against her chest, eyes wide with terror. I slide behind the wheel. My wounded arm screams in protest as I grip the steering wheel, blood soaking through my sleeve and dripping onto my jeans. No options. We need to go. Now. The engine sputters once, twice before roaring back to life. Metal groans as I force the damaged car into gear, tires spinning before finding purchase on the blood-slicked pavement. "Oh my God," Melania whispers beside me, her voice thin and reedy. "Oh my God, oh my God." Her entire body trembles, fine tremors that shake the laptop in her white-knuckled grip. "You're bleeding." There's blood everywhere. "Breathe," I tell her, not taking my eyes off the road as I push the almost wrecked Maserati to its limits. The car pulls slightly to the right, alignment fucked from the impact, but it's still drivable. Deep breaths. In through your nose, out through your mouth. "They were going to kill us," she says, her voice cracking. "Not capture. Kill." Yes. No point lying to her. They don't want you back. They want you silenced. Her breathing comes in shallow gasps, the beginning of panic. I need her operational, not hysterical. "Melania." I say her name sharply, cutting through her spiral. "Focus. Are you hurt?" She shakes her head, still trembling. No. Just, oh God." "Good. Now breathe and get it together. We're not dead yet." The Maserati tears down the empty road, putting distance between us and the wreckage behind. Blood continues to seep from my arm, but the wound is superficial. A graze, nothing more. It can wait. I glance at Melania. Her face is ghost white in the dashboard lights, but her breathing has steadied somewhat. She's in shock, but holding it together now. Tough little thing. "They found us," she whispers.
Melania. The Maserati's engine hums as we race through the night. 10 minutes pass in suffocating silence. The only sounds are Alessio's controlled breathing. "Did they find us through the USB?" Alessio finally asks, his voice tight with pain. My stomach drops as realization washes over me. "Yes," I whisper, the word barely audible. "I underestimated Raymond." Alessio's jaw tightens as he takes a sharp turn, the car's damaged alignment making the steering wheel fight against his grip. "I never thought he'd use government resources to hack me back," I continue, the words tumbling out faster now. "I thought he wouldn't risk someone seeing what he hides on that drive. But then again," my voice cracks, "he could just kill anyone who saw it." I twist my mother's ring frantically, spinning it around my finger until the skin underneath turns raw. "I was stupid," I say, self-loathing burning in my chest. So fucking stupid. I should have been more careful. I should have known he'd have backdoor access. I should have. "Blaming someone now won't help," Alessio cuts me off, his voice firm but not unkind. "Not you, not me, not even that bastard Raymond." He glances at me, dark eyes flashing in the dashboard lights. "What we need to focus on is what we're going to do from now on." I take a deep breath, forcing my brain to shift from panic to planning. He's right. Self-recrimination won't save us from the next attack. "I need to rebuild our digital security from scratch," I say, my mind already scrambling through encryption protocols. Different hardware, different approach. Alessio nods, wincing slightly as he adjusts his grip on the wheel. "And the USB? I'll need to create an air-gapped system. Completely isolated. I clutch the laptop tighter. And we need to hide again. Already on it, Alessio says, checking the rearview mirror for the 100th time. But first we need to ditch this car. Alessio reaches into his pocket and pulls out a phone. With one hand still on the wheel, he punches in a number, then puts it on speaker. Damiano, he says the moment the call connects. We've been compromised. Had to take out 4 men. Location? Damiano's voice fills the car, deep and commanding. Moving south on Interstate 95, we need a replacement vehicle. I watch Alessio's face, the way his eyes constantly scan the road ahead and behind us, never stopping. Blood has soaked through his sleeve where the bullet grazed him, a dark stain spreading across the fabric. There's a motel off exit 14, Damiano says. The Blue Pine. I'm sending Matteo to meet you there. Leave the car behind the building and stay hidden until he arrives. Understood, Alessio says. We need laptops, I interject suddenly, leaning toward the phone. At least 3 of them, different makes, nothing traceable. There's a pause on the line. Hello, Melania. Damiano's voice drops an octave, dangerous and smooth. A chill runs down my spine at his tone. You'll have what you requested, he continues. Matteo will take the Maserati. You'll take his car to the secondary location. The warehouse? Alessio asks. Yes, call when you're secure. The line goes dead. Alessio pockets the phone and takes the next exit, following signs for the Blue Pine Motel. We need to treat your wound, I say, eyeing the blood on his arm. First we hide, he responds, his voice leaving no room for argument. Then we deal with this. The weight of guilt presses down on my chest. I'm sorry, I blurt out. This is my fault. I should have been more careful with the USB. Alessio's eyes remain fixed on the road, his thumb briefly tracing his bottom lip before he responds. There's no need to apologize, Melania. But no, he cuts me off firmly. Fill that beautiful mind of yours with ways to keep us secure from now on. That's what matters. Beautiful mind. The unexpected compliment catches me off guard. Not beautiful face or body, my mind. Something warm unfurls in my chest and I twist my mother's ring, suddenly flustered. I turn to study his profile in the dim light from the dashboard. The strong line of his jaw, the intensity in his eyes as he scans the road, the way his hands grip the wheel with controlled power. Something about him pulls at me. A magnetic force I can't explain and don't want to acknowledge. After James' betrayal in London, I convinced myself I was better off alone than letting any man get close enough to hurt me. Well, Alessio turns his head and our eyes lock. The air between us crackles with tension. What? He asks. I break eye contact first. Nothing. I was just thinking. That's all. I turn to face the road ahead, forcing my mind back to the problem at hand.
Chapter 14. Alessio. I guide the damaged Maserati into the Blue Pine Motel's parking lot, scanning the area for any threats. The place is exactly what I expected, run down, dimly lit, and mostly vacant. Perfect for our needs. Stay alert, I tell Melania as I navigate around to the back of the building where shadows provide better cover. I park between a dumpster and an old delivery truck, positioning the car so it's partially hidden from the street. The engine ticks as it cools, the only sound besides Melania's calmed breathing beside me. We need to get out, I say, checking my weapon. Better to have our eyes scanning than be sitting like targets. Melania nods, clutching the laptop to her chest. Take the USB, I instruct her. Leave the laptop in the car. She carefully extracts the drive and slips it somewhere. Fuck, she's still wearing only my tee. Let's go. We exit the car simultaneously, moving into the shadows between the motel and a chain-link fence. I position Melania against the wall, my body angled to shield her while maintaining sight lines in all directions. The night air feels heavy with tension. Every distant car engine makes me tighten my grip on my weapon. Melania remains perfectly still, her breathing measured. She's handling this better than most would. "How's your arm?" she whispers. "Fine," I respond, not taking my eyes off our surroundings. The pain has dulled to a persistent throb, and the bleeding has stopped. Just a graze. 5 minutes pass in strained silence before headlights sweep across the parking lot. A black Audi pulls around back, moving slowly. I push Melania further into the shadows, positioning myself between her and any potential threat. The car stops. A moment later, Matteo emerges, his movements casual but his eyes sharp as they scan the area. I recognize his silhouette immediately. "It's Matteo," I murmur to Melania, feeling her relax slightly against me. Matteo approaches, hands visible. His eyes land on Melania first, assessing her condition before turning to me. His gaze drops to my bloodied sleeve. "You okay, brother?" he asks, nodding toward my arm. "Just a scratch," I confirm. Bleeding stopped. He nods, satisfied with my assessment. "Damiano sent everything you asked for," he says, turning to Melania. 3 laptops, different makes, clean. I guess I should have stopped at Gucci. You didn't have time to dress before the melee." I watch Matteo's eyes scan over Melania, lingering a second too long on her with a hint of a smirk. Something primal flares in my chest. "Get in the car," I tell Melania, my voice deliberately calm. "I'll be there in a minute." She hesitates, glancing between us before nodding and walking toward the Audi. The moment she's out of earshot, I step into Matteo's space, close enough that my words won't carry. "The next time your eyes undress on her like that," I say in a dangerous whisper, "you're going to end up blind." Matteo stares at me for a beat, surprise flickering across his features before he bursts into laughter. "Holy fuck," he wheezes, shoulders shaking. I don't share his amusement. In one swift movement, I cup the back of his neck, yanking our foreheads together like lions establishing dominance, my fingers digging into his skin. Have I made myself understood? My voice is barely audible, each word precise and lethal. Matteo continues laughing, though his body tenses under my grip. "I've fucking understood pretty well," he manages, still chuckling. I release him and step back, tossing him the Maserati keys. "Throw the laptop somewhere it won't be found, then disappear the car." He catches the keys with one hand, his laughter subsiding but amusement still dancing in his eyes. Consider it done. I slide into the driver's seat of the Audi, instantly noting how Melania's scent has already claimed the interior. She sits with perfect posture despite everything, the USB drive clutched in her palm. The engine purrs to life as I start the car, my eyes scanning the mirrors for any sign of pursuit. Nothing yet, but I don't trust this calm. "We need to move," I say, shifting into gear and pulling away from the motel. The tires crunch over loose stone as we exit onto the main road. Melania's fingers drum against her bare thigh, a subtle tell of her anxiety despite her composed face. She glances at the dashboard, then at me. "Would it be all right if we had some music?" she asks, deliberately casual. It helps me relax. I arch an eyebrow, surprised by the request. "Pick whatever you want," I tell her with a shrug. "I don't mind." She reaches for the audio controls, hesitating briefly before selecting a station. A soft piano melody fills the car, something classical. I keep my eyes on the road, but my mind catalogs this new information with ridiculous precision. Melania Lombardi likes classical music when she's anxious. Another detail to add to the growing file in my head. For fuck's sake. I've never cared what anyone likes or why. Women have come and gone from my life without leaving a trace of their preferences in my memory. I couldn't tell you if my last hookup preferred red or white wine, let alone what type of music calmed her nerves. Yet every detail falling from Melania's lips, coffee with 1 sugar, carbonara with extra pepper, classical music when stressed, gets fucking engraved in my brain like scripture. Her preferences feel more important than operational details I've spent years memorizing. The realization irritates me. I'm cataloging her likes and dislikes as if they're critical intelligence, as if knowing exactly how she takes her coffee might save my life someday. Melania adjusts the volume slightly lower, then settles back in her seat. Her eyes close briefly as she inhales deeply, the music visibly easing some tension from her shoulders. I force my attention back to the road, gripping the steering wheel tighter than necessary. This woman is a job, nothing more. So why does my mind treat every fragment of information about her like it's fucking gospel?
Melania. A gentle pressure on my shoulder pulls me back to reality. Melania. His voice almost gentle. We're here. The gentle sway of the car and the soothing notes of Chopin lulled me into an unexpected sleep. My body surrendered to exhaustion despite the adrenaline still coursing through my veins. I blink awake, disoriented. The classical music still plays softly through the speakers. He never changed it. How long was I asleep? My voice comes out raspy. About an hour. Alessio's eyes scan our surroundings, ever vigilant. This is our new location. I straighten up, wiping sleep from my eyes as I get my bearings. We're parked behind what appears to be an abandoned warehouse. The building looms before us, a massive brick structure with boarded windows and walls stained with decades of urban grime. Graffiti marks the exterior like territorial claims, and rust bleeds from metal fixtures like old wounds. Alessio exits first, checking the perimeter before opening my door. The night air hits me with the stench of urban decay, motor oil, garbage, and the metallic tang of pollution. Stay close, he instructs, guiding me toward a rusted side door barely visible in the shadows. The door opens with a reluctant groan. Alessio ushers me inside, locking it behind us. He flicks on a small flashlight, illuminating our path through the cavernous space. My eyes adjust slowly to the darkness. The warehouse interior is mostly empty, a vast concrete floor stretching into shadows, steel support beams rising like sentinels, and high ceilings where pigeons roost among exposed pipes. Our footsteps echo in the emptiness, announcing our presence to the rats that scurry along the walls. This way, Alessio directs, leading me toward the back corner. As we approach, I notice a sectioned-off area, a makeshift living space created with hanging sheets and packing cases. The contrast to our previous safe house is stark. No luxury here, just bare survival. Home, sweet home, I mutter, unable to keep the sarcasm from my voice. Alessio's eyes find mine in the dim light. It's not the Ritz, but it's safe for now. He pulls back a hanging sheet to reveal the living quarters, 2 mattresses on wooden pallets, a hot plate, mini fridge, and a small table with folding chairs. A single bulb dangling from a wire provides meager illumination. Through another partition, I glimpse a toilet and sink that have seen better decades. The bathroom's basic, Alessio explains, following my gaze. Cold water only. This isn't just a step down from the previous safe house. It's a plunge into a chasm. It's fine, I say, surprising myself with how much I mean it, as long as Raymond can't track us here. Alessio crosses to the security monitors tucked in a corner, checking camera feeds of the perimeter. His movements are precise, but I notice the stiffness in his left arm where the bullet grazed him. We should get back to work, I say, setting down the new equipment. The sooner we crack that drive, not tonight. Alessio cuts me off with a shake of his head. We need sleep. Start fresh tomorrow. I want to argue, but exhaustion weighs on my limbs like concrete. My brain feels foggy, and attempting complex cryptography in this state would be dangerous. You're right, I concede. We need clear heads for this, especially now that we know what we're up against. Alessio nods, his face half illuminated by the dim bulb. Raymond's not going to stop. We need to stay mobile, change locations frequently. That complicates things. I twist my mother's ring, considering the implications. I'll need to adjust my approach to the security protocols. Maybe work in shorter bursts, back up more frequently. That's exactly what we're going to do, he confirms. Damiano's arranging a rotation of safe houses. We won't stay anywhere more than 48 hours. My eyes drift to the blood stain on his sleeve, now dried to a rusty brown. First things first, I say, moving toward him. I need to look at your wound. Alessio dismisses me with a wave. I'm fine. It's just a graze. Take off your shirt. He raises an eyebrow. Acting like a baby won't help either of us, I say, crossing my arms. You're bleeding, and if that wound gets infected, we're both screwed. So take off your shirt and let me clean it properly. For a moment, we're locked in a silent battle of wills. His jaw tightens and I can see him weighing his options. Fine, he finally growls, reaching for the hem of his shirt. I search the makeshift living area, my eyes adjusting to the dim lighting as I look for anything useful to treat Alessio's wound. Is there a first aid kit somewhere? I ask, opening cabinets and drawers in the tiny kitchen area. Under the sink, Alessio replies, his voice pinched with pain he's trying to hide. I find a battered metal box with a faded red cross on it. Inside are the basics: gauze, tape, antiseptic wipes, and a half-empty bottle of hydrogen peroxide. Not ideal, but it will have to do. We need to clean it first, I say, more to myself than to him. I need hot water. I grab a small pot from beside the hot plate and fill it from the sink. The water sputters out rust-colored at first, and I let it run until it clears before filling the pot. I set it on the hot plate and turn the dial to high. This might take a while, I say, scanning the area for anything else useful. I spot a stack of threadbare towels on a shelf and grab the cleanest-looking one. When I turn back to Alessio, the words die in my throat. He stands in the center of the living space, shirtless under the single hanging bulb. My breath hitches to a gasp involuntarily. His torso is a masterpiece of strength carved from olive skin, wide rounded shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, defined muscles that shift with each slight movement. But what truly captures my attention are the scars, a roadmap of violence etched across his body. A jagged line runs along his left ribs. A circular pucker marks his right shoulder, an old bullet wound. Smaller marks, too numerous to count, tell stories of fights, knives, and dangers I can't imagine. This isn't the sculpted perfection of a man who works out for vanity. This is the body of a warrior shaped by survival and violence. The bullet graze on his upper arm has torn through skin and muscle, leaving a raw, angry furrow about 3 inches long. Blood has dried in flaking rivulets down his arm, but fresh crimson still seeps from the wound. I twist my mother's ring nervously, suddenly aware of how up close we'll need to be for me to treat him properly. The water's boiling, Alessio says, his voice pulling me back to reality. I blink, realizing I've been staring. Heat rushes to my cheeks as I turn quickly to the hot plate, grateful for the excuse to look away. Right, I manage, my voice steadier than I feel. Let's get you cleaned up.
Chapter 15. Alessio. I watch Melania organize the supplies with surprising efficiency. She's not squeamish around blood. Interesting. Sit, she commands, leaving no room for argument. I comply, lowering myself onto a rickety chair while she remains standing. The position puts her in control, looking down at me, a reversal of our usual dynamic that I should hate. I don't. She steps between my legs, close enough that her scent fills my senses. The towel dips into the hot water, and she wrings it out with delicate fingers before pressing it to my arm. This might sting, she warns, but her touch is gentle as she cleans away the dried blood. I don't flinch. Pain is an old friend. What's new is the careful way she tends to me, like I'm something worth preserving. You've done this before, I observe, eyeing her methodical movements. Basic first aid was part of my computer science program, she explains, her eyes never leaving my wound. They said we might have to work with sensitive equipment in remote locations. I doubt they meant bullet wounds, but I don't say it. Her face hovers inches from mine as she works, completely focused on her task. No disgust, no trepidation, just concentration. The single bulb casts shadows across her features, highlighting the curve of her cheekbone, the fullness of her lips. Her hair falls forward, and she absently pushes it back with her wrist, careful to keep her bloodied fingers away from her face. Fuck, she's beautiful. Not in the manufactured way of the women who circle Damiano's clubs, all silicone and calculated seduction. Melania's beauty is unintentional, almost accidental. I love the slight furrow between her brows as she concentrates. Her fingertips brush my skin as she applies antiseptic, and I suppress a shiver that has nothing to do with pain. She's standing between my spread legs, close enough that I can feel the heat radiating from her body. Close like we were earlier, when the alarm interrupted whatever the fuck was happening between us. You're not what I expected, I say, my voice rougher than intended. Her eyes flick up to mine briefly before returning to her work. What did you expect? A spoiled princess who'd fall apart at the first sign of blood? Something like that. The corner of her mouth quirks up. Sorry to disappoint. I didn't say I was disappointed. Her hands pause for a fraction of a second before resuming their gentle ministrations. She's wrapping gauze around my arm now, her fingers working with surprising dexterity. There, she says finally, securing the bandage with medical tape. Not hospital grade, but it should hold until we can get you proper treatment. She doesn't step back immediately. We're frozen in this strange intimacy, her standing between my thighs, her hand still resting lightly on my arm, my face tilted up to hers, hers down to mine. I watch her eyes flicker with something, awareness, maybe, of the intimacy, before she takes 2 deliberate steps back, creating distance between us. The absence of her warmth is immediate. We should rest, she says. It's been a long day. You hungry? I ask, reaching for my shirt. The fabric slides over my skin, hiding the scars she'd been so careful not to stare at. There must be something here to fill our stomachs with. I stand and move toward the makeshift kitchen area, my arm throbbing dully beneath her neat bandaging. The cupboards yield a few canned goods, soup, beans, tuna. Nothing like the carbonara we shared earlier, but it'll keep us alive. Not much of a selection, I say, but Damiano's men always stock the basics. Melania approaches cautiously, keeping the table between us. Soup is fine. I grab a can and the opener, working it one-handed. She watches me struggle for about 10 seconds before stepping forward. Let me, she says, taking both from my hands. Her fingers brush mine, and neither of us acknowledges the contact. While she works the opener, I find 2 chipped bowls and a pot that's seen better days. The hot plate takes forever to heat up, but eventually the soup starts to steam. Chicken noodle, she says, stirring it with a plastic spoon. Not exactly gourmet dining. Better than nothing. I lean against the counter, watching her. And definitely better than anything I'd make. That earns me a small smile, gone almost as quickly as it appears. Low bar. The soup isn't much, but it's hot and filling. We eat standing up, the silence between us less tense than before. She finishes first, setting her bowl in the small sink. Thank you, I say, nodding toward my bandaged arm. For this. She shrugs, not meeting my eyes. We should get some sleep, she says, glancing at the 2 mattresses on opposite corners. Tomorrow will be another long day. Melania. I lie on the thin mattress, staring at the high warehouse ceiling. The springs dig into my back, but that's not why I can't sleep. My mind tumbles with the events of the day, the gunshots, the chase, the dead men, the feel of Alessio's leathery skin under my fingertips as I bandaged his wound. The warehouse is silent except for our breathing. I can tell from the rhythm of his that he's awake too, though we're both pretending otherwise. The darkness between us feels charged with unspoken things. What was it like? Alessio's voice cuts through the silence. Living in London. I keep my eyes fixed on a water stain above me, shaped vaguely like Italy. Why do you want to know? Just curious how Antonio Lombardi's daughter ended up studying across the ocean. I take a deep breath, close my eyes, and something about the darkness makes it easier to speak. I wanted to leave. I begged to study abroad, but I never thought he'd agree. Why did he? Looking back, I think he wanted me gone. I was always inconvenient, always asking questions, poking around where I shouldn't since I was 12 or 13. I laugh without humor. Turns out he was probably already planning my marriage to Raymond even then. London was getting me out of the way until I was useful. Alessio shifts on his mattress. And stone. Raymond. His name tastes bitter in my mouth. It all seemed so normal at first. The charity galas, the accidental meetings my father arranged, Raymond asking me to dinner like we were normal people.
You didn't want to go? God, no. But my father. I swallow hard. Our first dinner was excruciating. 3 hours of Raymond talking about himself, his political connections, his status, his opinions. He ordered my food without asking what I wanted. I turned my head to find Alessio watching me through the darkness, his profile illuminated by the faint security lights filtering through the windows. The whole time, I continue, he kept touching my hand, my arm. Nothing inappropriate enough that I could object, but enough that I felt claimed, like I was already his property. And your father approved. He was thrilled, said Raymond was a man of vision, said I should be grateful that someone so powerful was interested in me. My voice catches. I tried to tell him I wasn't interested, but he wouldn't hear it. I wait for Alessio's response, but he remains silent for so long, I wonder if he's fallen asleep. These weddings, he finally says, his voice low and rough in the darkness. They have nothing to do with what you want. That's just how our world is made. Our world, I repeat, tasting the bitterness of those words. A world where daughters are bargaining chips. Silence stretches between us again, and I find myself filling it. London was different. I twist my mother's ring around my finger. For a while I felt normal, just another student with deadlines and favorite coffee shops. You had friends? I had a roommate, Ashley. A smile touches my lips at the memory. She was a lesbian, and we had an amazing time together. She taught me how to make proper tea and took me to underground clubs I'd never have found on my own. Your father allowed that? A roommate? He hated it. Said we had money enough to buy houses all around the UK if I wanted to. He couldn't understand why I'd choose to share a flat when I didn't have to. I sigh. Eventually, he forced me to move and alone. Said it wasn't appropriate for a Lombardi to share anything. Alessio shifts on his mattress. Did you keep talking to her? Ashley. For a while. The water stain on the ceiling blurs as my eyes fill. But after I left for New York, I haven't contacted her. Why not? I swallow hard. I left London heartbroken in one way and another. I needed to keep a distance from everything that had to do with London. What happened? Alessio's voice is almost tender. I try to look at him through the darkness. It's not really fair for me to do all the talking, is it? What about you? Tell me something real. His profile is sharp against the dim light. I'm not a big talker. I stare at the ceiling for another moment, then say, okay. If he won't volunteer information, I'll have to dig it out of him. Let me ask you questions. That might help. A low chuckle rumbles from Alessio's mattress. The sound startles me. I've barely heard him laugh before. What's so funny? I prop myself up on one elbow. Nothing. There's still amusement in his voice. Ask your questions, princess. I consider what I want to know about this dangerous man lying a few feet away from me. Are you married? I pause, then add, do you have any kids? Alessio laughs again, louder this time. These are questions a 5-year-old child could answer just by looking at me. Don't be so dramatic. I roll my eyes, though he probably can't see it in the darkness. Just answer. The springs creak as he shifts. I'm not a fan of relationships. So no, neither of those things. I put my head in my hand, propping myself up to look at him better. What does that even mean? You've never had girlfriends? Alessio turns his head toward me. Even in the darkness, I feel the weight of his gaze. I had one once. It ended. His throat rasps, rough. Since then, I just fuck. My mouth falls open. The blunt statement catches me completely off guard, and I can feel heat rushing to my face. I'm grateful for the darkness hiding my reaction, but I can't stop the small gasp escaping my lips. I swallow hard, the heat in my face intensifying. His words hang in the air between us, brutal and unapologetic. Just fuck. The crude simplicity of it shouldn't affect me this way. Of course you do, I say, finding my voice. Every man in your circle either just fucks around like my brother does, or marries out of self-interest and then fucks around on his wife. The words are just as blunt as his. Something about his casual admission has struck a nerve. Maybe it's because it reminds me of Leonardo, who cycles through women like seasonal wardrobes. Or my father, who maintained mistresses throughout his marriage to my mother, or just because of James, even though he isn't part of our world. The mattress across from me creaks as Alessio sits up suddenly. Even in the dimness, I make out the tension in his shoulders. When he speaks, his voice has that dangerous register that makes my skin prickle. "The next time you compare me to another man," he says, each word cutting, "you'll end up with your hands tied again." I freeze, my breath caught in my throat. The threat shouldn't send that strange ripple down my spine, but it does.
Chapter 16. Alessio. The tension between us curdles in the darkness. I wait for her to flinch, to back down. "That doesn't mean I'm wrong," she says, her voice steady despite the slight tremor I detect beneath it. "My boyfriend in London, James, he fucked around too." I don't respond, just watch her silhouette as her tone shifts, becomes raw. "He claimed he loved me." She laughs, but there's no humor in it. "Then I caught him with another woman. And even after I found out, he kept chasing me with all these filthy excuses about how he didn't want to hurt me, how it was a mistake." The image of some prick hurting her makes something dark and violent stir in my chest. So yes, I had a boyfriend. I have to strain to catch her whisper. That's what I meant when I said I was heartbroken when I left London. So the princess has been betrayed before. It explains the walls she's built, the suspicion behind her eyes even when she's vulnerable. I roll my shoulder, feeling the pull of the fresh bandage. The darkness between us feels suddenly heavier than the gun at my back. "I had someone once," I say, the words slipping out before I can stop them. "Violet." Melania shifts on her mattress, her silhouette turning toward me. "What happened?" "She left." I stare at the ceiling, tracking the exposed pipes with my eyes. "Why did she leave?" "She saw me covered in blood one night, not mine." The memory surfaces. Violet's face draining of color, her hand covering her mouth, her blue eyes wide with horror. What woman could love a killer? The warehouse creaks around us, the sound filling the silence between my words. "You were together long?" Melania asks, her voice softer than I've heard it before. 6 months. I run my thumb along my bottom lip, remembering. Long enough to start thinking about things I had no business considering. "Like what?" I don't answer that. Some wounds shouldn't be reopened. "She belongs to another life," I say instead. "Years ago." Melania's quiet for a moment. "Did you love her?" The question hangs between us. I consider lying, but what's the point? We're fugitives in a warehouse with killers hunting us. Truth seems like the smallest risk. I thought I did. I shift, the mattress springs protesting beneath me. Turns out, I just loved the idea of being someone else. Someone who could have that life. "And now?" "Now I know better." My voice hardens. This is who I am. No point pretending otherwise. The silence stretches between us, filled with all the things neither of us is saying. I can almost hear her thinking, processing this glimpse behind my wall. "Get some sleep, Melania," I say finally. "Tomorrow will be worse than today." I turn away from her, facing the wall. This conversation has already gone further than it should have. Sharing war stories with her. But something about the darkness, about nearly dying together, makes the usual rules feel distant. "Good night, Alessio," she says softly, the mattress squeaking as she turns away too. I don't respond. The woman is already taking up too much space in my head. My arm throbs beneath the bandage. I buck to find a more comfortable position, keeping my injured side up. Despite the exhaustion weighing on my bones, sleep feels distant. The events of the day replay behind my closed eyelids, the car chase, the gunfight, her hands steady as she cleaned my wound. I check my phone once more, making sure the volume is at maximum. Damiano's security system is state-of-the-art, designed to connect with specific phones each time. The moment anyone breaches the perimeter, an alert will sound. My keys rest beside the phone, within easy reach. If the alarm sounds again, we'll be out the door in seconds. The warehouse creaks and settles around us. Every sound puts me on edge. Raymond's men found us once. They could find us again. I listen for Melania's breathing to even out, but it doesn't. She's as awake as I am, mind probably jumping about with the same thoughts. Two strangers on thin mattresses, backs turned to each other, both waiting for the next threat. My hand instinctively checks the gun tucked at my lower back. The metal is cool against my fingertips, reassuring. I've slept with a weapon for so long I can't remember what it feels like not to. Exhaustion tugs at me, but I fight it off. I need to stay alert, ready. Melania's safety depends on me now. The thought should irritate me. I never asked to be responsible for Antonio Lombardi's daughter, but instead, it settles something inside me. Having a clear mission always does. I force my muscles to relax one by one, a technique I learned years ago. Rest without sleep. The body recovers while the mind stays vigilant. Across the small space between us, Melania's breathing finally begins to slow and deepen. Good. At least one of us will get some actual sleep. Melania. I jolt awake, my heart skittering under my ribs. Sunlight filters through the grimy warehouse windows, casting long shadows across the concrete floor. The events of yesterday flood back. The car chase, the gunshots, bandaging Alessio's wound. Alessio. I turn toward his mattress, my pulse quickening when I find it empty. The blanket lies rumpled and abandoned. His absence sends a spike of panic through me. Did Raymond's men find us? Did he leave me here? Good morning. The deep voice cuts through my spiraling thoughts. I whip my head toward the sound and find Alessio sitting in a metal folding chair near one of the windows. He's positioned strategically, back to the wall, clear view of both the entrance and my sleeping area. His gun rests on his thigh, his hand casually draped over it. You're here, I breathe, relief washing over me. His expression remains impassive, but there's a flicker in his eyes. Where else would I be? I push myself up to sitting, running fingers through my tangled hair. Alessio looks different this morning, closed off, distant. The man who shared stories about Violet in the darkness has vanished, replaced by the cold enforcer I first met. How's your arm? I ask, nodding toward his bandaged wound. Fine. His answer is clipped, final. He stands, moving with decisive force despite his injury. We need to start working on the drive. I nod, gathering my thoughts. I'll need to rebuild everything from scratch. Then you better get to it. He's all business now. The longer we take, the more time they have to find us. I need to use the bathroom first, I say, pushing myself to my feet. Alessio gestures toward a door in the corner without comment. He rises from his chair and moves to the makeshift kitchen area, giving me space without being asked. His back is rigid, shoulders set in a hard line. Last night's conversation hangs between us like smoke, visible but impossible to grasp. Whatever momentary connection we shared has clearly made him uncomfortable. The walls are back up, higher than before. I watch him for a moment, wondering if mentioning Violet triggered this retreat. Some wounds never fully heal, just scab over enough to allow function. I understand that better than most. Without another word, I head for the bathroom, feeling his eyes track my movement. The enforcer is back on duty, and whatever glimpse I had of the man beneath has been carefully locked away again. I lock the bathroom door behind me, leaning against it for a moment. The small room is bare, just a toilet, sink, and a cracked mirror that fragments my reflection into jagged pieces. Perfect metaphor for my life right now. After using the toilet, I turn the faucet. The pipes groan before sputtering out a stream of ice-cold water. I cup my hands beneath it, splashing my face and gasping at the shock of cold. It's exactly what I need, something to jolt me fully awake, to clear the fog of sleep and fear. I stare at my fractured reflection as water drips down my chin. Dark circles shadow my eyes. My hair is a tangled mess. I twist my mother's ring around my finger, taking comfort in its familiar weight. You can do this. You have to. When I emerge from the bathroom, Alessio is waiting, a sleek black laptop in his hand. His expression remains unreadable, but his eyes track my every movement. I take it from him, our fingers brushing momentarily. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. He runs his thumb along his bottom lip. We can't have coffee at the moment. Supply situation is limited. It's fine, I say, though my body aches for caffeine. After you extract the first files, we're changing locations. He walks to the security monitors, checking them briefly. Somewhere better than this. I nod, already opening the laptop and assessing its capabilities. I don't mind. This place has served its purpose. Alessio watches me as I settle onto the mattress with the computer balanced on my knees. How long? I pull up a command prompt, fingers flying across the keyboard as I establish the parameters for my work. 6, maybe 7 hours for the first layer of extraction. 7 hours, he repeats, checking his watch. We move at 3 then. I look up at him, finding his dark eyes fixed on me with an intensity that makes my skin tingle. I'll be ready. He nods once, then turns away, giving me space to work. I focus on the screen, diving into the familiar world of code and encryption where everything makes sense, where I have control. My fingers fly across the keyboard, executing commands with total confidence. Despite the stress of our situation, there's comfort in this work. The logical patterns, the predictable responses, the sense of control I've always found in technology. Here. Alessio's voice pulls me from my concentration. He stands beside the mattress, holding out a bottle of water. I'll prepare something to eat at least, he says, his voice less rigid than before. The water is drinkable. Not filtered, but safe. I take the bottle, our fingers brushing briefly, causing that uncomfortable pang in my core. Thank you. He nods, watching as I unscrew the cap and take a long drink. Changing laptops and locations will make the job easier, I say, returning to the screen. Raymond's tracking system won't be able to lock onto a moving signal. We'll be ghosts. Alessio raises an eyebrow. You sound almost confident. I am. I twist my mother's ring once, then stop myself. He studies me for a moment, his dark eyes unreadable. Good. Keep working. As he turns to walk away, I feel a strange sense of determination rising within me. Yes, we're hunted. Yes, we're in danger. But for the first time since this began, I feel like we might actually have a chance. I take another sip of water and dive back into code, fingers flying across the keyboard with renewed purpose. Alessio. I rummage through the supply crate in the corner of the warehouse, finding more canned goods. My arm throbs as I reach for a can of beef stew, the bandage Melania applied pulling tight against my skin. The hot plate takes forever to warm up. While the stew heats, I check my phone. 3 missed calls from Damiano. Shit. I step out of Melania's hearing range and call him back. Took you long enough, Damiano says when he answers. Been busy keeping us alive, I reply, keeping my voice low. What's the situation? We've got 2 places lined up. A condo in Brookfield for tonight, then a house in Greenwich for tomorrow. After that, we'll reassess. He pauses. There's something else. Leonardo had a major blowout with Antonio yesterday. Sources say Leonardo stormed out of the Lombardi estate. My interest sharpens. You think he's turned? Maybe. That's what I need you to find out. See what the sister knows about her brother. If Leonardo's having second thoughts about Daddy Dearest, we might be able to use him. I glance at Melania. I'll see what I can do. After hanging up, I stir the stew, the smell making my stomach growl. I fill 2 bowls and carry them over to where Melania works. Food break, I announce, setting a bowl beside her. She blinks, surfacing from whatever digital maze she's navigating. Thanks. I sit across from her, watching as she saves her work before picking up the bowl. Damiano called, I say casually, testing the stew's temperature. We have a condo for tonight, house tomorrow. She nods, taking a small bite. Better than this place, I hope. Much. I hesitate, then decide on the direct approach. He also mentioned your brother had a major fight with your father. Leonardo apparently left the estate. Her spoon freezes halfway to her mouth. Something flickers in her eyes. Surprise, hope, concern. Before she carefully masks it. Leo and my father disagree sometimes, she says carefully. This seemed bigger than disagree. I watch her closely. How close are you with your brother? She sets the bowl down, suddenly looking tired. Why do you want to know about Leo? Because he might be useful. I see no point in lying. If he's questioning your father's methods, he could be an ally. Melania twists her mother's ring, a nervous habit I've noticed before. I already told you, my brother is complicated. I set my bowl down too, leaning forward. What I'm asking is whether Leonardo would choose you over your father. If he's fighting with Antonio, then maybe he's questioning things. Melania's face falls, a shadow crossing her features that makes my chest tighten. I hate putting that look on her face, but I need to know. She twists her mother's ring slowly, staring at some point beyond my shoulder. Leo used to protect me from everything. When I was little, he'd sneak me candy when Father said I couldn't have any. In school, he'd threaten anyone who dared say a word against me. Her voice softens with the memory, but then hardens. But this is different. This isn't schoolyard bullies or strict parenting. This is my father's empire, his legacy. You don't think he'd choose you? I press, though I already see the answer in her eyes. I don't know, she whispers, and the uncertainty in her voice feels like a confession that costs her dear. I want to believe he would, but Leo has been groomed to take over since he could walk. Everything he is, everything he has, it all comes from our father. I nod, understanding the weight of family legacy all too well. If I had a sister, someone to protect, someone whose safety and happiness depended on me, I'd burn the world down before I'd let anyone hurt her. I'd choose her over Damiano, over the Ferrettis, over everything. But I'm not Leonardo Lombardi. I wasn't raised to be a Don. I'm sorry, I say, surprising myself with how much I mean it. I shouldn't have pushed. Melania looks up, her eyes meeting mine. It's fine. These are questions I've been asking myself since I found that USB drive. I watch as Melania's eyes fill with unshed tears. Her jaw trembles slightly. Fuck. I did this. My fist clenches at my side, the urge to punch something. The wall, the floor, anything. Nearly overwhelming. The familiar burn of rage rises in my chest, but this time it's directed at myself. I've spent years mastering control, learning to channel anger into precision, but seeing her like this makes me want to tear this warehouse apart with my bare hands. I move before I think better of it, closing the distance between us. She doesn't flinch when I crouch before her, doesn't pull away when I reach up and gently cup her chin with my hand. Look at me, I say. She raises her eyes to mine, those unshed tears making them shine like amber caught in sunlight. What you're doing right now, I say, holding her gaze steady, it's braver than anything I've ever done. Braver than your brother, than your father, than any dawn in our world. She blinks, a single tear escaping down her cheek. I brush it away with my thumb, the contact sending heat through my fingertips. I don't feel brave, she whispers. I feel terrified. That's what makes it brave, Piccola, feeling the terror and doing it anyway. I don't release her chin, can't seem to make myself let go. You know what I want from all this? To make your father lose control, to show him his place. It's about power and territory and all the same shit we've been fighting over for generations. My thumb strokes along her jawline without my permission. But you, I continue, you're doing this for those people in the files. For kids who'll never get to grow up, for families who'll never know what happened to someone they loved. I shake my head, something like awe creeping into my voice. There's a fucking huge gap between those two things. She stares at me, searching my face like she's trying to decode another encrypted file. Whatever she finds there makes her shoulders straighten, her chin lift slightly higher in my grasp.
Chapter 17. Melania. His face hovers inches from mine, so close I can feel the warmth of his breath against my skin. My pulse thunders in my ears as I realize how little I would need to move. Just a slight tilt forward and our lips would meet. The thought freezes me in place. His thumb traces my jawline, the calloused pad rough against my skin, sending electric currents down my spine. His dark eyes hold mine, intense and unguarded in a way I haven't seen before. But somewhere in the back of my mind, his words from last night echo, hookups without strings or consequences. I'm not that. I can't be that. Not when my life hangs in the balance, not when everything I've worked for depends on keeping a clear head. I should continue working, I whisper, my voice barely audible even in the quiet warehouse. The encryption won't break itself. His eyes drop to my lips, lingering there for a heartbeat that stretches into eternity. Something flashes across his face before he slowly releases my chin, his fingertips dragging slightly as they leave my skin. You're right, he says, his voice rougher than before. He rises to his feet in one fluid motion, putting distance between us that feels both necessary and unbearable. I nod, unable to form words as I watch him retreat, taking the warmth with him. I stare at Alessio's back as he walks away, his shoulders rigid with tension. The distance between us grows with each step, but the echo of his words remains, cutting deeper than he knows. You really want to help those people. It wasn't a question when he said it. And he's right. This has never been just about escaping Raymond or exposing my father. It goes deeper, to something embedded in my bones. My mother taught me this, to see people, really see them, not as assets or liabilities like my father does. I remember being 8 years old, watching Elena Vasquez get mocked for her accent and homemade clothes. Without thinking, I stepped between her and the other girls. The next day, I begged my mother for extra lunch money to share with Elena. When I was 15, I convinced our housekeeper to take my outgrown designer clothes to her neighborhood. They weren't outgrown, I'd barely worn them. But the lie made the giving possible in my father's house where sharing was degrading. Small rebellions, tiny defiances against the Lombardi way, and now I know what those tiny acts were preparing me for. Somewhere right now, a child is lying on a cold table. Somewhere a girl my age is being evaluated for the health of her kidneys or the condition of her heart. My throat constricts. The warehouse blurs through sudden tears. I try to swallow them back, but a sob breaks free, raw and jagged. I press my palm against my mouth, trying to silence it, but it's too late. The dam breaks. Tears stream down my face as I gasp for air. My shoulders shake with the force of it. This grief, this rage, this helplessness. I curl forward over the laptop, my forehead nearly touching the keyboard as I weep. For the children who won't grow up, for the women who disappeared, for every person treated like inventory by men like Raymond and my father. I don't try to hide the noise anymore. What's the point? My chest heaves with each sob, the pain flowing through me like a river breaking through ice.
Alessio. I push through the rusted side door of the warehouse, gulping in the fresh air like a drowning man. Fuck. The cool metal of my lighter is a welcome distraction as I flick it open. I shouldn't be doing this. I quit smoking 4 months ago, but I found a half-empty pack of cohibas stashed in one of the supply crates. Today calls for breaking promises made to myself. The first drag burns my lungs in that familiar, punishing way. I exhale slowly, watching the smoke curl upward against the blue sky. What the fuck was I thinking? If she hadn't pulled away. I take another drag, longer this time. A sound breaks into my thoughts, keen and pained, coming from inside the warehouse. My body reacts before my mind processes, gun already in hand as I move silently along the perimeter wall. I approach the window, staying low, and peer through the grimy glass. The warehouse interior is gloomy, but I can make out Melania's silhouette at the table. She's alone, and she's sobbing. Not the delicate tears of a society princess, but gut-wrenching, body-shaking sobs that seem ripped from deep inside her. Her shoulders heave with every gasp. Her hands cover her face, but they can't contain the raw sounds escaping her. I holster my weapon, the adrenaline draining away, replaced by heaviness, and something I don't want to name. This isn't the conniving woman who offered me $30 million without blinking. This isn't the sharp-tongued captive who challenged me at every turn. This is Melania stripped bare of all her defenses. The reality of what she's discovered has finally hit her, not just intellectually but in her bones. The horror of what Raymond and her father have done, the lives destroyed, the innocence shattered. I should go back inside. I should say something, do something, but what comfort can I offer? My hands are stained with blood too. Different blood, for different reasons, but still blood. I take one last drag of the cigar before crushing it beneath my boot. The ember dies, leaving nothing but ash. Through the window, I watch her break apart, knowing that whatever comes next, she won't be the same person who walked into that warehouse. Pain changes you, strips away illusions, makes you see the world for what it really is, and once you see it, you can never unsee it. Something primal stirs inside me, a need to protect, to shield, to destroy whatever causes her pain. But I don't move. Not yet. I wait, a silent guardian outside the window, giving her the privacy to shatter completely. The timeline needs to accelerate. Raymond and Antonio need to pay, not just for their crimes against strangers, but for what they've done to her, for turning her into both commodity and victim. They'll die. That's not a question. It's a fucking promise. But death is too simple, too quick. They need to suffer first, need to watch their empire crumble, need to feel the same helplessness their victims felt. Melania's sobs begin to quiet. Her breathing slows, becomes more measured. She wipes her face with the back of her hand, a childlike gesture that makes my chest ring like laundry. I step away from the window before she spots me. This moment belongs to her alone. I won't take that from her. When I finally go back inside, I'll be the same controlled, dangerous man she's come to know. I won't mention her tears or the way they've carved open a chasm inside me. I'll push forward with our plans. I'll make calls, set things in motion, create a path through this darkness that leads to Antonio and Raymond's destruction. Because watching Melania break has sealed their fate more certainly than any contract or vendetta ever could. They're already dead men walking.
Melania. I stare at the laptop screen, my eyes burning from 6 straight hours of concentration. The progress bar finally reaches 100%, and my heart leaps as the first set of files unlocks. Got it, I whisper to myself, fingers flying across the keyboard. I start copying the files to a secure partition I've created. Names, dates, locations, evidence of Raymond and my father's crimes begin transferring over. Each file name represents a life destroyed, a person treated like nothing more than spare parts. Not all of them, but we have something for now. The first batch includes medical records, blood types, tissue compatibility charts. My stomach turns as I scroll through the data. I'm so absorbed that I almost miss it. A tiny flicker in the code window I've kept open. The same anomaly I noticed before. A pattern that shouldn't be there. My blood turns to ice. I check the network traffic monitor. There it is, an outgoing ping, microscopic, nearly invisible, but definitely there. Alessio! I jump to my feet so fast the chair topples backward. We need to leave. Now. Alessio's by the window, gun already in hand before I finish speaking. His body transforms from relaxed to lethal in an instant. What happened? His voice is calm, but his eyes are scanning everything. The same anomaly in the code. Raymond's tracker activated again. I grab the laptop, yanking the power cord from the wall. The copy is still running. I can't stop it without corrupting everything. Alessio doesn't waste time with questions. He shoves his phone in his pocket, grabs the car keys, and checks his weapons. How long until they track us here? Minutes, maybe less. I clutch the laptop to my chest, the screen still showing the progress bar, 68% complete. We need to get to the car, he commands, moving toward the door. I follow him, my heart a jackhammer against my chest. The copy needs to finish or we fail completely. Alessio opens the warehouse door a crack, scanning the surroundings before pushing it wider. Stay behind me, he says, in that deadly quiet tone that means danger is close. The laptop in my arms continues its work, the progress bar creeping forward as we move through the doorway toward our only escape. We reach the Audi without incident, no alarms blaring, no screeching tires in the distance. The eerie quiet feels more threatening than chaos would. Get in, Alessio commands, taking a final survey of the perimeter. I slide into the passenger seat, still clutching the laptop. The transfer continues its agonizing crawl, 75%. Alessio drops into the driver's seat, gun still in hand. He jams the key into the ignition and the engine purrs to life. The tires squeal against pavement as we accelerate away from the warehouse. Alessio drives with one hand on the wheel, the other holding his weapon against his thigh. His eyes constantly flick to the rearview mirror. How much time? He asks, voice tight as he takes a sharp turn that makes my stomach lurch. I check the screen. 23% left to copy. Maybe 4 minutes? 5 at most. He nods once, jaw clenched as he pushes the Audi faster. The warehouse disappears behind us, swallowed by darkness. The speedometer climbs past 90 as we hit a straight stretch of road. Will the files be usable if we have to shut it down early? The encryption sequence needs to complete, or we might lose access to everything. Raymond's security system it's like nothing I've seen before. The progress bar inches forward, 82%. My pulse matches its rhythm, each percentage point another heartbeat. 4 minutes, Alessio mutters, more to himself than to me. His eyes narrow as he checks the mirrors again. We need to get off this main road. The laptop fan whirs louder as it processes the massive data transfer. 85%. The second the files copy, I just need to unplug the USB, I explain, eyes fixed on the progress bar crawling toward completion. Alessio takes a sharp turn down a narrow side street, the Audi's tires protesting against the pavement. Check first that we have the files intact before unplugging. I need to know we didn't go through all this for nothing. The progress bar hits 90%. My fingers hover over the keyboard, ready to verify the data the moment it finishes. Come on, I whisper to the machine. Each percentage point feels like an eternity. 92%. 93%. Alessio pulls his phone while keeping one hand firmly on the wheel. He dials without looking, muscle memory guiding his fingers. Damiano, he says the moment the call connects. His voice shifts to Italian, words flowing faster than I can follow completely. I catch fragments. Tracker activated. Moving locations. Files transferring. I haven't had the chance to speak or understand my own language since my father insisted that we needed to adjust to the Americans. We only spoke English at home. I watch the progress bar hit 98% as Alessio falls silent, listening to whatever Damiano is saying on the other end. Call me again when you're clear, Alessio says finally, switching back to English. We're alerted if you need backup. He ends the call just as the laptop chimes softly. 100%. It's done, I announce, immediately opening the copied files to verify their integrity. My fingers skim across the keyboard, checking encryption signatures and file sizes. Let me make sure everything transferred correctly. I scan through the copied data, checking timestamps and file structures. The medical records are there, the victim profiles. We got it, I confirm, relief washing through me. Then unplug it, Alessio commands, eyes darting between the road ahead and the rearview mirror. I eject the drive properly through the operating system, then carefully remove the USB from the port. The tiny device feels impossibly heavy in my palm. Hundreds of lives, millions in cryptocurrency, and enough evidence to destroy my father and Raymond. We're off the grid again, I say, slipping the drive into my pocket and zipping it securely.
Chapter 18. Alessio. I've been driving for over an hour, taking a circuitous route to throw off any potential tail. The needle on the gas gauge dips dangerously close to empty, and I feel Melania shifting uncomfortably in the passenger seat. We need to stop, I announce, scanning the upcoming exit for a suitable gas station. Fuel's low. Melania nods, relieved. Good. I need a bathroom. I choose a small gas station with minimal security cameras, old enough to have blind spots but not so decrepit that we'd stand out. I pull up to a pump shielded from the entrance, positioning the car for a quick exit if needed. Wait, I say as Melania reaches for the door handle. My hand automatically goes to her wrist, stopping her. Her pulse beneath my fingers sends an unwelcome jolt through me. We don't separate. Her eyes meet mine, questioning but not arguing. I'll wait outside the bathroom. Then we go into the store together. I release her wrist but maintain eye contact. Stay close to me at all times. I'm not planning to make a run for it, if that's what you're worried about, she says, her voice muted. Where would I even go? I don't answer that. Instead, I exit the car, scanning our surroundings efficiently. No suspicious vehicles, no one lingering too long, just the usual bored cashier visible through the window. Melania steps out, still wearing my oversized shirt, her hair pulled into a tight ponytail. Even disheveled and tired, she commands attention, the kind that's dangerous in our situation. Head down, I say. We move in tandem toward the convenience store entrance. I'm hyper-aware of every movement around us. The truck driver filling up 2 pumps over, the flickering fluorescent lights, the security camera with its telltale blind spot near the corner of the building. I'll be right outside, I tell her as we reach the women's restroom door. She nods, slipping inside while I position myself against the wall, one hand resting near my concealed weapon. My eyes never stop moving, cataloging every detail of our locale, identifying threats and escape routes by instinct. I don't feel anyone watching us, but that means nothing. Raymond's resources are extensive, and Antonio's reach is legendary. The sooner we finish this stop and get back on the road, the better. She emerges from the bathroom and I guide her into the store, holding her hand. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead, casting harsh shadows across the cramped aisles. My eyes scan each corner, each reflective surface, cataloging potential threats. Get whatever you need quickly, I murmur, speaking low enough that only she can hear. Just to cover your hunger. We are going to eat later. Melania nods, moving toward a display of protein bars. I stay close, maintaining a protective position while appearing casual to anyone watching. The store is nearly empty, just us, a cashier thumbing through her phone, and a man browsing magazines near the front. We're scanning the drink options when a commotion erupts at the register. Empty the fucking register, now! A man's voice, hard and desperate. I instantly still, my hand moving to the weapon concealed at my waistband. Fuck! Not what we need right now. Alessio, Melania whispers, her eyes wide. Stay behind me, I order, already calculating our exit strategy. We need to leave, now. The sound of heavy footsteps is my only warning before pain explodes across my abdomen. A man appears from the back aisle, driving his fist into my stomach. I manage to shove Melania away from us before the attacker can grab her. "Run!" I growl, drawing my gun in one fluid motion. The attacker lunges again. I sidestep and fire, the sound deafening in the confined space. He drops, blood blooming across his chest. Melania runs to me and I grab her arm, pulling her close. "Stay with me." The shelving blocks our view of the front counter, but I hear the first man shouting, panic edging his voice. We need to move. The cashier's terrified whimpers cut through the bedlam. I edge forward, keeping Melania behind me. Through a gap in the shelves, I spot him, gun pressed against the cashier's temple. "Please," the woman sobs. "I have kids." I don't hesitate. One clean shot and he crumples, his weapon clattering to the floor. "Down," I command Melania, pushing her toward the floor. "Crawl to the counter." She drops to her knees without question, moving quickly beneath the cashier's desk. I follow, positioning myself between her and the fallen gunman, retrieving his weapon. "Stay here," I tell her, my voice hard. "I need to check the back." The store's too quiet. These idiots weren't working alone. I rise slightly, scanning the rear of the store. Storage room door ajar. Movement inside. "Alessio!" Melania's scream tears through the air. I spin as a gunshot rips through the space.
Melania. Time slows to a crawl. The gunman's weapon skitters across the linoleum floor. My body moves before my mind can catch up, fingers wrapping around the cold metal of the fallen gun. The weight of it shocks me, heavier than I imagined, solid and deadly in my inexperienced grip. A flicker of movement catches my eye. Behind Alessio, emerging from the shadows of the storage room, a third man raises his weapon. Alessio doesn't see him, can't see him. My pulse rages in my ears. The man's finger tightens on the trigger. His eyes, cold, empty, lock with mine for a fraction of a second. "Alessio!" My scream tears through the air, raw and desperate. My hands rise, the gun trembling between my palms. I've never fired a weapon before, never imagined I would. The barrel wavers as I squeeze the trigger. The recoil slams through my wrists, up my arms, jolting me backward. The sound is deafening, echoing through the small store like a physical force. The man jerks violently, a look of surprise crossing his face before he crumples to the ground. The gun slips from my fingers, clattering to the floor. My hands shake uncontrollably as the reality of what I've just done crashes over me. I've taken a life, ended someone's existence with the pull of a trigger. Alessio spins around, his weapon raised, eyes wild as they dart between me and the fallen attacker. For a moment, we simply stare at each other across the wreckage of the convenience store. "Melania." My name on his lips sounds like a question. I try to speak, but no words come. My breath catches in my throat, lungs refusing to function. The metallic scent of blood fills the air, making my stomach lurch. Alessio moves toward me, stepping over debris, his eyes never leaving mine. Time still feels wrong, stretched and distorted. Each step he takes seems to happen in slow motion, yet suddenly he's there, right in front of me. "Breathe," he commands, his voice cutting through the fog in my brain. I suck in a ragged breath, then another. My mother's ring digs into my finger as I twist it frantically. "I killed him," I whisper, the words barely audible. "I killed someone. I killed someone." The thought circles in my mind, drowning everything else. My hands won't stop shaking. The echo of the gunshot still rings in my ears. The man's face as he fell, surprised, almost confused, burns behind my eyelids every time I blink. Strong arms suddenly encircle me, lifting me off the ground. Alessio. He's saying something, but his words sound distant, underwater. My body feels disconnected, floating. "We need to go. Now." His voice finally breaks through as he carries me out of the store, past the bodies, through the door. The night air soothes my face, cool against my hot skin. Alessio moves with purpose, cradling me against his chest like I weigh nothing. The car door opens and he places me in the passenger seat with surprising gentleness. He fastens the seatbelt too. In seconds, he's behind the wheel, engine roaring to life. The tires squeal as we peel out of the gas station, the force pushing me back into the seat. Breathe, Melania. Alessio's voice cuts through my spiraling thoughts. You need to breathe. I realize I've been holding my breath, lungs burning for air. I gasp, the oxygen rushing in, making me dizzy. That's it. Again. In through your nose, out through your mouth. The speedometer climbs as Alessio pushes the car harder, putting distance between us and what just happened. My hands twist my mother's ring frantically, the metal band scraping my skin. Focus on me, Piccola. Focus on my voice. Alessio reaches across the console, his hand finding mine, stilling the frantic movement. It was self-defense. You understand? He would have killed me, and then you too. You saved my life. Tears stream down my face, hot and unstoppable. I can't form words, can't respond. Alessio's hand leaves mine to punch buttons on the dashboard. Suddenly the car fills with the delicate notes of Debussy's Clair de Lune, from the classical station he remembered I liked. Concentrate on the music, he instructs, his voice gentler than I've ever heard it. Feel how it rises and falls. Breathe with it. I try to focus on the familiar melody, letting it wash over me. My breathing gradually slows to match the tempo of the piece. It was self-defense, Alessio repeats, eyes flicking between me and the road ahead. You did what you had to do. You need to focus now. Stay with me. The lights of the highway blur through my tears as Alessio steers with one hand, the other pressing his phone to his ear. His voice cuts through the classical music, sharp and urgent, but the words sound garbled to my ears like he's speaking underwater. Immediate extraction. No, compromised, 2 down, possibly 3. I can't focus on his conversation. My mind keeps replaying the moment in vivid detail, the weight of the gun, the resistance of the trigger, the man's expression as the bullet struck him. Did I kill him? Is he dead or just wounded? My stomach twists violently at the thought. This isn't me. I'm Melania Lombardi, who cried for a week when I accidentally stepped on a mouse in our summer villa, who donated to animal shelters instead of buying clothes, who couldn't even watch horror movies without covering my eyes. Now I've shot someone, actually pulled a trigger and watched a human being fall.
Chapter 19. Alessio. The car glides to a stop in an abandoned construction site, concrete pillars rising like sentinels into the night sky. I kill the engine but leave the music playing. Melania hasn't spoken in 20 minutes, her breathing finally steady but her eyes vacant, staring at nothing. I scan our surroundings through the windshield. No movement, no lights except distant city glow. We're alone for now, exactly where Damiano directed us to wait. My mind replays the call I made after we fled the convenience store. They found us, I told Damiano, voice tight with controlled urgency. We need immediate extraction. How? Damiano's response was sharp. They must have another way to trace us that we didn't catch. The admission burned, a failure on my part. Moving in the same car is too dangerous now. Same as yesterday. I'm sending Matteo with a vehicle. Damiano's voice had been clipped, practical. Where are you? After I gave him our location, I'd added something unexpected. Melania saved my life tonight. The silence that followed stretched long enough that I thought we'd lost connection. She what? Damiano finally asked. Third attacker came up behind me. She shot him. The image of turning to see Melania standing there, gun in hand, her face pale with shock, is burned into my mind. Would have taken a bullet to the back of my head otherwise. Another pause. Then you owe her. Yes. The word tasted strange in my mouth. Simple, but weighted. Be careful, Alessio. Damiano's tone shifted, carrying a warning I couldn't quite decipher. We need those files, even if it's not all the evidence. Don't let anything compromise the mission. Now, sitting in darkness with only the soft piano notes filling the space between us, I turn to study Melania's profile. The moonlight catches on her cheekbones, the delicate curve of her nose. the tear tracks still visible on her skin. She killed for me. The thought circles in my mind, refusing to settle. Antonio Lombardi's sheltered daughter pulled a trigger to save my life. I reach across the console, my hand hovering over hers where it rests in her lap, still twisting around her mother's ring. I hesitate, then withdraw without touching her. Matteo will be here soon, I say instead, hoarse. We'll switch vehicles and move to the next location. Melania turns to face me, her beautiful face enveloped in pain. Her lips part slightly, trembling with words I can already tell I won't like. Something about what she did. About killing a man. My fault. Without thinking, without fucking planning, I move. One hand slides behind her neck, fingers threading through her hair, and I pull her to me. Our mouths crash together with a raw urgency that burns through my veins like wildfire. I kiss her like we were supposed to be doing this for a whole fucking eternity. Like every moment until now has been wasted. Her taste, sweet despite everything, floods my senses, drowning out the lingering smell of gunpowder and blood. For one terrifying second, she freezes stiff in my hold. Then her hands grab my shoulders, fingers digging in with desperate strength. She kisses me back with a ferocity that matches my own, clambering halfway across the console to press herself against me. Her kiss is desperate, frantic, like she's trying to eradicate everything that happened tonight. I feel the wetness of tears on her cheeks, but her mouth is hungry, demanding. She makes a sound against my lips that shoots straight to my groin, something between a sob and a moan. I pull her closer, one arm wrapping around her waist. My fingers find skin where the shirt has ridden up her thigh, and the contact is electric, scorching. Her body trembles against mine as she presses herself impossibly closer. This is madness. This is exactly what I shouldn't be doing. But with her taste on my tongue and her hands clutching at me like I'm her only lifeline in a storm, I can't remember a single fucking reason why. Headlights cut through the darkness, twin beams sweeping across us. I tear my mouth from Melania's, my body still burning with need even as my instincts snap to high alert. "Matteo," I rasp, recognizing the black SUV pulling up yards away. Melania scrambles back into her seat, fingers tugging the shirt down over her smooth thighs. Her eyes are wide, pupils blown, chest rising and falling with heaving breaths. The moment shatters between us, reality crashing back. I exit the car first, scanning the perimeter before circling around to Melania's door. When I help her out, I feel the tremor running through her body. Her legs shake so badly she nearly stumbles against me. I can't tell if it's from the kiss, the killing, or both. Probably fucking both. "You good?" I ask, my voice rougher than intended. She nods once, not meeting my eyes. Matteo approaches, concern etched on his face as he takes in Melania's state and my tense posture. "You two okay?" "We need to move," I say, avoiding details. "Grab the laptops and chargers from the back seat." Matteo doesn't question the order, just moves to retrieve the items. I guide Melania toward the SUV with my hand holding her from her waist, feeling each tremor that runs through her. Her skin radiates heat even through the shirt fabric. I pull open the SUV passenger door. "Get in." She slides into the seat without argument, her movements mechanical. I secure her seatbelt, our faces inches apart again. Her scent fills my head, fear and adrenaline mixed with something uniquely her. My hard fingers graze her soft curves as I tighten the strap, and I pull back before I do something stupid. Again. Matteo meets me halfway between the vehicles, arms loaded with our equipment. "What the hell happened?" he asks, voice low. "Damiano said there were casualties. You both look like shit." Convenience store. 3 armed men. "And," Matteo presses, reading something in my expression. I glance toward the SUV where Melania sits motionless, staring straight ahead. She saved my life. Took out the third guy when he had a clean shot at my back. Matteo's eyes widen. "Antonio's daughter? killed someone? Yeah. The weight of it hits me again. What she did. What it will cost her, mentally, emotionally. Get rid of the Audi. Complete wipe down. We were never there.
Melania. I sit frozen in the SUV, fingertips touching my lips where Alessio's mouth was just pressed against mine. My heart bursts up into my throat like it's trying to escape. This shouldn't have happened. But it felt right, like my lips were carved specifically for his, like every moment of my life, every decision, every mistake was leading to that kiss. I watch through the windshield as Alessio speaks with Matteo, their faces serious in the dusk. My body still burns at every place where Alessio touched me. I press my palms against my eyes, trying to sort through the chaos in my mind. My hands still smell faintly of gunpowder. The scent makes my stomach roll, but not as much as it should. Not as much as the thought of Alessio lying dead on that convenience store floor. When did he become so important to me? When did his survival become worth killing for? The driver's door opens and Alessio slides in beside me. His presence fills the vehicle, all coiled strength and barely contained energy. I stare out the window as Alessio starts the engine, unable to look at him directly. The SUV pulls away from the construction site, leaving Matteo and our old car behind. My mind keeps replaying the kiss, the feel of his hands, the way my body instantly responded without my permission. We're about 15 minutes away from where we're going, Alessio says, breaking the silence gruffly so that I wonder if he's as affected as I am. I nod, still watching the darkened landscape pass by outside the window. Are you okay? He asks, glancing over at me. Yes, I lie, then amend it with something closer to truth. Just exhausted. The word barely captures the bone-deep weariness that's settled into me. My body feels heavy, like I'm moving against rushing water. The adrenaline that kept me functioning through the convenience store horror has drained away, leaving nothing but hollow fatigue. I've never felt this tired before, I admit. It's like something inside me has been used up. Alessio's hands tighten on the steering wheel. That's normal after what happened. I close my eyes but immediately snap them open when images of the man I shot flash across my mind. Will it always be like this? Seeing it when I close my eyes? No, he says with certainty. It gets easier to live with. The way he says it, like a hard-won truth rather than empty comfort, makes me believe him. He would know. How many people has he killed? How many lives has he taken to protect the Ferretti family? And now I've joined those ranks, one life taken to save another. I don't realize we've arrived until the SUV stops moving. The drive passes in a fog, my mind replaying the convenience store scene on endless loop. We're here, Alessio says, his voice cutting through my rumination. I blink, focusing on what's outside the window. The house sits perched on the edge of a cliff, modern and sleek with large windows reflecting the moonlight. Below, I catch glimpses of dark water crashing against rocks. Something about the isolation calms me. Is this safe? I ask, my voice hoarse. One of Damiano's properties, off the books. Alessio presses a button on a small remote, and a gate slides open. No digital footprint. The SUV glides forward, and another button press reveals a garage door opening beneath the house. Alessio drives inside, and the door closes behind us with a mechanical hum. The space is pristine, nothing like the warehouse. This is a real home. When the engine cuts, I sit motionless, my body unwilling to move. Everything feels heavy. I need a shower, I say, the words barely making it past my lips. Desperately. Alessio nods, coming around to my side of the vehicle. He doesn't touch me, but his presence guides me to a door at the back of the garage. It opens into a hallway with warm, recessed lighting and polished hardwood floors. The air smells clean, like lemon polish and fresh linens. We pass a spacious kitchen with marble countertops and stainless steel appliances. Beyond that, a living room with plush furniture facing floor-to-ceiling windows that would showcase the ocean view in daylight. Alessio leads me up a curved staircase to the second floor. The carpet is soft beneath my feet. He opens a door to reveal a bedroom. "Bathroom's through there," he says, pointing to a door on the right. "You'll find everything you need. Towels, soap, shampoo." I stand awkwardly in the center of the room, still feeling disconnected from my body. "I think clothes have been left for you in here." Alessio tugs a dresser drawer open, adding darkly, "Matteo told them all that you were running around wearing only my t-shirt." He attempts a grin, and I appreciate his attempt to lighten the mood now that we're safe. I do my best to respond, but my facial muscles are ice cold. "Okay, I'll be downstairs if you need anything," he says, backing awkwardly toward the door. "Take your time." I wait until Alessio's footsteps fade down the stairs before I move to the dresser. My limbs feel disconnected, like I'm operating a body cobbled together by Dr. Frankenstein. The drawer slides open, revealing neatly folded clothes and soft fabrics. I run my fingers over cotton t-shirts and leggings, all looking barely worn, if at all. Tucked in the corner is a pair of pale blue pajamas. They still have price tags attached. Another drawer reveals underwear, also new with tags. Designer brands I recognize from London shopping trips with Ashley. For a moment, I just stand there in a daze, holding these immaculate clothes that belong to someone else. I gather some clothes and push open the bathroom door. The sight stops me in my tracks. The bathroom is enormous, gleaming white marble with gleaming gold fixtures. A freestanding tub sits beneath a window that must offer an incredible ocean view by day. The glass-enclosed shower could fit 3 people comfortably, with multiple shower heads and built-in benches. I set the clothes on the counter and peel off Alessio's t-shirt, avoiding my reflection in the mirror. I don't want to see myself right now. Don't want to look into the eyes of a woman who took a life today. The shower turns on with a twist of a gold knob, water streaming from the ceiling. I step under the spray, the heat immediately enveloping me. The pressure is perfect, strong enough to massage my aching muscles, but not painful against my tender skin. I push my forehead against the cool glass wall, letting the water cascade down my back. The heat seeps into me, washing away the day's horrors. The gunshots, the blood, the look in that man's eyes as he fell. My tears mix with the shower water, indistinguishable as they circle the drain. I don't know how long I stand there, letting the water pummel my shoulders, long enough that my fingertips wrinkle and the bathroom fills with steam. Long enough that the memory of what happened today starts to feel like something that happened to someone else.
Chapter 20. Alessio. I pace the living room, a burner phone pressed against my ear. The ocean crashes against the cliffs outside, a rhythmic tempest that matches my mood. "It's handled," Matteo says on the other end. "Cars being crushed as we speak. No prints, no DNA, nothing to trace." "The bodies at the gas station?" "Police have it as a robbery gone wrong. Security footage was wiped before we left. Far as anyone knows, some junkies tried their luck and got shot by each other in the crossfire." I run my thumb along my bottom lip, thinking, "And you're clean? No tail? What do you take me for, a fucking amateur?" Matteo laughs. "I took 3 different routes, checked mirrors the whole way. We're good. Keep your phone close. I'll need you tomorrow." After ending the call, I stand at the window, watching the darkness beyond the glass. The image of Melania firing that gun replays in my mind. The way her hands shook, the determination in her eyes. She saved my life. Antonio Lombardi's daughter put a bullet in a man to protect me. I head to the guest bathroom, my body aching for hot water and soap to wash away the day's grime. Inside, I strip off my clothes, wincing as the skin pulls around the bullet wound. The shower starts with a blast of cold water that quickly turns scalding. Perfect. I step under the spray, letting it pound my shoulders. I brace my hands against the tile wall, and Melania's face flashes behind my closed eyelids. The way she looked at me before I kissed her. The softness of her lips against mine. The gasp sound she made in the back of her throat when I pulled her closer. Cazzo. I grabbed the soap, working it over my skin more roughly than necessary. The memory of her firing that gun keeps interrupting my thoughts. The way her eyes stretched wide in shock. How her body trembled against mine as I carried her to the car. She killed for me. For me. Something shifts in my chest. A tightness I can't explain away. This woman has gotten under my skin in ways no one has since Violet. But Melania is nothing like Violet. Where Violet ran from the violence, Melania faced it head-on. I turn my face into the spray. The realization hits with the force of a bullet. I don't want to give her back when this is over. Not to her brother. Not to anyone. Mine. The thought rises unbidden, primal and possessive. I get out of the shower and scrub dry my body. The clothes Damiano keeps at this safe house fit well enough. Dark jeans and a black Henley that's snug across my shoulders. Better than the blood-stained alternatives. The house is quiet. Too quiet. I move out to the living area and pause, listening for the sound of the shower upstairs, but hear nothing. "Melania?" I call out, my voice echoing against the glass wall. No answer. My hand instinctively moves toward my holster before I remember I left my gun on the kitchen counter. I move quickly through the house, checking rooms until I confirm she's still in the bathroom upstairs. The sound of water running reaches me now. Relief floods my system, followed immediately by irritation at my own reaction. Since when do I panic over a woman taking a shower? I head to the kitchen, pulling open the refrigerator door. Damiano keeps this place well stocked for emergencies. The shelves are filled with prepared meals in sealed containers. Pasta, some kind of chicken, lasagna. All need just a few minutes in the microwave. My stomach growls, reminding me we haven't eaten since those cans at the warehouse. I pull out the lasagna and chicken, setting them on the counter. Food first, then we'll figure out our next move. I grab a tumbler from the cabinet and the bottle of Macallan 18 that Damiano keeps for himself. Pouring 2 fingers, I take a sip, letting the burn coat my throat. The familiar warmth spreads through my chest, easing some of the tension from my shoulders. The events at the gas station replay in my mind. The sound of Melania's scream, the gunshot, the way she looked at her own hands afterward like they belonged to someone else. I take another sip, longer this time. I roll the glass between my palms, staring at the amber liquid as it flickers in the light. The silence of the house wraps around me while I wait, listening for her footsteps, for any sign she's finished washing away what happened today. My thumb traces my bottom lip as I think about what comes next, about how everything has changed between us in ways I never anticipated. I pour another finger of scotch and wait. The clink of glass against stone is the only sound until I hear soft footsteps on the stairs. I look up and my entire body goes rigid. Melania descends wearing silk pajamas that cling to every curve of her body. The pale blue fabric hugs her breasts, her waist, her hips. The pants end above her ankles, too short, and the top stretches across her chest, revealing a sliver of skin when she moves. My eyes trace the path from her collarbones to the curve of her hip. She's carved from my deepest fantasies, all soft curves and dangerous edges. Perfection. She catches me staring and tugs at the hem of the top. These aren't exactly my size. I clear my throat, but my voice still comes out rough. They're perfect. Her eyes open round as saucers as she looks at me, then down. You could wear a fucking sack and it would look like a Gucci piece. The words escape my mouth before I can filter them, raw honesty breaking through my carefully maintained control.
A flush seeps up her neck as she holds my gaze. Something electric passes between us, dangerous and inevitable. I force myself to look away first, gesturing at the food containers.
We should eat. I clear my throat again. I found lasagna and chicken. Just needs heating. Melania's fingers start unconsciously twisting her mother's ring. I'm not sure I can. The vulnerability in her voice cuts through my desire. I remember her trembling hands at the gas station, the horror in her eyes after she pulled the trigger. That wasn't a suggestion, I say, my tone softening despite my words. It's a command from your captor. She attempts a laugh. The sound is hollow, nothing like the genuine one I heard when we cooked carbonara together. I move toward the microwave, giving her space while keeping her in my peripheral vision. You need to eat. Your body needs fuel after a shock. Her fingers continue twisting the ring, more agitated now. Is that what this is? Shock? Among other things. I punch buttons on the microwave, the beeps filling the silence between us.
Melania, I managed 2 bites of food before my stomach turned against me. The image of that man's face as my bullet hit him flashes behind my eyes every time I try to swallow. Alessio watches me from across the counter, his dark eyes tracking every movement. He's finished his meal with gusto, like fueling a machine. Meanwhile, I push pasta around my plate, creating patterns in the sauce. You need to eat more than that, he says. I shake my head. I can't. My hands tremble slightly as I set down the fork. The metal clinks on the ceramic plate, the sound unnaturally loud in the cavernous kitchen. My whole body feels wrong, like I'm piloting it from somewhere far away. I need to lie down, I murmur, my voice catching. I don't recognize myself, this fragile, broken thing asking for permission to rest. The strong, defiant woman who faced down her father and stole from Raymond seems like someone else entirely. Of course. Alessio nods, standing to clear the plates. His movements are sober, like he's afraid sudden motion might shatter me completely. I remain frozen in my seat, twisting my mother's ring around my finger. The smooth metal grounds me, a connection to something real when everything else feels like a nightmare. I open my mouth, close it, then try again. Can you... The words stick in my throat. Alessio pauses, plate in hand, waiting. Can you come with me? I finally manage. I can't be alone right now. I can't explain the hollowness inside me, the way the shadows in the corners of the room seem to pulse with threat. He doesn't demand explanations or reasons, simply sets the plate down and rounds the counter. His large hand envelops mine, warm and solid. Let's go. He helps me stand, and I let him lead me to the stairs. My legs feel unsteady beneath me, like I might collapse without his support. His thumb brushes my knuckles in small, soothing circles as we climb the steps. The bedroom is cast in the soft glow of a bedside lamp when we enter, shadows stretching across the walls like reaching fingers. Alessio guides me to the king-size bed that dominates the room, his hand still clasping mine as if I might float away without his anchor. I sink onto the mattress, the linen sheets cool beneath my fingers. My body feels impossibly dead weight, yet hollow at the same time. Alessio steps back, his expression unreadable as he moves to a chair in the corner. The scrape of wood as he lowers his bulk makes me flinch. You don't have to sit over there, I whisper. This bed is enormous, big enough for an entire family probably. He freezes, his hand gripping the armrest. His jaw flexes rapidly and I watch his thumb lift to trace along his bottom lip, that unconscious gesture I've noticed whenever he's thinking. I don't think that's a good idea, Piccola. Please, I say, hating the desperation in my voice but unable to stop it. I can't be alone with my thoughts right now. Our eyes lock across the room. Something shifts in his expression, a softening around the edges of his mouth, a slight furrow between his brows. Are you sure? He asks, his accent thickening as it always does when his guard slips. I nod, pulling back the covers and sliding beneath them. I'm sure. Alessio hesitates only a moment longer before approaching the bed. He removes the phone from his pocket, placing it carefully on the nightstand alongside his car keys. The USB drive, that small piece of technology that started everything, joins them, a dark reminder of why we're here. I'll stay on top of the covers, he says, the mattress sinking under his weight as he stretches out beside me, keeping a careful distance between our bodies. I don't argue. Having him near is enough, his steady breathing a rhythm to focus on instead of the echo of gunshots in my head. I turn onto my left side, pulling the covers tight around me. Behind me, Alessio remains motionless on top of the covers. His presence radiates warmth, yet he maintains that careful distance between us. The barrier feels both necessary and unbearable. The tears I've been fighting since the gas station finally spill over, hot trails streaming down my cheeks and dampening the pillow under my head. My body shakes with silent sobs. The mattress shifts. Alessio moves closer, his strong arm wrapping around my waist over the blankets. His body forms a protective curve against my back. "Shh, princess," he says, his breath warm against my hair. "You did what you had to do." I press back against him, seeking more contact, more comfort. My back meets the solid wall of his chest. Through the layers of blankets and clothing, his heartbeat is steady and strong, while mine races with panic and grief. Alessio tightens his grip around me, one large hand splayed across my stomach, anchoring me to him. He buries his face in my hair, inhaling deeply. The gesture is intimate in a way that should frighten me, but instead makes me feel protected. I buck my torso and turn to face him, our bodies separated only by the thin layer of blankets between us. His eyes merge with mine in the dim light, dark and intense. Something electric passes between us. Desire, need, the desperate urge to feel something other than the horror. "You saved my life today," he whispers, his voice fraught with emotion. His gaze drops to my mouth, lingering there. The air between us charges with tension, making it hard to breathe. "You know, you taste like nothing I've..." His accent is deeper with each hesitation, and suddenly I can't hold back anymore. I surge forward, pressing my lips against his. This kiss is nothing like our first. It's desperate, frantic, consuming. His mouth moves against mine with fierce hunger, his hand sliding up to cup the back of my head. Alessio shifts, his weight pressing me into the mattress as he moves over me. The blankets tangle between us, a barrier I can't stand one more moment and start shoving them away as I moan into his mouth, wanting more, needing more. My hands find his shoulders, fingers digging into the hard muscle there. He breaks the kiss long enough to tear his shirt over his head, revealing the sculpted torso I've been trying not to think about ever since I bandaged his wound. The sight of him, all power and barely leashed control, makes heat pool low in my belly. The unabridged version is available on our website. With the code YT25, enjoy 25% discount. Thank you for watching. By the way, where are you listening from? Comment below.
Chapter 22. Alessio. Melania's breathing slows against my chest, her body going slack as sleep finally claims her. I hold her close, feeling the gentle rise and fall of her ribs beneath my arm. Her hair spills across my bicep, and soft strands catch on the rough calluses of my fingers. 3 hours. We've been tangled in each other for 3 fucking hours, and I still want more. But she needs rest more than I need satisfaction. I trace the curve of her spine with my fingertips, careful not to wake her. Her skin is marked with evidence of my possession, faint bruises forming where my fingers dug into her hips, a reddened patch on her throat where my hand had claimed her. She'll wear my marks tomorrow, hidden beneath whatever clothes she chooses, but we'll both know they're there. I know what this was, at least partly. She needed to feel something other than the horror of pulling that trigger, needed to replace the image of death with something primal and alive. Not that she didn't want me. The chemistry between us has been building since I first saw her in that wedding dress, but tonight's urgency came from somewhere darker. I've seen it before, the desperate need to fuck away the memory of your first kill, to prove you're still human after taking a life. But unlike the empty encounters I've had after bloody nights, this was something else entirely. Something I haven't felt before. Not with Violet. Not with anyone. Melania shifts in her sleep, murmuring something I don't understand before settling again. Her hand rests on my chest, right above my heart, her mother's ring cool against my skin. Even asleep, She seeks connection. Then a realization hits me with unexpected force. I'm not leaving her. She's mine now, whether she fully comprehends it yet or not. Unless, in the morning, she tells me to fuck off. That's the one condition I'll respect. If she looks me in the eye and says she doesn't want this, doesn't want me, I'll let her walk away. I'm a possessive bastard, but I won't keep someone who doesn't want to be kept. But until then, she's mine to protect, mine to pleasure, mine to keep safe from the monsters who want to use her as a pawn in their sick games. I pull the sheet over her naked body, shielding her from the cool air. I wait until her breathing deepens, each exhale a warm puff against my chest. Time to move. Someone, probably Damiano, texted 20 minutes ago. I need to check it. Carefully, I slide my arm from beneath her head, replacing it with a pillow. She stirs but doesn't wake, one leg free from our tangle, then the other. The mattress shifts as I ease my weight off it. Almost clear. Her hand shoots out, fingers wrapping around my wrist with surprising strength. "Don't," she murmurs, eyes still closed. I freeze, torn between duty and the unexpected pull I feel toward her. I grab the phone, checking quickly if it's important. "Get some rest and we'll talk tomorrow." I put it back down and turn to Melania. She tugs me back, wrapping her arms around my waist like I'm her fucking lifeline. Her face presses against my stomach, breath hot against my skin. "Please," she whispers, voice cracking. Then I feel it, wetness against my skin. She's crying in her sleep, silent tears tracking down her cheeks. "Shh," I murmur, sliding back in beside her. "I'm here." I pull her closer, one hand cradling the back of her head while the other draws soothing patterns on her spine. My lips press against her hair, breathing in the scent of a shampoo mixed with a uniquely Melania aroma. "You're safe," I whisper against her temple. "I've got you." A moth flutters against the window, drawn to the bedside lamp I left on. It circles erratically, casting dancing shadows across her bare shoulder. I reach over and switch off the light, plunging the room into darkness, save for the moonlight filtering through the blinds. The need to protect her hits me with unexpected force, not just from Raymond or her father, but from everything. The moth at the window, the shadows in the corner, the nightmares behind her eyelids. I want to build a fortress around her, keep her sheltered from anything that might cause her pain. It's fucking ridiculous. I'm not that fucking type of man. What the hell has she done to me?
Melania. I drift through layers of sleep, pulled toward consciousness by the weight of a focused gaze. My eyelids flutter open to find a pair of dark eyes watching me, intense, unblinking. Alessio. He lies beside me, head propped on one hand, studying my face like he's committing every detail to memory. The early morning light snags on his jaw, highlighting the sharp angles of his face. "Buongiorno, princess," he murmurs, voice rough with sleep. "Good morning," I whisper back. My body awakens fully, muscles aching in places I'd forgotten could ache. Memories flood back.
Chapter 23. Alessio. I grip the countertop, trying to steady my racing thoughts. The smell of fresh coffee fills the kitchen as I wait for the pot to finish brewing. My body still hums with satisfaction, muscles pleasantly sore from taking Melania against the shower wall not 30 minutes ago. Cazzo. The coffee machine beeps. I pour 2 mugs, adding a splash of cream to Melania's. I hear the water shut off upstairs. She's finishing her second shower of the morning, necessary after I joined her in the first one. My cock stirs at the memory of her wet skin against the tiles, her gasps echoing off the bathroom walls as I took her. "Focus," I mutter to myself, setting the mugs on the kitchen island. I take a long sip of black coffee, letting the bitter heat burn away the fog in my brain. I hear her footsteps on the stairs and straighten my shoulders, When she appears in the doorway, her hair is damp, cheeks flushed from the hot water. She's wearing another set of Lucrezia's clothes, dark jeans and a simple white t-shirt. "Coffee's ready," I say. I slide Melania's coffee across the counter, watching her closely. Something's different about her today. The haunted look from yesterday has morphed into something more determined. Her shoulders are squared, her movements more purposeful. I won't mention it unless she wants to talk. Some demons need to be faced in silence. "Thank you," she says, wrapping her hands around the mug. She takes a sip, then looks up at me with those amber eyes that see too much. "I've been thinking about my father," she says, tapping her fingers against the ceramic mug, "and I realized something. If Raymond kept such detailed records of their business, my father would have done the same." I raise an eyebrow, waiting. "My father has several safes in his office," she continues, her voice quickening with excitement. "He's opened all of them in front of me at some point, except for one." She suddenly smacks her palm against her forehead. "God, I'm so stupid." "You're many things, Piccola. Stupid isn't one of them." "No, you don't understand." Her eyes are bright now. "I never analyzed him enough to question what he kept in there. I just accepted that some things weren't my business. But what if that safe contains his version of Raymond's records?" I finish for her. "Exactly." She sets down her coffee. "If we could access that safe..." "Could your father have a crypto wallet as well?" I ask. She considers it. "He's more old school, prefers paper records. But..." She pauses. "It might also be on a USB. He wouldn't trust that something so important would exist only in one format." I take another sip of coffee, studying Melania's face. She's got that look, the one where her mind is galloping 10 steps ahead of her words. The wheels keep turning behind those tiger's eyes. "But," I prompt, knowing there's more. She sighs, twisting her mother's ring. "But I've hit a wall with Raymond's security. He uses levels I can't pass through. It's the government, right?" Her shoulders slump. "The files we've retrieved so far aren't enough to bring them down. We need more concrete evidence." "The safe," I say, connecting the dots. "Yes." She meets my gaze directly. I set my mug down, my thumb outlining my bottom lip as I consider what she's really asking. "You want to reach Leonardo?" Her eyes widen slightly, surprised by my directness. She starts. "Yes, I think we need to." Merda. I knew putting the idea in her head would lead here. The thought of contacting anyone in the Lombardi family makes my skin crawl, but she's right about one thing. We're running out of options. "If we try hacking that USB again, we're risking our lives for the third time," I say bluntly. "And the next time someone might not walk away." "I know." Her voice is quiet but steady. "That's why we need another approach." I push away from the counter and pace the kitchen. "Your brother could be completely loyal to your father. He could be setting a trap. Or he could help us," she counters. "Leonardo and we were close once." I stop and face her. "It's a massive risk." "Everything about this is a risk, Alessio." She steps closer, determination hardening her features. "But doing nothing guarantees Raymond and my father will continue to destroy lives. And the Ferrettis, too." She's right, and we both know it. Sometimes the only way forward is through the fire. "If we do this," I say carefully, "we do it my way, with every precaution." I hold her gaze for a long moment, watching the determination in her eyes. This woman has already risked everything, her family, her safety, her future, to expose the truth. Now she's willing to risk even more. "Okay," she says finally. "Your way, with every precaution." I nod, my mind already calculating angles, contingencies, extraction plans. "We need to be smart about this," she says. "Come here," I say, my voice dropping lower. She hesitates for just a second before stepping toward me. When she's close enough, I reach out, wrapping my hand around the back of her neck and pulling her to me. Her breath catches as I claim her mouth with mine, kissing her deeply. When I finally break the kiss, I keep my hand on her neck, my thumb stroking the delicate skin beneath her jaw. Her pulse hammers against my fingertips. "Your ass may rule my dick," I murmur against her lips, "but your mind rules my entire fucking being." A smile spreads across her face, still pressed against mine. I feel it more than see it, the way her cheeks lift, her lips curve. "Thank you," I say quietly, the words rough in my throat. She knows what I'm thanking her for without me having to say it, for saving my life at that gas station, for pulling the trigger when most people would have frozen, for being strong enough to carry the weight of what she did. Her eyes meet mine, understanding passing between us without words. Neither of us says it out loud. We don't need to. Some debts can't be repaid with words. I pull back from Melania, my hand still resting on the side of her neck. "I need to inform Damiano about this," I say, my thumb stroking the delicate line of her jaw. "If we're going to reach out to Leonardo, he needs to know." She nods, understanding the chain of command. "Of course." I release her and step back, pulling my phone from a pocket. Damiano answers on the second ring. "We have a development," I say without preamble, switching to Italian. "Tell me." I explain Melania's theory about Antonio's safe and the possibility of finding evidence there rather than continuing to fight Raymond's impossible security systems. "We need to reach Leonardo," I conclude. "It's our best shot at getting inside the Lombardi estate without starting a war." There's silence on the other end as Damiano considers. I can almost see him pacing his office. "You trust her on this?" he finally asks. I glance at Melania, who's watching me intently. "Yes," I answer without hesitation. "I do." Another pause. The brother could be compromised. "It's a risk," I acknowledge, "but we're running out of options. Raymond's security is government grade. We need to pivot." "Agreed," Damiano says after a moment. "I'm sending Matteo and Noah to pick you up. Bring her to the estate. We'll plan this properly." I nod, though he can't see it. "Understood. When?" 2 hours, maybe less. We'll be ready." I end the call and turn back to Melania. "Damiano is sending Matteo and Noah to bring us to the Ferretti estate," I tell her. "We'll plan the approach to Leonardo there." Her eyes lift slightly. "The estate," I thought. "If we're bringing your brother into this, Damiano wants to be directly involved," I explain. "And frankly, the estate is the most secure location we have. If Raymond's people find us again, we'll have more firepower. We have an advantage. No one can know that the Ferrettis are helping you. We need to use that." She nods, twisting her mother's ring. "When do we leave?" 2 hours, maybe less. I step closer, pulling her to me. "Are you sure about this, Melania? About Leonardo?" Her eyes meet mine, steady and clear. "No, but I'm sure we need to try."
Melania. My mind is muddled about Leonardo, wondering if my brother will help us or if I'm making a fatal mistake trusting him. The sound of car doors slamming outside pulls me from my thoughts. "It's Matteo and Enzo," he says, his voice tight. "Stay here." I hear muffled voices in the entryway, then footsteps approaching the kitchen. Alessio returns with 2 men, Matteo, whom I recognize from our previous brief encounter, and another man I've only glimpsed once before. The second man, Enzo, walks into the kitchen with the confident stride of someone who owns every room he enters. His sharp hazel eyes scan the space before landing on me, his expression unreadable. "Are you ready?" Enzo asks, directing the question to Alessio. That's when it hits me. This is the man who pressed that chemical-soaked cloth against my face when I tried to fight back. The memory of struggling against his grip while darkness claimed me flashes through my mind. "It wasn't really nice of you," I say, meeting his gaze directly. To drug me unconscious when we first met. Enzo turns to me, his eyebrows lifting slightly as he studies me like I'm some puzzling artifact he's discovered. His lips curve into something that's not quite a smile. "If you think it would have been kinder for me to kick you, as you tried to do to me," he says, his voice smooth and dangerous, "we can always repeat the experience. Your choice, Lombardi." "Enough," Alessio says, his voice low but sharp enough to cut glass. He steps slightly forward, positioning himself between Enzo and me. "We don't have time for this." Enzo's eyes flick from me to Alessio, then back again. Something shifts in his expression, a subtle change that speaks volumes. His gaze moves deliberately from Alessio's protective stance to my face, then down to where Alessio's fingertips touch me. Understanding dawns in his eyes, followed by what looks suspiciously like amusement. "Interesting," he murmurs, just loud enough for us both to hear. Alessio's jaw tightens. "The car's ready?" "Waiting outside," Enzo replies, still watching us with that knowing look. My gaze follows Alessio as he grabs a small black duffel bag from the counter, carefully placing the USB drive and a new laptop inside, one we haven't used yet. "Let's go," he says, his hand finding the small of my back as he guides me toward the door. Outside, a sleek Maserati Levante waits for us, glossy black exterior gleaming in the daylight. The vehicle screams wealth and power without trying. Enzo slides into the driver's seat while Matteo takes the passenger side. Alessio opens the rear door for me before joining me in the back. The buttery leather seats cradle my body as I settle in. The car smells of expensive cologne and new leather, a stark contrast to the warehouse's musty air or even the clinical cleanliness of the safe house. As we pull away from the property, I push thoughts of last night to the back of my mind. Not now. It will take more time to work that through. I focus on what lies ahead. We need more. We need whatever's in that safe at my father's office. And for that, we need Leonardo, my brother, the person I once trusted most in this world. I watch the scenery blur past the tinted windows, sorry to leave that ocean before it cleansed my psyche. The weight of everything, the files, my father's betrayal, Leonardo, the man I killed, settles heavy on my shoulders. My eyelids suddenly feel like they're made of lead. "You okay?" Alessio asks quietly, his voice reaching me through a fog. I nod, not trusting my voice. The car's smooth motion rocks me slightly. I shift in my seat, trying to find a more comfortable position. My head drifts toward Alessio's shoulder before I catch myself. "It's fine," he says, his voice low enough that only I can hear. "Rest." Exhaustion rolls over me like a tidal wave. Despite sleeping through the night with Alessio's arms around me, my body craves more. The adrenaline crash from yesterday's violence, the emotional toll of everything we've discovered, the intensity of what happened between us, it's all catching up to me at once. I lay my head on Alessio's shoulder. His body tenses for a fraction of a second before relaxing, his arm shifting slightly to accommodate me. The scent of him, sandalwood and something uniquely him, surrounds me. My mother used to say that the body knows what it needs, even when the mind refuses to listen. Right now, mine is demanding rest. The rhythmic motion of the car becomes hypnotic. The soft hum of the impeccable machine forms a soothing white noise. My thoughts begin to drift, disconnected and hazy. I fight it for a moment, forcing my eyes open to see Enzo staring at us in the rearview mirror, his expression unreadable. Matteo says something I can't quite catch, his voice a distant murmur. My eyelids grow heavier with each blink until they refuse to open again. The last thing I register is Alessio's hand gently covering mine where it rests between us, his thumb drawing small circles on my skin. Then I'm gone, pulled under, the gliding motion lulling me into dreamless sleep.
Chapter 24. Alessio. I watch Melania drift to sleep against my shoulder, her breathing gradually slowing into a steady rhythm. Her hand lies between us and I cover it with mine. The simple connection grounds me as my mind races. In the rearview mirror, Enzo's eyes meet mine. The knowing look on his face speaks volumes. He's not stupid. He's seen how I positioned myself between him and Melania, how my hand rests on hers, how she sleeps against me so comfortably. These small gestures reveal what words haven't. Something has changed between Melania and me, something I never planned for. I've known Enzo since we were teenagers. We've been through hell together, saved each other's lives more times than I can count. We don't keep secrets from each other, not the kind that matter. Damiano, Enzo, and I operate as a unit, our loyalty absolute. It's how we've survived this long. Yet here I am, holding Antonio Lombardi's daughter while she sleeps, with marks from my mouth still fresh on her skin under her clothes. Enzo catches my eye again in the mirror and raises an eyebrow. I give him a barely perceptible shake of my head. Not now. He nods once, understanding without words. The conversation is coming. We both know it, but it won't happen with Melania beside me and Matteo in the front seat. Melania wriggles slightly in her sleep, her body seeking more contact with mine. I adjust my position to make her fit better, and my chest tightens when she sighs and settles deeper into me. Damiano will need to know. So will Enzo. I look down at her sleeping face, softer in unconsciousness than I've ever seen it. The sharp intelligence and wariness that usually animate her features are gone, replaced by a vulnerability that makes my protective instincts flare. The irony doesn't escape me. I was assigned to be her captor, and now I'd kill anyone who tried to hurt her. The Maserati slows as we approach the wrought iron gates of the Ferretti estate. They swing open silently. The familiar sight of the sprawling property brings a sense of relief. This is the closest thing to home I've had for years. We're heading straight to Damiano's office for a discussion, Matteo says, glancing back at me. Enzo parks in front of the main entrance. Especially about why you're holding Lombardi's daughter like she's made of fucking glass. I ignore the comment and focus on Melania, who's still asleep against my shoulder. Her face is peaceful, all the sharp edges softened in sleep. I brush a strand of hair from her cheek. Melania, I say softly. We're here. She stirs, her eyes fluttering open. For a moment there's confusion in those amber depths, then recognition. She straightens immediately, pulling away from me as awareness returns. The Ferretti estate? She asks, her voice a purr from sleep. Yes. We exit the car and walk toward the imposing front doors. They open before we reach them, revealing Ginevra's familiar figure. The older woman's eyes startle when she sees Melania, but her professional demeanor never falters. Welcome back, Mr. Gallo, she says, then nods to Melania. Miss. Ginevra, I say. This is Melania Lombardi. If the name surprises her, she doesn't show it. She simply offers a warm smile. I need to speak with Damiano, I tell Melania. You can go with Ginevra. She'll get you settled. Melania's eyes dart between me and the others, uncertainty crossing her features. How long will you be? Not long, I say, though I have no idea if that's true. Ginevra will take care of you. I turn to Ginevra. Take her to my room, please. Ginevra's eyebrows lift questioningly, but her smile brightens. Of course, Mr. Gallo. This way, Miss Lombardi. Melania hesitates, then nods. As she follows Ginevra toward the grand staircase, she glances back at me once, and the sentiment in her eyes makes my chest tumble. So your room, huh? Enzo says the moment they're out of earshot. Let's go, I say. I follow Matteo and Enzo down the hallway to Damiano's office, the weight of what I'm about to do pressing down on my shoulders. The irony isn't lost on me. First Enzo with Sienna, then Noah with Evelyn. Now me. We've all fallen into the same trap, claiming women who should be untouchable, from people we're supposed to destroy. Damiano's office door stands open. Inside, Noah leans against the wall, arms crossed, while Daniel stands at attention near the window. Their eyes track us as we enter. Damiano sits behind his massive desk, fingers steepled, face unreadable. He doesn't look surprised to see us, Nothing ever surprises him. Enzo drops into one of the chairs facing Damiano's desk without invitation. The second chair, my usual spot, waits empty. I take it, my body tense despite the familiar surroundings. The silence stretches, heavy with expectation. Everyone's waiting for Damiano to speak first, as protocol demands. Fuck protocol. Melania is mine, I say, my voice cutting through the hush like a blade. The words hang in the air. I don't elaborate, don't qualify. There's nothing else to say. Damiano's expression doesn't change. His dark eyes bore into mine, searching for something. Weakness, perhaps, or uncertainty. He won't find either. Fuck, Noah mutters from his position against the wall. Not another one. Daniel shifts his weight, but remains silent, ever the professional. Enzo leans back in his chair, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Told you, he says to Damiano. Pay up. Damiano ignores him, still studying me with that penetrating gaze. I don't look away. I don't explain myself. I've made my declaration and I'll stand by it, regardless of the consequences. Damiano drums his fingers against the polished mahogany of his desk. Noah, Daniel, Matteo, leave us. His voice is calm but leaves no room for argument. Noah pushes off the wall with a shake of his head. Getting fucking predictable around here, he mutters as he passes me. Daniel follows silently, professional as always. Matteo hesitates at the door, throwing me a concerned glance before Damiano's sharp "now" sends him on his way. The door clicks shut, leaving just the three of us, me, Enzo, and Damiano. The brothers exchange a look I can't quite decipher. You're sure about this? Damiano asks, leaning forward slightly. Antonio Lombardi's daughter? The question hangs between us. A week ago, I would have laughed at the absurdity of it. But now, I wasn't, I admit to myself. Not until she saved my life. I am, I say. Damiano studies me, his dark eyes missing nothing. We've known each other since we were teenagers. He can read me better than anyone. You're sure? He asks again. I meet his gaze without hesitation. I'm sure. Damiano leans back in his chair, his expression unreadable. A heavy silence fills the room, broken only by the ticking of the antique clock on the wall. None of us are men of many words. Never have been. It's not how we operate. Our world doesn't reward flowery speeches or emotional declarations. Dinner, Damiano finally says, the single word carrying the weight of a command. Tonight, with her. I nod once, understanding the implications. It isn't just dinner. It's an assessment, an introduction to the inner circle. Damiano wants to see Melania for himself, to understand what's changed me. 8 o'clock, Damiano continues. I nod again. She'll be there. Damiano's fingers drum once on his desk, a rare tell of his inner thoughts. You were the last one I expected this from, Alessio. His voice is quiet, matter of fact. Fucking women, sure. Getting involved? Never thought I'd see the day. The words aren't an accusation, just an observation from a man who's known me almost 20 years. A man who's seen me execute his orders without question, who's watched me build walls around myself that no one was supposed to breach. I know, I admit. I agree with you. The admission hangs between us. In our world, admitting vulnerability isn't something we do lightly, but this is Damiano and Enzo, the closest thing to brothers I've ever had. If I can't be honest with them, then who? Damiano nods once, decision made. Then we adapt. 3 simple words that carry immense meaning in our world. We adapt. We survive. We protect what's ours. Damiano stands, signaling the end of our discussion. 8 o'clock, he repeats. I rise from my chair, knowing I've been dismissed. There's nothing more to say. We aren't men who need long conversations or emotional reassurances. The bond we share runs deeper than words. They'll kill for me. I'll kill for them. And now they'll help me protect what's mine.
Chapter 25. Melania. I perch on the edge of Alessio's bed, fingering the subtle pattern on his dark blue comforter. The room surprises me, spacious yet minimalist. Everything here serves a purpose. A large wooden dresser, a leather chair in the corner, a desk with nothing but a lamp and a closed laptop. Half an hour has passed since Ginevra brought me to this room with a gentle hand on my back. "Make yourself comfortable, Cara," she'd said, her eyes crinkling at the corners when she smiled. "Can I bring you anything? Tea, perhaps?" The kindness in her voice had caught me off guard. In the years since my mother died, the staff at the Lombardi estate had maintained a professional distance, efficient but cold, like they'd been instructed to keep their interactions with me to a minimum. But Ginevra fussed over me, noticing my exhaustion immediately. I stand up, too restless to remain still, and walk to the window. The Ferretti estate sprawls before me, manicured gardens, stone pathways, and in the distance a fountain sparkling the afternoon light. It's beautiful in a way that reminds me of Italian villas from another era. I move to the dresser, running my fingers lightly over the surface. I don't open any drawers. That would be an invasion of privacy I'm not willing to commit. But I notice a small silver frame tucked behind a watch box. A woman with Alessio's eyes smiles from the photograph. His mother, perhaps? The door opens behind me and I turn quickly, feeling like I've been caught doing something I shouldn't. Alessio fills the doorway, his broad shoulders nearly touching both sides of the frame. His eyes latch with mine immediately, intense and unreadable. Everything between us has changed in the span of days. Alessio crosses the room to me. "How did it go?" I ask, trying to keep my voice casual despite the nervous flutter in my chest. "I told them we're together now," he says. "What?" The word escapes before I can stop it. "When did we agree we're together?" His expression darkens instantly. The warm brown of his eyes turns cold, almost black. His jaw tightens, the muscle there twitching visibly. "I said you were mine." His voice drops an octave, rough and dangerous. Heat floods my cheeks. "But you told me you just have sex with most women, that you don't do relationships." Alessio steps closer, eliminating what little space remained between us. He towers over me, not touching, but close enough that I feel trapped between his body and the dresser behind me. "You are not most women." Each word falls like a stone, heavy with meaning. My pulse bangs in my throat. I'm not sure if it's fear or something else entirely making my skin tingle where his breath touches it. "What does that mean?" I whisper, searching his face for answers. "It means you're not just another fuck, Melania. You're the woman I'd burn down empires for. You're mine in every way that matters, heart, body, and soul, and I've never wanted to keep anything as much as I want to keep you." "Don't." The word breaks from my lips like a prayer. "Don't say things like that unless you mean them, Alessio. I'm not strong enough to be your temporary obsession." "You think I'm not serious? I want to grab you and fuck you on the floor, on the dresser, on the desk." His voice husks lower with each location. "On every fucking kitchen counter, on the dining table, and back on the bed." My breath hitches as heat pools low in my belly. His eyes never leave mine, watching every reaction his words pull from me. From the parking lot to the woods and wherever else you could think of. His hand slides to cup my jaw, tilting my face up. But one thing is clear. I will never leave unless you tell me to fuck off. His expression hardens. "Is that what you want, Melania? For me to go?" Everything inside me breaks open. All the walls I've built, all the careful defenses. His crude words should offend me. Instead, they're like matches to gasoline. I'm burning from the inside out. "No," I whisper. My entire world is melting around me. The realization hits me with stunning clarity. I want him so completely that just hearing these filthy promises from his lips makes me ready to surrender immediately. I lean in, eliminating the last sliver of space between us. My body presses into his, molding the hard planes of his chest to my softer curves. "If that's so, I say, surprised by the steadiness in my voice despite the trembling in my limbs. You need to start doing as you said. I tilt my chin up in challenge. Get your fucking clothes off. Now, Alessio growls, with that perilous register that makes my entire body shiver. I don't hesitate. My fingers fumble with the clothes, yanking them off with none of the grace I'm told I normally rock. His eyes never leave me, savoring every inch of skin revealed like a predator watching its prey. The moment I'm naked, he grabs me, his large hands spanning my waist as he lifts me effortlessly. 3 quick strides, and I'm on his desk. He sweeps everything off with one arm, sending it all clattering to the floor. The polished wood is glossy against my heated skin. I barely have time to register the sensation before Alessio is between my thighs, pushing them wider apart. His hand wraps around my throat, not squeezing, but holding me firmly as he lifts my face to his. Now it's time for you to remember who you belong to, he says, his thumb stroking my jawline, since you clearly forget and question me. A smile curves my lips despite the position I'm in, or perhaps because of it. There's power in knowing what effect I have on him, in seeing the ready to unleash control in his eyes. Something funny, princess? His voice is demonic soft. Before I can respond, his free hand moves. Chapter 26. Melania. An hour later, I lie sprawled across Alessio's bed, my body sore and marked from our second round. My hair is still damp from the shower, and I'm wrapped in nothing but a towel when Alessio returns to the room carrying a stack of clothes. These should fit, at least that's what Ginevra said, he says, placing them on the bed. We'll shop online tonight for your own things. I finger the fabrics, soft cashmere, silk, and a dark designer denim. I don't really care about clothes right now. After everything that's happened, fashion seems trivial. Alessio's jaw tightens. I do. Something in his tone makes me look up. His eyes burn with intensity as they sweep over my towel-covered form. This isn't just about clothes. It's about providing for me. Thank you, I say softly. The simple words feel inadequate for everything swirling between us. I sit up, keeping the towel clutched to my chest. This dinner? It isn't just about eating, is it? Alessio runs his thumb along his bottom lip, considering his next words. Damiano always wants to meet his guests. In this house, eating together is something of an old habit. Who's going to be there? I ask, anxiety building in my chest. Meeting the head of the Ferretti family is nothing to take lightly. Besides Enzo, Noah, Daniel, Matteo, and Damiano, no one else. I notice the absence immediately. What about women? His wife? Family? Alessio's expression darkens. Damiano sent Zoe, his wife Sophia, his daughter, and Lucrezia to Italy because of what's going on with your father. I nod slowly, considering this information. It's strange to think of another Mafia family being so protective of its people, especially the women and children. My father never showed such concern. To Antonio Lombardi, everyone was expendable, even his own daughter. That's different, I say finally, twisting my mother's ring. My father would never... I stop myself, the comparison too painful to complete. Your father would never what? Alessio probes. I shake my head, looking away. My father would never prioritize anyone's safety over business, not even his children's. Alessio crosses the room in 2 strides, sitting beside me on the bed. You don't have to hide it, Piccola. Not with me. Hide what? I ask, though I know exactly what he means. Your emotions, your pain. His calloused fingers brush my cheek. I can see it in your eyes. What good would showing it do? Falling apart won't help anything. I sound hard, I know, but I can't help it. Crying about my father wanting me dead, or about the man I killed. It's not productive. Not everything has to be productive, Melania. Right now, it does. I straighten my spine, summoning the composure I've perfected since childhood. The only thing to do is stay focused. if I let myself think too much about everything that's happened. I don't finish the sentence. I don't need to. Alessio nods, understanding without me having to explain further. Then he pulls me against his chest, one hand cradling the back of my head while the other wraps around my waist. I'm not good with talking, he admits, his voice rumbling through his chest against my ear. Never have been. But I hate seeing your face full of pain. The simple honesty in his words cracks something inside me. I don't cry, I've cried enough today, but I melt into him, letting his warmth seep into my bones. I pull back just enough to look into his eyes. The dark brown depths that once terrified me now feel like the only safe place in my storm-tossed world. His gaze holds mine, unguarded for once, allowing me to see beyond the ruthless enforcer to the man beneath. Is it possible? The thought forms before I can stop it. Is it possible that I've fallen in love with him? The realization should terrify me. This man kidnapped me, threatened me, has killed people without remorse, and yet he's also protected me, listened to me, respected my mind in ways no one else ever has. My heart bounces around my chest as I continue to stare into his eyes, searching for answers to questions I'm not brave enough to ask out loud. Alessio's hands cup my face, his thumbs stroking my cheekbones. The tenderness in his touch contrasts with the lethal strength I know those hands possess. It's time to head down, he says, low and intimate. My stomach tightens with anxiety. I'm about to meet Damiano Ferretti, the man who runs one of the most powerful criminal organizations in the country. Okay, I whisper, reaching for the clothes he brought. Give me 5 minutes. Alessio nods and steps back, though his eyes never leave me. As I dress in a simple black sweater and jeans that fit surprisingly well, I catch Alessio watching me with an intensity that makes my pulse quicken. Not with anxiety, but with a deeper, more primal response. When I'm ready, he offers his hand. I take it, feeling the calluses stroke my palm. Remember, he says as we reach the door, these men respect strength and honesty. Don't try to be what you think they want. Just be Melania. I take a deep breath, squeezing his hand. Just be the woman who hacked a military-grade security system and managed to run away from her wedding with a man who was actually there to kidnap her. This time Alessio does smile, a small, fierce thing that transforms his face. Exactly that woman. She's fucking magnificent. The unexpected compliment bolsters my courage. I stand taller, lifting my chin. Whatever waits for me downstairs, I won't face it cowering or apologizing for who I am. Let's go then. I sound more confident than I feel.
Alessio. I lead Melania down the wide hallway to the dining room. She walks with her head high, but I can feel the tension of her muscles pulsing in my palm. You'll be fine, I murmur, keeping my voice low enough that only she can hear. Just remember what I said. The double doors to the dining room stand open, revealing the long mahogany table already surrounded by familiar faces. Enzo sits at the one head of the table, his posture relaxed, but his eyes sharp as they track our entrance. Noah leans against the far wall, arms crossed over his chest, while Matteo gestures animatedly about something. Daniel stands by the door, his stance military precise. However, there's no sign of our capo. Melania's steps falter slightly, but she recovers quickly. Fucking impressive, considering most people would be shaking in their boots walking into a room full of Ferretti enforcers. Gentlemen, I say, guiding Melania forward. This is Melania Lombardi. Noah pushes off the wall, his dark eyes assessing her with cold calculation. So this is Antonio's daughter, he says, his voice carrying that slight accent that becomes more pronounced when he's curious about something. The one who saved Alessio's ass at the gas station, Matteo adds with a grin. Pleasure to meet you properly, without all the running and shooting. I bristle at what he's pointedly leaving out, that she was bottom half naked when he met her. Melania's chin lifts slightly. The pleasure's mine, she replies, her voice steady. I gesture toward Daniel, who gives a curt nod. Daniel handles security for the estate. Ma'am, Daniel says simply, his eyes doing a quick sweep of Melania before returning to his vigilant watch of the room. Ettore's outdone himself again tonight, Matteo announces, rubbing his hands together. Osso buco with saffron risotto, and I heard him muttering about tiramisu for dessert. My stomach growls at the mention of Ettore's cooking. After days of gas station snacks and microwave meals, real Italian food sounds like heaven. Where's Sienna? I ask Enzo, noticing the absence of his woman. Enzo's expression hardens slightly. With her mother. I'm not bringing her back here until this whole situation is resolved. I nod, understanding his decision. The fewer people involved, the better, with Antonio and Raymond still hunting for Melania. No need to put Sienna in the crosshairs. Smart move, I say, pulling out a chair for Melania next to mine. She sits gracefully, her back straight, looking for all the world like she belongs here. Noah's dark eyes shift from Enzo to Melania. That's why Evelyn isn't here either. He leans forward and puts his elbows on the table. So, Lombardi's daughter. How the fuck did you manage to arrange a runaway without Antonio finding out? Man's got eyes everywhere. The table goes quiet. I tense, not sure if Melania will answer or tell him to fuck off. She surprises me. Actually, she says, calm and level, I did it without being particularly afraid of him finding out. Matteo raises an eyebrow. Antonio Lombardi? The man who tracks his own shadow? Melania's lips curve into a small, triumphant smile. First, I arranged everything just hours before the wedding. There wasn't time for him to notice anything unusual. Second, I used an anonymous chat service that specializes in finding the right person for whatever you're willing to pay for. Dark web? Noah asks. Something like that, Melania acknowledges. The only time I was truly nervous was making sure no one realized the person who took the chauffeur's place wasn't one of my father's men. I think about how I found her, dressed in white, slipping into what she thought was her escape vehicle. The fucking irony that I was waiting instead. I'm about to talk when Ginevra bustles in, her normally serene expression slightly flustered. Signor Damiano sends his apologies. He'll be a few minutes late. He's on a longer conversation than he expected with Signora Zoe, she says. Enzo snorts, leaning back in his chair. Longer conversation is one way to put it. Lucrezia is fucking furious. Melania glances at me, then back to Enzo with interest. Why? Matteo asks, reaching for his water glass. I thought they were enjoying Italy. Oh, they were, Enzo says, his expression darkening. Until Lucrezia figured out it wasn't actually a vacation. Apparently, Damiano told them they were going for a break, not because he was shipping them off for safety. Fuck. Let me guess. Lucrezia lost her shit when she found out, I ask. Completely, Enzo confirms. And the best part? Zoe got caught in the middle of it. Lucrezia isn't even mad about being sent away. I mean, it's Italy, right? She's pissed that Damiano lied about the reason. Noah shakes his head. Rookie mistake. Should have just told her the truth. You try telling Lucrezia Ferretti anything she doesn't want to hear, Enzo challenges. The woman's got a temper that makes mine look reasonable. I feel Melania's eyes on me, taking in this glimpse of Ferretti family dynamics. I slide my hand under the table and give her knee a reassuring squeeze. Lucrezia hates being managed, I explain to her quietly. Always has, even as a kid. I can understand that, Melania says, and I catch the flash of recognition in her eyes. Enzo leans forward. Damiano's going to be in the doghouse for weeks. You know how Lucrezia gets when she thinks someone's trying to protect her without her consent. Like a fucking hurricane, Noah adds. Daniel shifts his stance by the door. At least they're safe in Italy. That's what matters.
Chapter 27. Melania. I study the men around the table as they banter about Damiano's family drama, as Alessio called it. 15 minutes have passed since Ginevra's announcement, but no one seems concerned by Damiano's absence. They've fallen into comfortable conversation, revealing the easy familiarity of men who've faced good as well as very bad moments together. Noah catches me watching him and raises an eyebrow. His dark eyes miss nothing. Tactical, assessing. He reminds me of a chess player, always planning 3 moves ahead. Unlike Matteo's obvious physical strength, Noah's power seems to lie in his mind. "So you studied in London?" Noah asks, redirecting my attention. "Computer science," I reply, measuring my words. Enzo leans back, arms crossed. He's the most intimidating of the group, raw power barely contained in a designer suit. The scars on his knuckles tell stories of violence, yet he seems unexpectedly loyal in how he speaks about the others. I glance between them, piecing together their dynamic. These men function like specialized parts of a machine. They fit together with the precision of parts that have been interlocked over a long period. Daniel remains standing by the door, silent and watchful. His posture screams military training, but his eyes are gentler than the others. I feel Alessio's hand warm on my knee before I notice the shift in the room. The men straighten subtly as the door opens. Damiano Ferretti enters, and the air changes, molecules rearranging themselves around his presence. He's taller than I imagined, with well-built shoulders that fill out his tailored suit perfectly. Dark wavy hair frames a face that's all sharp angles and intensity. His eyes, deep brown and perceptive, sweep the room before landing on me. "Melania Lombardi," he says in a smooth baritone with an accent slightly denser than Alessio's. "Welcome to my home." I elevate my posture, refusing to shrink under his scrutiny. "Thank you for having me, Mr. Ferretti." A smile touches his lips, not reaching his eyes. "Damiano, please. After all, you've become quite significant to my right hand." His gaze flicks to Alessio, some unspoken communication passing between them. He moves to the other head of the table with fluid grace, unbuttoning his jacket before taking his seat. The others wait until he's settled before resuming their own positions, a choreography they've performed countless times. "I trust my men have been hospitable," he says, reaching for the wine glass Ginevra has already filled. "Some more than others," I reply, glancing at Enzo, who smirks in response, and Matteo, who does likewise. But yes, considering the circumstances. Ginevra appears from the kitchen door, directing 2 young men in black uniforms as they wheel in serving carts. The aroma hits me first, rich, complex scents that make my stomach hum with anticipation. "I hope you're hungry," Alessio murmurs close to my ear, his breath warm on my skin. I nod, watching the servers place gleaming platters along the center of the table. Each dish looks like it belongs in a high-end restaurant. "I've heard rumors about your chef," I say to Damiano, as a server places a delicate appetizer before me, seared scallops nestled on vibrant green puree. "They say he trained in Milan before working for you." Damiano's expression glows with undisguised pride. "Ettore. Yes, he was head chef at a 2-star Michelin restaurant." "He doesn't cook for just anyone," Enzo adds, already reaching for his fork. "Consider yourself special." The first bite melts on my tongue. Perfectly seared scallop with a pea puree that's delicate inside and intensely flavorful. I can't help the small sound of appreciation that escapes me. When I look up, I catch Alessio watching me, his eyes darkening at my reaction. Heat floods my cheeks as I remember his earlier comments about the lurid sounds I make when eating. "Ettore will be pleased you approve," Damiano says, noticing our exchange with shrewd eyes that obviously miss nothing. The servers return, this time with pasta, handmade tagliatelle with ragu that's been simmering for hours, if not days, judging by its depth of flavor. The pasta itself is perfectly al dente, with just the right amount of resistance against my teeth. "This is incredible," I admit, forgetting for a moment that I'm dining with men who could order my execution as easily as they ordered this meal. Noah nods in agreement. "Food and violence," he says casually, twirling pasta around his fork. "Italians excel at both." Despite the somewhat tense environment, I can't help but appreciate the culinary artistry before me. Food has always been my weakness, my one true indulgence. Even as a child, when other girls begged their fathers for toys, I only wanted to try the legendary tiramisu at Ristorante Milano or taste the famous gelato from a tiny shop we used to visit in Los Angeles. My father never understood this preference, viewing it as frivolous compared to the status symbols he liked to display. I glance around as the servers clear our plates, my pulse quickening with anticipation. The osso buco was exquisite, but what I'm really waiting for is dessert. My sweet tooth has been a constant companion since childhood, the one pleasure that remained unchanged through boarding schools, my mother's death, and my father's increasing control. "You're looking rather preoccupied," Alessio murmurs beside me, his thumb brushing my knee under the table. "Something on your mind?" "I was wondering about dessert," I admit, very low so the others won't mock my eagerness. "If the chef is as skilled as everyone claims," his lips curve into that half smile that makes my stomach flip. "Ah, you have a sweet tooth." My greatest weakness, I confess. I'd skip meals to save room for dessert when I was younger.
Alessio. I catch Damiano's eye across the table. The scrutiny I expected, the hard questions, the pointed assessment, hasn't materialized. He's watching, yes, but there's no interrogation. This dinner isn't about extracting information from her. It's about observing how she carries herself and how we interact. Melania lifts her spoon, dipping into the creamy and chocolate shaving surface of the tiramisu. The instant the dessert touches her lips, she closes her eyes, a soft moan of pleasure escaping her. My body responds instantly, remembering similar sounds from our time together. Fuck. This might be the best thing I've ever tasted, Melania declares, already scooping another piece. Her shoulders have relaxed completely, the tension she carried throughout dinner melting away. Ettore will be pleased, Damiano says, his own dessert barely touched. He rarely receives such enthusiastic appreciation. I've always believed that how someone responds to pleasure reveals their true nature. His words carry deeper meaning, but Melania is too captivated by her dessert to notice the assessment occurring. This is what Damiano wanted, to see her unguarded, authentic. Not the poised daughter of Antonio Lombardi, not the woman fighting for her life, but simply Melania. And what he's seeing, what we're all seeing, is a woman who finds joy in simple pleasures, who hasn't been completely hardened by her circumstances. I watch Melania set down her spoon, having demolished the tiramisu with an enthusiasm that makes my nerves burst with new energy. The genuine pleasure on her face stands in stark contrast to the world we inhabit, a reminder of innocence in a place where such things rarely survive. Damiano clears his throat, drawing her attention. "I must apologize, Melania." His voice carries the smooth authority that commands respect across multiple continents. "Under different circumstances, you wouldn't be surrounded solely by men at this table." Melania's eyebrow lifts slightly, curiosity replacing the bliss of dessert. "Lucrezia would have been here to keep you company." Damiano's expression softens at the mention of his sister. She has a way of cutting through the testosterone in the room, ensures we don't bore our guests with business talk. "I've heard about Lucrezia," Melania says, her fingers finding mine under the table. She sounds formidable. A genuine smile crosses Damiano's face. That's one word for her. Headstrong is another. He takes a sip of port. "Will they be safe there?" Melania asks, impressing me with her concern for people she's never met. Damiano nods. "Safer than here, with Antonio and Raymond turning the city inside out. Our family compound in Tuscany has security that rivals the Vatican. Perhaps when this is over," I find myself saying, "you'll have the chance to meet her." The words emerge before I can analyze them, a future casually offered that I hadn't consciously formulated. Melania's eyes find mine, an unreadable story passing through them. "I think she'd like that," Damiano says, studying both of us with renewed interest. Though I warn you, she asks questions that would make a federal prosecutor uncomfortable. A small laugh escapes Melania. I look forward to it. I catch Damiano's subtle signal, a barely perceptible nod that most would miss. He taps his finger twice against his wine glass, the crystal producing a soft chime that cuts through the comfortable silence that settled over the table. Noah, Matteo, Daniel, I need you to handle those matters we discussed earlier, Damiano says, his tone casual but carrying unmistakable authority. The men respond without question, chairs scraping hardwood as they rise in unison. Noah's calculating gaze sweeps over Melania one final time, before he nods respectfully toward Damiano. When the door closes behind them, only the four of us remain. Damiano, Enzo, Melania, and me. The atmosphere shifts instantly, the amiable dinner facade dropping away. Whatever comes next will determine everything. Melania's hand reaches for mine under the table, her fingers cool in my palm. I squeeze gently, a silent reassurance that whatever Damiano has planned, she won't face it alone. Now, Damiano says, leaning forward slightly, his hands folded before him. Let's discuss what happens next. Enzo shifts in his chair, his massive frame making the furniture seem almost child-size. His eyes meet mine. We've been through countless negotiations, interrogations, and death sentences together. But this feels different. Melania elevates her posture, lifting her chin with that quiet defiance I've come to admire. I feel a surge of pride watching her prepare to face whatever's coming. I imagine you've wondered why we intervened on your wedding day, Damiano says, his voice deceptively casual as he swirls the remaining wine in his glass. Melania's fingers tighten around mine under the table. The thought had crossed my mind, she replies, matching his tone with remarkable composure. I realize with a jolt that we've never fully discussed this. Between gunfights, hacking sessions, and everything else that's happened between us, I never explained why I was waiting outside her family estate that day. I've given her some explanation, but not the whole picture. Your father owes us money, Damiano states flatly, a significant amount. Melania's head snaps back slightly, disbelief crossing her features. That's ridiculous. The Lombardis have more money than... Having money doesn't mean having the self-respect to honor debts, Damiano interrupts her, his voice hardening. Antonio has been avoiding his obligations for months now. I watch her process this, the daughter in her wanting to defend her family name, battling the woman who stole Raymond's crypto wallet and knows exactly what her father is capable of. But that wasn't the primary concern, Damiano continues, setting his glass down with precision. Your marriage to Raymond Stone would have consolidated too much power. Between your father's territory and Raymond's political connections, they would have controlled everything from street corners to federal judges. Enzo leans forward, his massive frame making the chair creak. We couldn't let that happen. It seems we needn't have worried about the wedding securing their alliance. They were already working together on ventures far more lucrative than territory disputes, Damiano says. And far more monstrous, Melania adds quietly. Yes. Damiano's face darkens. Had we known about the trafficking operation sooner? He doesn't finish the thought, but the deadly threat in his voice is clear. I watch Melania's face as she absorbs Damiano's words. She's thinking, computing the implications of what our operation means for her father and Raymond. I've seen this expression before, her mind working through angles and calculations. Your father and Raymond have been trafficking people for their organs, Damiano states, his voice hardening to steel. That crosses every line, even in our world. Melania nods, her face going pale. I never imagined, even knowing what my father was capable of. She trails off, swallowing hard. Your evidence could help us bring them down, Damiano continues. But from what Alessio tells me, we need more. Your brother might be key. Melania's shoulders tense under my hand. Leonardo has always been a sensitive subject. I've seen how her face changes when she speaks of him, hope and doubt warring in her eyes. You mentioned Antonio's safe, I remind her gently. The one Leonardo might have access to. Yes, she says, more steadily now. If there are records of the operation, they'd be there. Damiano leans further forward, resting his elbows on the table. His eyes never leave Melania's face as he asks the question that will determine our next move. Why do you think your brother would help us?
Chapter 28. Melania, I can't stop my fingers from reaching to twist my mother's ring, feeling the smooth metal slide against my skin as I consider Damiano's question. The weight of it hangs in the air between us. Leonardo is... I pause, searching for words that could possibly explain the complexity of my brother. He's not what you think. Alessio's thumb traces circles on my palm, grounding me. The sensation helps clear my thoughts. My brother has spent his entire life trying to become what our father wanted, I say carefully. After our mother died, it got worse. He threw himself into the family business, desperate for approval. Damiano watches me with those calculating eyes, assessing every word. But Leonardo has lines he wouldn't cross, I continue, conviction growing in my voice. He believes in family honor, in protection. If he knew what our father and Raymond were doing, he wouldn't just walk away. He'd put a bullet in my father's head himself. Enzo raises an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. He's Antonio's right hand. He's Antonio's son, I counter. There's a difference. My father grooms him but doesn't trust him with everything. That's why there's a particular safe Leonardo's never seen opened. Me neither. I lean forward, meeting Damiano's gaze directly. My brother protected me my entire life. He stood between me and our father's anger more times than I can count. The memory of Leonardo's face, younger, softer, flashes in my mind. Before Mother's death hardened him. When I left for London, he made sure I had access to money our father couldn't track, I continue. He wanted me to have the freedom he never had. Alessio's hand tightens around mine. But you didn't tell him about the trafficking. I shake my head. I couldn't risk it. Not because I don't trust him, but because I do. Leonardo would have confronted our father directly, and Antonio would have killed him for it. My voice cracks a little on the last words. The thought of losing Leonardo, the brother who once carried me on his shoulders, who taught me to play chess, who slipped chocolate under my pillow when I was sad, is unbearable. If Leonardo knew the truth, I say with absolute certainty, he wouldn't stand with our father. Not for a second. Damiano tilts his head considering my words. His fingers tap rhythmically against the polished table. That's all very touching, he says, cool and measured. But how exactly do you plan to get Leonardo to access this safe if he doesn't know what he's dealing with? Leonardo will have to trust me, I say, meeting Damiano's gaze. Just like I'll have to trust him. Alessio shifts beside me, his body tensing. I can feel his concern without looking at him. And if he doesn't, Damiano presses, if his loyalty to Antonio proves stronger than his love for you? The question cuts deep, touching the fear I've been trying to ignore. I take a steadying breath. I don't know, I admit. I can't be certain he'll agree. Leonardo has spent years becoming our father's perfect heir. But I also know my brother. If I can get him alone, make him listen. My voice trails off as I picture Leonardo's face, how it's hardened over the years, how the innocence has been carved away by our father's expectations. Look, I continue with more confidence. I'm not even sure what we'll find in that safe. It might not contain the evidence we need, but right now, we need to take the shot. I lean forward, my palms flat against the table. Raymond's files are too heavily encrypted, and my father isn't stupid enough not to keep hard copies. That safe is our best chance at finding something concrete, something that ties them both directly to the trafficking operation. Damiano studies me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Opposite him, at the far end of the table, Enzo watches with slitted eyes, clearly unconvinced. It's a risk, I acknowledge, but sometimes you have to gamble when the stakes are this high. I hold my breath as Damiano considers my words, his expression impossible to read. The dining room falls silent except for the gentle clink of ice in his whiskey glass as he swirls it thoughtfully. "For now," Damiano finally says, cutting through the atmosphere, "no one knows you're with us, Melania." Relief floods through me, though I'm careful not to show it. "None of the men who attacked you either of the 2 times is alive," he continues, setting his glass down with exactitude. "Well, almost none. One remains in a coma at Mercy General, heavily guarded." My pulse quickens. "A coma?" Damiano nods. "Brain trauma. Doctors aren't optimistic about recovery." "That gives us an advantage," Alessio says. Damiano's mouth pinches. "I don't typically work like this, hiding, skulking in shadows. It's not our way." He looks directly at me. "The easiest thing would be to kill them both. Antonio, Raymond. 1 night, 2 bullets. Problem solved." I feel Alessio stiffen beside me, but Damiano continues before either of us can speak. "But killing a monster makes it too easy. Death is quick. Over." His eyes darken. "What I want is for them to face what they've done, to feel even a fraction of the pain they've caused others before they die." The room falls silent again. I understand his meaning perfectly. A bullet is mercy compared to what these men deserve. "Which man?" I ask suddenly, my voice sounding stronger than I feel. "Which one is in the coma?" "It was a man from the gas station," he says finally, answering my question without me having to clarify. "We don't have his name yet, or whether he was the one you shot." My breath catches. How did he know exactly what I was asking? I glance around the table, noticing the subtle ways these men communicate. A lifted eyebrow, a slight nod, a shift in posture. "You all do that, don't you?" I say, looking between Damiano and Alessio. Sense what others are thinking. "It's not mind reading, Piccola. Just experience," Alessio says. Damiano leans back in his chair, relaxing just a little. "I understand how difficult this has been for you, Melania. Taking a life isn't easy, especially the first time. But," he continues, his voice hardening again, "these men were paid to kill you both. They made that choice when they took the money. They would have pulled the trigger without hesitation." I shake my head, my fingers working faster around my mother's ring. It doesn't matter if they were paid or not. I don't want to be that person, someone who takes lives. The memory of the man falling, the shock in his eyes as blood bloomed across his shirt, flashes across my vision. I don't want to become like them.
Alessio. I watch Melania's fingers twist her mother's ring, the movement growing more frantic as she speaks about killing that piece of shit at the gas station. Her face pales, and I can see her starting to spiral out. This isn't helping her, dragging that memory back into the light when she'd finally managed to tuck it away. I place my hand over Melania's, stilling the anxious movement of her fingers. Her skin feels chilled. "Melania," I say, my voice directed at only her, although the others can still hear. "That's enough about the gas station. It's done." She looks up at me, relief flickering across her features. "What we need to focus on now is Leonardo," I continue, steering us back to what matters. "How do you think we can reach him? Your father will have him watched, especially now." Melania takes a deep breath, visibly gathering herself. When she speaks again, she appears steadier. "Leonardo has a routine," she says, her analytical mind already working through the problem. "Every Tuesday morning, he goes to the gym at 54th and Madison. It's exclusive. Only 3 members allowed at a time. He always books the 5 a.m. slot." "Early riser," Enzo comments. "He says it clears his head before the day begins," Melania explains. "It's the one place he goes alone. No security, no assistants. Just him." "That's tomorrow," I note, already calculating what we'll need. Melania nods. "He's religious about it. Even when our mother died, he was back at the gym the following Tuesday. Says structure keeps him sane." "It's a start," Damiano says, "but approaching him in public is risky." The gym has a private entrance in the back, Melania counters. Members only. And the locker room has no cameras. Leonardo made sure of that when he joined. I rub my thumb across her knuckles, feeling a surge of pride at her quick thinking. You've thought this through. I know my brother, she says simply. If we can get to him there, he'll at least listen. And if he doesn't, Enzo asks, always the pragmatist. Melania meets his gaze without flinching. Then we keep pulling evidence through the USB. Leonardo won't betray me even if he doesn't help us. Going after Leonardo is a risk, but we need those files from Antonio's safe, if he has them. I'll go tomorrow, I say, my decision made. I'll pay someone at the gym, a good amount, to let me in like I'm just another client, there for an early session. Damiano nods, but Melania's brow furrows with concern. Leonardo will recognize you, she says, twisting at her mother's ring anxiously. He knows who you are, what you do for the Ferrettis. That's the point, I reply. If he sees a stranger approaching, his guard goes up immediately. With me, he'll know exactly what's happening. No surprises. Enzo leans forward. And if he decides to call Daddy dearest? Then we'll be ready, I say, my voice toughening. We're prepared for war if it comes to that. Melania shakes her head. Let me call him first. I can... No, I cut her off. We can't risk a call being traced. Your father will have Leonardo's phone monitored. Her fingers still on the ring as an idea forms. I see it in her eyes before she speaks. What if you call me? Melania suggests. When you're face to face with Leonardo, then hand the phone to him. Let me talk to him directly. He'll listen to me. I consider this. It's not perfect, but it might work. Leonardo's loyalty to his sister could outweigh his duty to Antonio. It's not the best plan, I admit, but it could work. One way or another, we need to stick with something. Either Leonardo helps us get what we need from Antonio's safe, or we use what we have and prepare for the consequences. You're not going alone, Damiano says, his tone making it clear this isn't up for debate. We need to hear everything that happens with Leonardo. I raise an eyebrow. You planning to join me for an early morning workout? No. Damiano leans forward, hands clasped on the table. You'll wear a wire. We need to hear the conversation in real time, be able to guide you if things go south. I nod, knowing he's right. Leonardo is a wild card, trained by Antonio but with his own moral code, according to Melania. Having backup listening in gives us an edge. Fine. Wire me up. Damiano looks between Melania and me, then at Enzo, who is way too silent. We're done for tonight, he says, pushing back from the table, looking at me. Everyone needs rest. We're starting early tomorrow, and I need clear heads. I will inform Noah and Matteo that they'll be coming with you tomorrow. Damiano turns to Melania, his expression softer. Melania, I want you to understand something. She straightens, her shoulders tensing as if preparing for a blow. As long as you're with Alessio, Damiano continues, everyone in this house will protect you. You're under our roof now, which means you're family. The surprise flickers across her face before she can mask it. I feel a surge of something possessive and warm as Damiano acknowledges what she means to me, what we mean to each other. Thank you, she says simply, but I can hear the weight of her gratitude. Damiano nods once, then stands. Get some sleep. Both of you. Tomorrow will be dangerous. Approaching Leonardo could either give us the breakthrough we need, or blow everything to hell.
Chapter 29. Melania. Damiano's words echo in my mind as Alessio and I leave the dining room. Family. The concept feels foreign after years of being my father's pawn rather than being his daughter. We walk in silence through the sprawling hallways of the Ferretti mansion. As we reach Alessio's bedroom door, I feel the tension radiating from him, the carefully controlled power that's become both familiar and thrilling. He opens the door, guides me inside, And the moment it clicks shut behind us, everything changes. In one fluid motion, Alessio spins me around and presses me against the door, his powerful body caging mine. His eyes burn with an intensity that steals my breath. "It's about time I got you alone," he growls, in that rough register that makes heat pool in my core. Before I can respond, his mouth claims mine in a kiss that's all-consuming fire. Gone is the restrained man from dinner, replaced by a beast of raw, unleashed desire. His hands frame my face, thumbs stroking my cheeks as his tongue slides against mine. I melt into him, my fingers curling into the fabric of his shirt. The day's stresses and strains, the planning, the fear, the uncertainty about Leonardo, dissolve under his touch. There's only this moment, only us. His stubble scrapes deliciously against my skin as he trails kisses along my jaw to my earlobe. "Do you know how hard it was," he gruffs, "watching you across that table, seeing you handle Damiano and the others?" I gasp as his teeth graze my earlobe, my head falling back against the door. "I wanted to drag you out of there," he continues. "Take you somewhere no one could hear the sounds I planned to pull from you." "Alessio." He captures my mouth again.
Chapter 30. Alessio. The morning sun filters through the curtains as I check my watch for the third time. 4:15. I slip my Glock into its holster and secure it against my side, the weight familiar and reassuring. Melania sits on the edge of the bed, already dressed in the clothes Ginevra brought her yesterday. "Ready?" I ask, keeping my voice steady despite the tension coiling in my gut. She nods, standing up with that perfect grace that speaks of years of etiquette training. As I'll ever be. I lead her through the corridors of the Ferretti mansion. The house is quiet this early, most of the staff not yet stirring. We make our way to Damiano's office, where a sliver of light beneath the door tells me he's already inside. I knock twice before entering. Damiano sits behind his desk, his appearance uncharacteristically disheveled. Dark circles shadow his eyes, and his usually immaculate hair shows signs of restless fingers running through it repeatedly. "You look like shit," I say bluntly, closing the door behind Melania. Damiano's mouth quirks in a humorless smile. "Good morning to you too." "Couldn't sleep?" I move toward the desk while Melania hangs back slightly, her presence quiet but attentive. "No." Damiano rubs a hand over his face, the gold of his wedding band catching the light. "First time Zoe and I have been apart. Feels wrong." I understand immediately. For all his ruthlessness in business, Damiano's attachment to his wife runs bone deep. The man who once swore he'd never marry now can't sleep without Zoe beside him. "Lucrezia giving you trouble too?" I ask, knowing his sister's temper. "Merda, yes." He sighs heavily. "Called me every name in the book when she realized I'd sent them to Italy for protection, not an art appreciation vacation. Sophia's the only one not cursing my existence right now." His gaze shifts to a framed photo on his desk. His daughter Sophia, with Zoe's smile and his dark eyes. The tenderness in his expression is subtle, but unmistakable. "Miss her?" I ask, though I already know the answer. "Every fucking minute." He straightens, his moment of vulnerability passing as he refocuses on the task at hand. The team's ready. Noah and Matteo are already in position at the gym. I nod, feeling Melania step closer to my side. Her fingers brush against mine briefly, a small gesture seeking reassurance. I take her hand, squeezing once before releasing it. The door swings open without a knock, and Enzo strides in like he owns the place. He's carrying a small black case that I recognize immediately. "Morning, assholes," he says, his voice too loud for this hour. His eyes slide to Melania with a smirk. "Principessa." Enzo sets the case on Damiano's desk. "Had to double-check the equipment. Can't have you getting shot because the wire failed." He flips open the case, revealing a small microphone and transmitter. State-of-the-art, practically invisible once properly placed. "Strip," Enzo commands with a grin that's all teeth. I glare at him but shrug out of my jacket and lift my shirt. Melania watches, her amber eyes tracking my movements. Enzo works quickly, his fingers surprisingly deft as he attaches the microphone to my chest and secures the transmitter at my waist. "Testing," he mutters into his phone. After a pause, he nods. Noah says it's coming through clear. "And Matteo?" Damiano asks. "Already in position." They've got eyes on the gym entrance. Enzo finishes securing the wire. "Remember, they stay in the car unless you signal. We don't want to spook Leonardo with a show of force." I straighten my shirt, adjusting it to ensure nothing shows. "Noah will be on the east entrance, Matteo covering the west," Enzo explains. "But they only move in on your signal, or if they hear something that indicates you're in immediate danger." Damiano stands, crossing to the window. "Keep it simple. Get Leonardo alone. Let Melania talk to him. Assess whether he's willing to help. If he's not, walk away." I nod, checking my watch again. We need to move. I want to be in position before Leonardo arrives. Melania steps forward, her composure perfect despite the rigidity in her shoulders. Leonardo will listen to me. I know he will. I hope she's right. Everything hinges on this meeting, not just our case against Antonio and Raymond, but Melania's safety too. If Leonardo betrays us, the consequences will be devastating. I slip into the gym with embarrassing ease. The kid at the front desk, barely old enough to shave, doesn't even look up from his phone when I approach. I slide $500 bills across the counter, more than enough for his silence and temporary blindness. "I'm waiting for a friend," I say. "Need some privacy in the weight room." His eyes pop at the cash. No hesitation, no questions, just greedy fingers snatching the bills. "Weight room's all yours, man." I'm on break for the next hour. I move through the space, cataloging exits and blind spots from habit. The place reeks of money, gleaming machines arranged in perfect rows, polished hardwood floors, walls of mirrors reflecting the dawn light filtering through high windows. The locker room sits right where Melania described it, a private entrance for elite members who can't bear to change with the common folk. Perfect for our needs. I shed my jacket, revealing the fitted black t-shirt beneath. The wire pokes my skin, but I resist the urge to adjust it. Instead, I move to a bench press and load plates onto the bar. Might as well look the part while I wait. The weight feels good as I push through a set, muscles burning with familiar strain. I keep my eyes on the door, counting reps while tracking the minutes. If Melania's intel is correct, he'll walk through that door in exactly 12 minutes. The microphone at my chest catches my controlled breathing, transmitting it to Noah and Matteo waiting outside. I finish another set and sit up, wiping sweat from my brow. Leonardo Lombardi, Antonio's golden boy and heir apparent. The man Melania believes still has a conscience despite years of his father's grooming. I'm not convinced. Men like us, raised in this life, we learn to compartmentalize, to separate the blood on our hands from the love in our hearts. Leonardo might love his sister, but that doesn't mean he'll betray his father. The sound of the door opening pulls me from my thoughts. Leonardo is punctual, military school discipline that never quite left him. I don't look up immediately, continuing my reps with measured movements. I watch Leonardo freeze mid-step when he spots me. Recognition flashes across his face, first confusion, then white-hot rage. His jaw clenches, hands curling into fists at his sides. "Good morning, Leonardo," I say, keeping my voice casual as I set the weights back on the rack. He's across the room in 4 strides, moving with the panther grace of someone who knows how to fight. His designer workout clothes don't disguise his coiled strength. Not the soft, pampered air some might expect. This is a man who's been trained to kill. "You fucking piece of shit," he snarls, already dropping into a fighting stance. I stay seated on the bench, making no move toward the gun holstered at my back. If I draw now, this conversation ends before it begins. I'm here on behalf of Melania, I say, the name cutting through his rage like a blade. Leonardo freezes, fist pulled back and ready to connect with my jaw. Something shifts in his eyes. The fury doesn't disappear, but it's tempered by something else. Concern, fear. What did you say? Your sister. She's alive and safe. I maintain eye contact, letting him search my face for lies. She asked me to speak with you. The stiffness in his shoulders doesn't ease, but his fist lowers slightly. If you've hurt her. I haven't. I cut him off. She's under my protection. What the fuck does that mean? Your protection? Leonardo spits, his voice sharp enough to cut glass. I rise from the bench, tired of looking up at him. The movement puts us eye to eye, sizing each other up like wolves from rival packs. It means exactly what I said. I keep my voice low, aware of the wire against my skin. And I don't have the entire day to spend explaining it to you. Leonardo's eyes narrow, that calculating Lombardi intelligence firing up behind them. He's looking for traps, for angles, for the lie. Where is she? Safe. And away from your father and that piece of shit, Raymond. I watch his reaction carefully. Melania wants to talk to you. I'm here to make sure she can do that without anyone else hearing. His jaw works back and forth, grinding teeth. The mention of Raymond triggers something, a flash of disgust he can't quite hide. Why should I trust you? You're Damiano Ferretti's dog. The insult slides off me. I've been called worse. You shouldn't trust me, I answer honestly. But you should trust your sister. I reach into my pocket slowly, telegraphing the movement to avoid startling him. His body tenses anyway, ready to strike. I pull out a burner phone. She's waiting for your call. Leonardo stares at the phone like it might bite him. How do I know this isn't a trap? You don't. But ask yourself this. If I wanted you dead, would we be having this conversation? His eyes flick to the empty gym, the silence around us. He knows I'm right. If this were a hit, he'd already be bleeding out on the polished floor. Leonardo takes the phone, his fingers brushing mine with reluctance. If anything happens to her, you'll kill me. Get in line. I step back, giving him space. Leonardo stares at the phone, hesitation written in every line of his body. His thumb hovers over the screen, not quite committing. I need to see her, he says finally, eyes hard with distrust. Not just hear her voice. This wasn't part of the plan, but I understand his caution. In our world, voice recordings can be easily faked. Fine. I take the phone back. Leonardo watches me like a hawk, tracking every movement of my fingers. The line connects after 2 rings. Report. Damiano's voice comes through, crisp and authoritative. Change of plans, I say, keeping my voice neutral. Leonardo wants visual confirmation. There's a brief pause. I can picture Damiano's face, the slight narrowing of his eyes as he recalculates. But it's Melania's voice that answers, surprising me. Alessio, is everything okay? My chest tightens at the sound of her voice. I fight to keep my expression neutral with Leonardo's eyes boring into me. Your brother wants FaceTime, I explain. He needs to see you. Put it on speaker, Leonardo demands, stepping closer. I comply, holding the phone between us. Leo. Melania's voice fills the space between us, and I watch a crack appear in Leonardo's carefully controlled expression. Mel. Just 1 syllable, but it carries a weight of relief. I need to see you. Now. Of course, she says immediately. Seconds later, the phone vibrates with an incoming video call. I answer and hold it up, angling the screen toward Leonardo while keeping myself partially out of frame. Melania's face appears, and the change in Leonardo is immediate. His shoulders drop, and the murderous strain leaks out of him as he takes in his sister's appearance. "Thank God," he breathes, reaching for the phone. I let him take it, stepping back to give him the illusion of privacy while still monitoring every word. "Leo." Melania's smile is watery but genuine. "I'm okay. I promise." "Where are you? What happened?" The questions tumble out of him, his composure cracking further with each one. "It's complicated," she says. "But I'm safe. Safer than I was with Papa and Raymond." Leonardo's eyes flick to me, then back to the screen. "You trust him?" He doesn't need to specify who he means. Melania's answer comes without hesitation. "Yes, with my life."
Chapter 31. Melania. I stare at Leo's face on the screen, the familiar angles of his jaw, the same eyes that match mine but carry a harder edge. Seeing him gives me a ton of solace, but tension still coils in my stomach. "Now it's your time to trust me, Leo," I say. His brow furrows. What does that mean? I take a deep breath, readying myself. What did Papa say about me in recent days? About my disappearance? Leo's expression clouds. "He said you were kidnapped." His eyes flick briefly toward Alessio off screen. "At first it was Raymond who put men out to search for you. When I asked Father why we weren't tearing the world apart looking for you, he just said Raymond was taking care of it." My heart sinks, just as I suspected. My own father, uncaring, barely lifting a finger. "That caused a huge fight between us," Leo continues, anger flashing across his features. "I couldn't believe he was so calm about it. His own daughter is missing, and he's letting Raymond handle it. I've had my own men searching, but we haven't found any leads." "Did you ever wonder why I was running away from my own wedding?" Leo's eyes stretch slightly. "What?" "I wasn't kidnapped on my way to the wedding, Leo. I was running away," I inform him. "Running away? Mel, what the hell is going on?" "Leo, we don't have time for the full story right now. I need you to do something really important." His expression shifts from confusion to concern. "What is it?" "I need you to help me open Papa's safe." My voice sinks. "The one in his office. The one he never opens in front of us." "Why?" Leo demands, his protective instincts flaring. "What's this about?" "Raymond and Papa. They're involved in something terrible, Leo." My voice catches. Really terrible. I left in order to buy myself the time to find evidence. Leo's face hardens. "What kind of terrible?" "The kind that would destroy our family name forever if it came out." I lean closer to the screen. "The kind that would make Mom turn in her grave." His jaw clenches at the mention of our mother. "You're being cryptic, Mel. I need more than that. Please, Leo." My eyes fill with tears I don't have to fake. "I'm begging you to trust me. Like when we were kids and I covered for you with Papa when you snuck out to meet that girl from the Ricci family." A muscle twitches in his cheek. "That was different." "It's not. It was about family then, and it's about family now." I press a fingertip to the screen as if I could reach through and touch him. "You know I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. You know me." Leo goes quiet, his gaze searching mine through the digital connection. I can see the conflict in his eyes, loyalty to our father battling with his love for me. "Leo, please," I whisper. "I've never needed your help more than I do right now." He runs a hand through his hair, a gesture so familiar it makes my chest ache. "This could get me killed. You know that." "I know," I say softly, "but it could save countless lives." His eyes sharpen at that. What the hell has he gotten into? "Trust me," I plead. "Just this once, trust me completely." Leo leans closer to the camera. "It's not like I have the combination, Mel." He never shared it with me. You don't need the combination, I say. I just need you to give me some details about the safe. Manufacturer, model number, any identifying marks. I can hack it from here. Leo's eyebrows shoot up. Hack it. Since when do you know how to hack anything? I press my lips together, frustration building in my chest. Leo, asking a lot of questions. Nothing's going to get solved anytime soon. Can you do this for me or not? He stares at me through the screen, studying my face with the same intensity he's had since we were children. I can see the conflict going on behind his eyes, loyalty to our father warring with his love for me. I'll do it, he finally says, his voice firm. But you're going to explain yourself the minute we get whatever you think he's hiding in there. All of it, Mel. No more secrets. Relief floods through me. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, he mutters. This could get us both killed. Do you know his schedule for the next few days? I ask, changing the subject. When can you get into his office without him noticing? Leo runs a hand through his hair. He hasn't kept to any schedule since you left. He hesitates. Different. Distracted. But he has a meeting with Raymond today at 10. I can do it then. Today? My pulse quickens. This is happening faster than I expected. It's now or never, Mel. His eyes harden with determination. You asked for my help, and this is when I can give it. Are you ready or not? I nod, swallowing hard. I'm ready. I see Leo's expression change as a flicker of suspicion crosses his features. What the hell are you doing with the Ferrettis anyway? He demands in a harsh whisper. Have you lost your mind? The accusation stings, but I lift my chin. They've helped me more than our father ever did. What's that supposed to mean? Leo, when was the last time father actually protected either of us from anything? Really protected us? The question hangs between us. I can see greater conflict in his eyes as memories surface. All the times our father chose business over family, power over love. Alessio will give you a phone number. I say gently. Call it when father is gone from the house. It's secure. No one can trace it. Leo runs a hand through his hair, a gesture so like our mother's it makes my heart ache. Fine, but this better be worth it, Mel. It will be, I promise. And Leo? Thank you. His expression softens just slightly. Don't thank me yet. He glances at his watch. Be careful. You too. He pauses, then adds, whatever you're into, Mel, just watch yourself. The screen goes black as he ends the call, and I'm left staring at my own reflection.
Alessio. I return to the Ferretti estate, my mind still replaying the conversation with Leonardo. The man had been ready to kill me on sight, but in the end his love for his sister overrode everything else. That kind of loyalty is rare, dangerous, and valuable in equal measure. When I push open the door to my bedroom, I find Melania sitting on the bed, her back to me. Her shoulders tremble slightly, and I know immediately something's wrong. Melania? I keep my voice low, gentle. I crouch down in front of her, my thumb tracing her jaw. What's wrong, Piccola? Nothing. She shakes her head, blinking rapidly. I'm fine. Bullshit. I cup her face between my hands. Talk to me. Her composure crumbles like a house of cards. One moment she's holding herself together, the next she's collapsing against my chest, her body racked with sobs.
I gather her against me, one hand cradling the back of her head while the other wraps around her waist. Her tears soak through my shirt as she clings to me, her fingers digging into my back.
I've got you, I murmur into her hair. I've got you. I don't ask any questions. Don't demand explanations. Just hold her while she falls apart, her body shuddering against mine. The weight of everything is all crashing down on her at once. Eventually her sobs quieten to shaky breaths. I lay her gently back on the bed, then stretch out beside her. She curls against me immediately, her head on my chest, her hand fisted in my shirt like she's afraid I'll disappear. You should get some rest, I tell her, my fingers combing through her hair. I'll wake you when it's time. Don't leave, she whispers, her voice raw. I'm not going anywhere. I press my lips to her forehead. Sleep, Bella. I'll be right here. Her body gradually relaxes against mine, her breathing slowing as exhaustion claims her. I continue stroking her hair, watching as the tension eases from her face. I stay perfectly still, listening to her breathe, feeling the steady beat of her heart against my side. Her lashes rest on her cheeks, damp and spiky from tears. Even now, exhausted and vulnerable, she's fucking beautiful. This room has been my sanctuary for years, the place I return to after missions for Damiano, after blood and violence, after making examples of men who crossed the Ferrettis. These walls have witnessed my nightmares, my rare moments of weakness when no one else could see. I also have an apartment in Manhattan, sleek, modern, untouched. I pay the bills, but I'm rarely there. It never felt like home, just another asset, another piece of property, something to own rather than inhabit. But now, looking at Melania's sleeping form, I can picture it. Her books scattered on the coffee table, her laptop open on the kitchen counter, her scent lingering in my sheets. I want to take her there. I want to wake up with her beside me, not because we're hiding or because she needs protection, but because she chooses to be there. With me. I've never wanted this before. Never allowed myself to imagine a life beyond service to the Ferrettis, beyond the next mission, the next target. What the fuck am I supposed to do with these feelings? I don't even have words for them. They're foreign, dangerous, more terrifying than any gun pointed at my head. She shifts in her sleep, murmuring something unintelligible, and my arm tightens around her automatically. I want her mind, her laughter, her fucking brilliant brain. I want her fears and her nightmares and her past. I want all of it. I want her to make my miserable life shine. The realization should send me running, should make me put distance between us, remind me who she is, who I am. Instead, I pull her closer, press my lips to her forehead. What are you doing to me, Piccola? She's lost in dreams I hope are kinder than reality. But I already know. She's remaking me from the inside out.
Melania, something tickles my cheek. A whisper of breath, then the press of lips. Melania. Wake up, Piccola. I burrow deeper into warmth, clinging to the edges of sleep. It's 9:30. My eyes snap open. Alessio hovers above me, his dark gaze fixed on my face. 9:30. Leo will be at the safe soon. I'm up, I say, pushing myself upright. The fog of sleep vanishes instantly as adrenaline floods my system. Did Leo call yet? Not yet. Alessio's thumb strokes my bottom lip. But we should be ready. I nod, suddenly aware of my dry-teared face and rumpled clothes. The memory of breaking down in his arms sends heat rushing to my cheeks. I've never let anyone see me like that before, completely shattered, utterly vulnerable. Hey, Alessio tilts my chin up. You with me? Yes, I meet his gaze. I'm good. Just processing. His eyes search mine, looking for cracks in my composure. Whatever he sees must satisfy him, because he leans forward, capturing my lips in a kiss that starts gentle, but quickly deepens. My body responds instantly, arching toward him like a flower seeking sunlight. He pulls back first, resting his forehead against mine. I'll wait for you downstairs with a laptop. Take your time. I won't be long, I promise, already figuring how quickly I can make myself presentable. Alessio presses one more kiss to my lips before standing. The mattress shifts as his weight leaves it, and I watch him stride to the door, all lethal grace and controlled power. He pauses at the threshold, glancing back at me with an expression I can't quite decipher. Then he's gone, and I'm alone with my jumble of thoughts. I slip into the bathroom, wincing at my reflection. My eyes are puffy from crying, my hair a tangled mess. The bathroom is pristine, everything in its place. I pee, then brush my teeth. The mint taste clears the last cobwebs from my mind, replacing sleep with sharp focus. My hair takes longer, the tangles requiring patience. As I work through them, I think about Leo, about the risk he's taking, about what we might find in that safe. If Father has documentation of the trafficking operation, we could end this. We could stop Raymond, stop my father, save lives.
I twist my hair into a simple knot at the nape of my neck.
I slip into the first clothes I find, another borrowed outfit from Lucretia's collection. The silk blouse feels cool against my skin, and the tailored pants fit better than expected. I slide my feet into a pair of flats and head for the door. The Ferretti mansion is enormous, but I've begun to memorize its layout. The grand staircase curves elegantly down. My hand trails along the polished banister as I descend. Halfway down, I spot Ginevra crossing the foyer below, a stack of fresh linens in her arms. She looks up at the sound of my footsteps and offers a warm smile that crinkles the corners of her eyes. "Good morning, Miss Melania," she says, her voice carrying the same maternal warmth I noticed yesterday. "Did you sleep well?" "I did, thank you." The lie comes easily, though I suspect she sees right through it. Ginevra sets the linens on a hall table and studies my face with knowing eyes. "Is there anything you need, dear? Breakfast, perhaps?" I twist my mother's ring, finding comfort in the familiar motion. "Just a cup of tea, please. I'll be in Damiano's office." "Of course." She nods, her expression nothing but kindness. "Any preference?" "We have quite a selection." "Whatever's easiest," I reply, then add, "Something calming, if you have it." "Chamomile with a touch of honey, then." Good for nerves. She gives me a knowing look that makes me wonder how much she understands about our situation. "Thank you, Ginevra." I offer her a genuine smile. "I appreciate it." "It's no trouble at all, dear." She retrieves her linens. "I'll bring it to you shortly." I thank her again before continuing toward Damiano's office, my thoughts already racing ahead to Leo and what he might find in my father's safe. I enter Damiano's office and the enormity of what we're about to do settles on my shoulders. The room holds a tense energy, like the air before a storm breaks. Damiano sits behind his massive desk, fingers steepled before him. Enzo leans against the wall, arms crossed over his broad chest, watching me with those Machiavellian hazel eyes. And Alessio, my pulse quickens at the sight of him, stands near a smaller desk positioned in the corner. They've set up my laptop there, screen glowing in readiness. A wooden chair waits for me. Beside the computer sits the burner phone, our lifeline to Leo. "Everything's ready," Alessio says, his deep voice breaking the silence. He straightens as I approach, his gaze tracking my movements. "The phone is charged," Damiano adds. "We're waiting on Leonardo's call." I nod, twisting my mother's ring as I cross to the small desk. The setup feels like a command center for a mission, which I suppose it is. Our mission to bring down my father and Raymond. I log into the laptop, fingers flying across the keyboard. I want to be prepared when he calls. Ginevra appears at the doorway with a steaming cup on a small tray. "Your tea, Miss Melania." "Thank you," I say, offering her a grateful smile as she sets it beside my laptop. She pats my shoulder gently before leaving, a maternal gesture that nearly breaks my composure. I wrap my hands around the warm cup, drawing strength from its heat. The burner phone sits silent and dark on the desk. I stare at it, willing it to ring, to vibrate, to show any sign of life. "He'll call," Alessio says quietly, his hand coming to rest on my shoulder. His touch anchors me, keeps me from spiraling into worry. I nod, sipping my tea. The chamomile is soothing, but nothing can fully calm the storm of anxiety inside me. The burner phone remains silent as we wait, 4 people united by a common enemy, counting the minutes until Leo's call. Chapter 32. Melania. The minutes crawl by with excruciating slowness. I check the time on my laptop. 10:30. Half an hour passed when Leo said he'd call. My stomach twists into knots. I twist my mother's ring faster, the metal warm against my skin from the constant friction. The chamomile tea sits half-finished beside me, no longer steaming. Perhaps he's reconsidered, Damiano says, breaking the heavy silence. His voice is measured, but I catch the edge of irritation. Your brother may have decided family loyalty outweighs. No, I interrupt, shaking my head firmly. Leo wouldn't. The burner phone vibrates against the desk, the screen lighting up with an incoming FaceTime call. My heart leaps into my throat as I snatch it up, fingers trembling as I accept the call. Leo's face fills the screen, his features rigid but composed. Leo, I breathe out, unable to hide the emotion in my voice. Sorry for the delay, he says, his voice low and urgent. Father left late. Some issue with Raymond's security team. His eyes dart around, checking his surroundings. I'm in his office now. I glance up at Alessio, who has moved closer to watch over my shoulder. Damiano and Enzo approach as well, forming a half-circle behind me. You're alone? I ask Leo, scanning what I can see of the background, the familiar dark wood paneling of my father's private sanctuary. Leo nods. I've asked Santiago to keep everyone out. If Father returns, he'll text me immediately. He smooths his palm over his perfectly styled hair, a rare tell of anxiety from my usually composed brother. We need to move quickly. The safe is behind the Caravaggio. My breath catches. The Caravaggio. A priceless painting of St. Jerome that my father acquired via means I never dared question. I lean forward, studying the safe through the camera as Leo shifts his phone to give us a better view. It's a Mosler Double Guard Pro, Leo says. Father upgraded last year, said it was the most secure model on the market. My pulse tumbles. I start searching for details of the model. Biometric plus digital code plus network monitoring, I read aloud, my mind already tearing through possibilities. And it has Wi-Fi capability. Alessio's hand settles on my shoulder, a silent question. I glance up at him. Can you crack it? He asks, his dark eyes vivid. Maybe, I say, my fingers already flying across the keyboard. The manufacturer keeps emergency override codes in their database. If I can access their network. Leo's voice cuts through my concentration. Mel, even if you hack in, we still need Father's fingerprint. I shake my head, not looking up from my screen. Not necessarily. These systems have backdoors, emergency access protocols in case the primary authentication fails. My fingers leap across the keys, bypassing firewalls and security protocols with practiced ease. This is what I trained for in London, what I secretly studied while my father thought I was wasting time on frivolous computer games. The Mosler company maintains a secure database of all their safes, I explain as I work. Each unit has a unique identifier and emergency override sequence. There, I whisper as I breach the final firewall. I'm in their service database. Leo watches with wide eyes as I scroll through encrypted data, searching for the specific model and serial number visible on the edge of the safe's frame. What are you doing exactly? Damiano asks from behind me. Manufacturers build backdoors into these systems, I explain, not breaking my rhythm. This will take a few minutes. The encryption is heavy, but there's always a backdoor. While I work, Alessio leans closer to the phone, his voice adopting a professional tone as he addresses my brother. Leonardo, we've sent a man dressed like a delivery guy on a bike who will wait outside to collect what we need from the safe, Alessio says. Once Melania cracks it, you can hand over the contents. Leo's expression hardens immediately. Correction, if we find anything, he says sharply. I'm not promising there's evidence in there. For all I know, it could be empty or filled with legitimate business records. I glance up briefly from my work, catching the tension between them. Leo's protective instincts are showing. He's helping me, but still keeping his guard up with the Ferrettis. Of course, Alessio concedes smoothly, though I feel his body stiffen beside me. I return my focus to the hack, tuning out their conversation as I navigate deeper into the system. The Mosler's security is impressive, layer upon layer of authentication protocols. I twist my mother's ring faster, a habit when I'm fully absorbed in a difficult task. I've located the override protocols. I announce after several minutes of intense concentration. Each safe has a unique emergency access code in case the primary authentication fails. On screen, Leo watches with undisguised amazement. "Father always said you were wasting time with computers," he murmurs. "Father was wrong about a lot of things," I reply without looking up. 10 minutes more pass in tense silence as I work through the final security layers. Sweat beads on my forehead, despite the cool air in Damiano's office. This is delicate work. One wrong move could trigger a security alert or lock the system completely. "Almost there," I whisper, more to myself than anyone else. "Just need to bypass the final authentication protocol." A string of code appears on my screen, the emergency override sequence for the specific model and serial number of my father's safe. "I've got it," I announce, trying not to yell with excitement and anxiety. I read out a 12-digit alphanumeric code to Leo. Enter this exactly as I say it.
Alessio. I watch the screen intently as Melania rattles off the 12-digit code to her brother. My thumb traces my bottom lip unconsciously as I assess the situation, calculating every possible outcome. "Leo, listen carefully," Melania says in an urgent whisper. "Once you enter this code, you'll have exactly 60 seconds before the system alerts security." Leonardo's face on the screen shows a flash of concern. 60 seconds? That's barely. "It's a security feature," she cuts him off. "The override triggers a silent countdown. If the safe isn't properly closed again within that time frame, it sends an automatic alert to Father's security team." I step closer to the screen, my body instinctively positioning itself behind Melania's chair. 60 seconds is plenty, I say, calm but authoritative. "Get in, grab whatever documents you find, get out." Leonardo nods, jaw tight with determination. He props the phone against something on the desk, giving us a partial view of the safe as he moves toward it. "Starting now," he mutters, his fingers punching in the code Melania provided. The tension in the room is palpable as we watch Leonardo input the final digit. There's a soft electronic beep, then the unmistakable sound of heavy bolts retracting. The safe door swings open. "Cazzo," Leonardo whispers, his eyes widening as he peers inside. "What is it?" Melania asks, leaning forward. "Leo, what do you see?" "There's a portfolio in here, thick with documents." He flips it open briefly. "Looks like payment records, names, dates, amounts." "That's it," Melania says urgently. "That's what we need. Take it all, Leo. 40 seconds left." I stand rigid behind Melania, watching Leonardo's expression shift as he examines the safe's contents. "Leo, what else is in there?" Melania presses, her fingers gripping the edge of the desk. Leonardo's face hardens with disappointment. "Nothing like what you described, Mel. Just cash, a lot of it, and gold bars. No USB or anything else." "Close it," Melania says, her voice cracking slightly. "Close it now, Leo." Leonardo slams the safe door shut, spinning the dial. 2 seconds to spare, he breathes, relief washing over his features. I lean forward to speak in that deadly quiet tone that makes even hardened men flinch. "Get that portfolio to our man waiting outside, now." "Don't open it," Melania cuts in desperately. "Please, Leo. I'll explain everything soon, but I'm begging you, don't look inside." Leonardo's eyes narrow, but he nods. "Fine. I trust you, Mel. But I want out of here one way or another." He glances over his shoulder. "I can't stay much longer." "I'll call you," Melania promises. "Just get that portfolio to the man." "I will." Leonardo clutches the leather-bound folder. "Be safe, Sorellina." The screen goes black as Leonardo ends the call. Melania slumps back in her chair, the weight of everything crashing down on her at once. Her fingers twist her mother's ring frantically. Enzo's phone buzzes. He answers with a curt, "Sai?" After a brief exchange in rapid Italian, he turns to us. "Our man confirms Leonardo is heading out of the mansion with the portfolio." Damiano's eyes meet mine across the room. Everything starts now. I feel Melania trembling beneath my hand. The stakes have just gotten exponentially higher and there's no going back. Leonardo has crossed a line he can never uncross, and we've just dragged Melania's brother into a war he may not be prepared to fight. Breathe, I murmur to Melania, my thumb tracing small circles against her shoulder. We've got this. What if it's nothing, she whispers, her voice barely audible. What if that portfolio is just receipts for legitimate business dealings or tax documents? Her eyes, those captivating eyes, lift to mine, swimming with doubt. We might have just risked Leo's life for nothing. I step closer, positioning myself between her and the others in a subtle gesture of protection. My hand finds the nape of her neck, thumb stroking the soft skin there. This was Plan A, Piccola, I say, my voice low and steady. If the portfolio doesn't give us what we need, we move to Plan B. Her shoulders remain tense under my touch, that brilliant mind of hers no doubt speeding through every worst-case scenario. Leo just committed treason against our father, she whispers. If that portfolio is useless? It won't be, I say with more certainty than I feel. In this business, nothing is guaranteed, but Melania doesn't need my doubts right now. She needs my strength. Your father is many things, but careless isn't one of them. Men like Antonio keep records. She takes a deep, shuddering breath, leaning almost imperceptibly into my touch. The gesture stirs raging possession in my chest. I need you to relax until the portfolio arrives, I tell her. Stressing about what might or might not be inside won't change its contents. Damiano clears his throat, reminding us we're not alone. Alessio's right. We wait. His eyes meet mine over Melania's head, a silent communication passing between us. If the portfolio is empty, we'll need to move to the other plan, the one that might require more blood than documents.
Chapter 33. Melania. The portfolio lies spread open across Damiano's massive desk, divided into 4 sections. My fingers trace the columns of numbers, searching for patterns, codes, anything that might link my father to the horrors I know he's committed. Nothing in Section 3 either, Enzo mutters, pushing a stack of papers aside. 3 hours. We've been at this for 3 hours, each of us combing through one section of the portfolio documents, looking for even the smallest thread to pull. My eyes burn from staring at endless columns of numbers and names. Maybe we're missing something, I say, my voice hollow as I reach for another document. Maybe there's a code or... We've been through everything twice, Alessio says gently, his hand covering mine as I reach for the same papers I've already examined 3 times. There's nothing here, Melania. The weight of his statement crashes through me. I twist my mother's ring frantically, the metal chafing my skin. No, I whisper, snatching back another file. No, there has to be something. Leo risked everything to get this. It can't be for nothing. My hands shake as I flip through the pages again. Balance sheets, property acquisitions, import records for the restaurant supply business, all perfectly legal, all perfectly documented. Nothing about trafficking, nothing about organs, nothing that could possibly save any of those people. I don't understand, I say, my voice cracking. I know what I saw on Raymond's Drive. I know what they're doing. Damiano sighs heavily, running a hand through his silver-streaked hair. Perhaps Antonio keeps those records elsewhere. Or perhaps he doesn't keep records of those activities at all. The implications hit me. All this, Leo's risk, our planning, everything we've done, for nothing. My knees give out and I sink into the nearest chair, the room suddenly spinning around me. I put my brother in danger for nothing, I whisper, dismay whittling through me. If my father realizes what Leo did... Alessio crouches before me, his hands steady on my knees. We'll protect Leonardo, just like we're protecting you. But I barely hear him. My mind screeches through every possibility, every horrible scenario. My father isn't stupid. He knows how to hide his tracks. And Raymond's security on the USB drive was military grade for a reason. All those people, I whisper, my voice breaking. All those people in those files. We have nothing to help them. The tears come then, burning and hopeless, as the weight of my failure crashes down. I press my palms against my eyes, trying to hold back the flood, but it's useless. 3 hours of hope, destroyed. Lives hanging in the balance with no way to save them. I thought I could stop them. I choke out between sobs. I really thought I could stop them. Suddenly, strong arms envelop me. Alessio pulls me against his chest, his heartbeat steady beneath my ear. "This won't help them either," he murmurs, his voice rumbling through his chest. "The crying won't help, and neither will giving up." I try to pull away, but he holds me tighter. "We still have the USB," he continues, his hand moving in soothing circles on my back. "And now we're not alone. We have people who can help with the hacking, with the hiding." I lift my tear-stained face. "But Raymond's security can be broken," Alessio says firmly. "You've been working alone. Now we bring in specialists, people who..." The office door snaps open without warning. Noah stands there, his expression unreadable as always, but there's tension in the set of his shoulders. "Leonardo Lombardi is at the gate," he announces. "He's alone. Wants to come in." My heart stops. Leo? Here? What? I pull away from Alessio, blood rushing in my ears. That's impossible. He can't be here. If my father finds out. He insists on speaking with his sister, Noah continues, looking to Damiano. Says it's urgent. I'm on my feet now, twisting my mother's ring so hard it leaves a wheal on my finger. Leo wouldn't come here unless something was terribly wrong. Damiano studies me for a long moment, then gives a single nod to Noah. "Let him in," he says. "Bring him directly here. Check him for guns and wires and remain alert." Noah disappears and panic claws at my throat. Leo coming to the Ferretti estate is unthinkable. Whatever drove him here must be catastrophic. "Melania," Alessio's hands frame my face, forcing me to look at him. "Breathe. We don't know why he's here yet, but I do know. Something has gone horribly wrong, and it's my fault for involving Leo in the first place."
Alessio, I keep my hand on the small of Melania's back as we wait, feeling her tremble beneath my palm. Her breathing comes too fast, too shallow. If Leonardo brings bad news, I'm not sure she can take it. The door opens and Noah ushers Leonardo Lombardi into Damiano's office. He looks different than he did at the gym, more disheveled, with tension radiating from his tall frame. "Leo!" Melania breaks away from me, rushing toward her brother. My muscles stiffen instinctively as she throws herself into his arms. Leonardo's expression is strange, guarded, unreadable. His right hand remains closed around something, and for one heart-stopping moment, I think he might have a weapon. My hand moves toward my holster, but Damiano catches my eye with a subtle shake of his head. Leonardo pulls back from Melania, studying her face. "You're really okay," he says, his voice rough with emotion. "I told you I was," she answers, searching his face. "Leo, what are you doing here? If Father finds out..." "He won't," Leonardo cuts her off. Leonardo's eyes sweep the room, taking in Damiano, Enzo, and finally landing on me. His jaw clenches when he looks at me, but he doesn't speak. Instead, he lifts his closed fist and slowly opens it. A small black USB drive sits in his palm. "Is this what you were looking for?" he asks quietly. Melania gasps, her hand flying to her mouth. "Where did you..." I keep my eyes locked on the USB drive in Leonardo's palm, every muscle in my body coiled tight. My first instinct is to grab it, but I force myself to remain still. Leonardo's here on his own terms, and one wrong move could send him running back to Antonio with everything. "It was in the safe," Leonardo says, his eyes never leaving his sister's face. "I didn't mention it during our call because I wanted to see what was on it first." "You looked at it?" Melania's voice shakes. Leonardo nods, his expression blackening. I had to know what was worth risking my life for. I step forward, positioning myself slightly between them. What did you find? Leonardo's gaze shifts to me, cold and assessing, the look of a man deciding how much to reveal. Apparently the same thing you did, he says finally. Our father is involved in human trafficking. Organ harvesting. His voice remains steady, but I catch the slight tremor in his hand as he closes his fingers around the drive. From what I saw, it's been going on for at least 3 years. Maybe longer. What about Raymond? Damiano asks from behind his desk. Leonardo's jaw tightens. His name is everywhere. Payments, schedules, transport details. He turns back to Melania, his expression softening. You were right to run. Where is Antonio now? I ask. Leonardo's face transforms, becoming almost inhuman, something carved from ice. I've seen men's eyes before they killed, before they died, but I've never seen a look this cold, this empty. Right now, Antonio is melting somewhere, Leonardo says, each word devoid of emotion. Santiago is handling the disposal. The room goes silent. Even Damiano, who's seen everything in this business, stills behind his desk. What are you saying? Melania whispers, her body swaying slightly. Leonardo meets her gaze, unflinching. I killed our father. My hand instinctively moves to my weapon, but Leonardo doesn't react. He stands perfectly still, like a man who's already calculated every possible outcome and made his peace with all of them. When I saw what was on the drive, Leonardo's voice catches, the only crack in his perfect composure. Children, Mel. There were children. Damiano leans forward. You're certain Antonio is dead? Leonardo nods once. Santiago will ensure there's nothing left to find. I keep my eyes on him, assessing. This wasn't a panicked decision or a moment of rage. Leonardo Lombardi executed his father with the cold precision of someone who's been preparing for this possibility. How? I ask, needing to know exactly what kind of man I'm dealing with. Does it matter? Leonardo's eyes meet mine. He's gone. That's what matters. Melania's face has gone white, her fingers digging into her brother's arm. Leo, what have you done? She whispers, her voice breaking.
Chapter 34. Melania. My head feels like it's stuffed with cotton when I open my eyes. The ceiling above me spins slightly and I blink several times, trying to orient myself. The last thing I remember is Leo's face, his cold voice saying, I killed our father. Melania. Alessio's voice comes from off to my right. The mattress dips as he sits beside me, his weight familiar and grounding. When I turn my head, the room tilts sickeningly, and I close my eyes again. What happened? I whisper, my throat dry and scratchy. His calloused fingers brush hair from my forehead, the touch gentle despite his lethal hands. You collapsed after Leonardo told you about Antonio. Fragments of memory flash through my mind, Leo holding the USB drive, his cold eyes, his confession, my knees giving way. I force my eyes open again, finding Alessio's face hovering above mine, brows drawn together in concern. How did I get here? I ask, trying to sit up. My limbs feel impossibly heavy. Alessio's hand presses lightly on my shoulder, keeping me down. Easy, Piccola. I carried you. Damiano's doctor gave you something to help you sleep. You drugged me? The words come out slurred, confirming his statement. You were trembling so badly we couldn't calm you down. His thumb draws circles on my shoulder. You went into shock. The doctor said it was essential that you rest. I twist my mother's ring around my finger, the familiar motion anchoring me as the room continues to swim. Leo killed him, I whisper, the reality of it hitting me again. My father is dead. Alessio nods, his expression unreadable. Yes. I should feel something, I say, searching my heart for grief, for relief, for anything. Why don't I feel anything? The medication, he says, But we both know that's not the reality. I reach for Alessio's hand, needing something solid to hold on to as my world continues to crumble. His fingers intertwine with mine immediately, his grip firm and steady. "Where's Leo now?" I ask. "Downstairs with Damiano." "They're going through the drive." I nod, trying to process everything through the fog in my mind. The evidence, will it be enough? "More than enough," Alessio says. "Your brother was thorough." I close my eyes again, feeling tears leak from the corners. Not for Antonio, I can't summon grief for the man he was, but for Leo, for what he must have felt when he discovered the truth, for what he was forced to become. "Stay with me," I whisper, tightening my grip on Alessio's hand. He leans down, pressing his lips to my forehead. "I'm not going anywhere, Bella." Rest. I drift into darkness, my mind receding beneath heavy waves of sedation. The edges of consciousness blur, and suddenly, I'm somewhere else. A cold, sterile room with harsh fluorescent lights that make everything look sickly green. People in hospital gowns huddle against walls, their faces hollow with terror. A woman with matted hair reaches for me, her eyes wild with desperation. "Please help us," she begs, tears streaming down her gaunt face. "They're coming back." I try to speak, but no sound comes out. More faces appear, a teenage boy clutching his side where bandages are soaked through with blood, an elderly man rocking back and forth, mumbling prayers. The scene shifts. My father and Raymond stand in what looks like a luxurious office, crystal glasses of amber liquid in their hands. They're laughing, the sound echoing unnaturally loud. "The younger ones fetch the highest prices," Raymond says, his smile revealing too many teeth. "Especially the girls." My father nods, raising his glass. "Two profitable partnerships." I try to scream, to run, but I'm frozen in place, forced to watch as they toast over people's lives. The scene warps again. I'm alone in a dark corridor. Footsteps echo behind me, getting closer, faster. I finally find my legs and run, my heart pounding against my ribs. "Melania," Raymond's voice slithers through the darkness. "Did you really think you could escape?" I glance back and see him gaining on me, a scalpel glinting in his hand. "Your kidneys will fetch a good price," he calls, his voice almost playful. Such a healthy young specimen. I run faster, my lungs burning, doors appearing and disappearing along the endless hallway. I grab one handle, then another, all locked. Finally, a door gives way. I yank it open. I wake up screaming, my body jackknifing upright. Strong arms immediately envelop me, pulling me against a solid chest. "I've got you," Alessio's voice cuts through my panic. "You're safe, Piccola, you're safe." My fingers clutch at his shirt, twisting the fabric as I gasp for air. My skin is slick with sweat, hair plastered to my face and neck. "Raymond," I choke out, still half trapped in the nightmare. "He was coming for me." "He can't touch you," Alessio says fiercely, one hand cradling the back of my head. "I won't let him near you." I press my face against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat until my breathing slows. The room gradually comes back into focus. Alessio's bedroom at the Ferretti estate, not the nightmare hospital corridor. "I need to talk to Leo," I say when I can finally speak without my voice shaking. "Please, I need to see him." Alessio pulls back slightly, studying my face. "Are you sure? You should rest more." "I can't go back to sleep," I interrupt, the remnants of the nightmare still clinging to me. "Please, Alessio, I need to talk to my brother."
Alessio. I study Melania's face, pale against the dark bedsheet. The sedative has worn off, leaving her eyes clear but haunted. Part of me wants to keep her here, safe and protected, but I know better than to deny her this. "Okay," I concede, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "Stay here. I'll get him." She nods, twisting her mother's ring anxiously as I rise from the bed. I pause at the door, looking back at her small form propped against the pillows. Something fierce and possessive surges through me at the sight. I make my way downstairs, my footsteps heavy. The house is quiet, except for the low murmur of voices coming from Damiano's office. When I push open the door, 3 heads turn toward me. Leonardo sits at Damiano's desk, his tie loosened and sleeves rolled up. Dark circles shadow his eyes, making him look older than his 25 years. Matteo leans against the wall, while Damiano stands behind Leonardo, examining something on a laptop screen. "She's awake," I announce, my voice cutting through the tense atmosphere. "She wants to see you." Leonardo straightens immediately, his eyes, so like Melania's, fixing on me with intensity. "How is she?" "Ruminating," I say simply. "The sedative's worn off." Leonardo smooths a hand over his perfectly styled hair, messing it up at last. I shouldn't have told her so bluntly. I wasn't thinking clearly. "None of us were," Damiano interjects, his voice carrying the weight of authority even in this moment of uncertainty. I look at Matteo. "Take him upstairs to my room. She's waiting." Matteo nods, pushing off the wall. "This way." Leonardo hesitates, glancing at the scattered papers and the laptop. "The evidence will still be here," Damiano says firmly. "Your sister needs you now." Something passes between them, an understanding that transcends the circumstances of their meeting. For all their differences, both men know what it means to bear the weight of family legacy. Leonardo stands, squaring his shoulders as if preparing for battle. Before following Matteo, he pauses beside me. "Thank you," he says quietly, "for taking care of her." I give him a single nod, watching as Matteo leads him from the room. When they're gone, Damiano turns to me, his expression unreadable. "Raymond Stone will come for both of them now," he says, not a question, but a statement of fact. My mind is already shifting to our next move. That's why we need to act now. Raymond won't wait long. Damiano's eyes darken. Raymond's already lost his partner. He can't find him, and Leonardo will say that he doesn't know where he is. He'll be desperate, unpredictable. "Good," I growl. "Let him make mistakes." "We'll spread the evidence worldwide within the next few hours," Damiano decides, his voice taking on the cold precision that's made him feared throughout the city. Noah's team is standing by, major news outlets, law enforcement agencies, international organizations. Once it's out there, even Raymond's connections won't save him. I nod, already planning the security we'll need. I want Matteo and Enzo with Melania while she works. Nobody gets within 100 feet of her. And Leonardo? He's a wild card, I admit, considering the man who executed his own father. But he's her brother, and he chose her over Antonio. That counts for something. Damiano studies me for a moment. "You trust her completely with this?" It's not a question, but I answer anyway. "With my life." He holds my gaze, then nods once. "Then let's burn Raymond's world to the ground."
Chapter 35. Melania. I run my finger along the cracked spine of my favorite Dickens novel before placing it on one of the custom-built shelves that line our living room wall. The late afternoon sun streams through floor-to-ceiling windows, painting golden rectangles across the herringbone hardwood floors. 2 months have passed since my father's funeral, a somber, sparsely attended affair that felt more like closing a business deal than saying goodbye. That's the last of the books. Our new apartment occupies the entire 15th floor of a pre-war building on Manhattan's Upper East Side. When Alessio first brought me here, I was thrilled by the soaring ceilings and the way the space seemed to breathe with possibility. After spending weeks in his sleek bachelor pad, all chrome, leather, and minimalist furniture, this place feels like it could actually become a home. The kitchen gleams with white marble and brass fixtures, opening to a dining area where an antique table I found at an estate sale now sits. Alessio raised an eyebrow at my insistence on the scratched mahogany piece, but relented when I explained how it reminded me of quiet moments with my mother. I wander through the main living space past the Italian leather couch that Alessio insisted on. "The only thing worth bringing from my place," he'd declared, The room flows into a library nook where I've arranged my technical books alongside the first editions Alessio surprised me with last week. Our bedroom faces east, catching the morning light that Alessio claims helps him wake up for his dawn workouts. I insisted on a separate office for myself, a sanctuary where I can work on my cybersecurity consulting business without distraction. I pause at the guest bedroom door, pushing it open to reveal pale blue walls and a daybed positioned under the window. Leonardo stays here sometimes when he's in town, though he's been spending more time in Italy rebuilding the legitimate parts of the family business. The empty moving boxes are stacked by the service elevator, waiting to be taken away. I flatten the last one, breathing in the scent of fresh paint and new beginnings. It still feels surreal, this life we're building together after everything that happened with Raymond, my father, and the evidence that brought down their entire operation. I hear the front door open, followed by Alessio's familiar footsteps on the hardwood. "Piccola?" His voice calls out, and despite everything, my heart still jumps at the sound. "In here," I answer, pushing the flattened box aside as Alessio appears in the doorway. His dark eyes sweep over me, his expression tender in that way that still makes my pulse quicken. He crosses the room in 3 long strides, his hand coming to rest at the nape of my neck as he presses his lips to my forehead. "The place looks good," he murmurs against my skin. "It's finally starting to feel like home," I say, leaning into his touch. Alessio pulls back slightly, his thumb tracing along my jaw. "Lucretia's stopping by later. She wants to see the new place." I nod, a small smile forming. "I'll make some coffee." She liked the blend we had last time. A week after my father's death, the Ferretti women returned from their extended vacation in Italy. The end of that protective measure has transformed into something I never expected, a circle of friendship that feels perilously close to real family. "Saturday dinner is still on," Alessio adds, his hand sliding down to rest at the small of my back. "Damiano insists." The weekly Ferretti family dinners have become a fixture in my new life. Last Saturday, I sat between Alessio and Zoe, watching in amazement as Damiano's normally stern face filled with tender adoration while Sophia was in his lap. Lucretia argued passionately with Enzo about her new women's shelter project, while Sienna quietly observed everything with knowing eyes. Evelyn asked if she could bring her violin, I tell him. I said yes. "I hope that's okay." Alessio nods. Noah mentioned she's been practicing again. That's good. I twist my mother's ring, thinking about how Evelyn confided in me last week, her voice tentative as she admitted she hadn't touched her violin since Ivan. Something in her story resonated with me. Another woman whose choices had been stripped away, who was finding her way back. "They've been so welcoming," I say softly. "All of them." Alessio's expression turns serious. "You're with me. That makes you family to them." I still marvel at how easily I've been folded into their circle, how Lucretia links her arm through mine when we walk, how Sienna quietly passes me extra dessert without comment, how Zoe insisted on helping me choose furniture for this apartment. They've created a space for me without question or hesitation. Alessio's eyes darken as he notices me watching him, and I can't help the playful smile that forms on my lips. "What are you thinking about?" he asks, in that rough timbre that makes every nerve jump to life. "Just admiring the view." My gaze deliberately slides from his face to the wall of windows showcasing Manhattan's skyline, then back to him. Both views, actually. His jaw flexes, thumb running along his sensual bottom lip in that way that always makes my breath catch. "Careful, Piccola." I step closer, emboldened by the possessive gleam in his eyes. Or what? I trail my fingers down his chest, feeling his muscles tense beneath his shirt. "Are you going to do something about it?" In one fluid motion, Alessio grips my wrist and spins me around to face the windows. His chest presses against my back, his breath hot on my ear. "You know what I think?" His hand slides around my stomach, pulling me tight against him. "I think it's time you get fucked in front of this view." My pulse thunders as he guides me toward the floor-to-ceiling glass. The city sprawls 15 stories below us, buildings gleaming in the late afternoon sun, tiny figures moving along the streets. The thought of being so exposed sends a thrill spiraling through me. I press my palms against the smooth surface, every cell vibrating in anticipation. "Is that what you want?" he asks. Chapter 36. Melania. I sip my lavender latte, watching Lucretia sketch on her napkin with expert strokes. The tiny cafe we discovered last week has become our regular Thursday hangout, tucked between a bookstore and vintage record shop, with mismatched chairs and a barista who remembers our orders. "You're staring again," Lucretia says without looking up from her drawing. "Sorry." I twist my mother's ring, a habit I can't seem to break. I'm still not used to having friends who aren't trying to use me for something. Lucretia sets down her pen, fixing me with those intense eyes of hers. "Melania, we've been over this. I don't feel sorry for you, and I'm not using you." I know. The words tumble out, and I'm aware I misspoke. Old habits. When Lucretia first invited me for coffee after a Ferretti family dinner, I'd been suspicious. The fierce artistic sister of Damiano Ferretti, reaching out to the daughter of the man who'd tried to destroy her family. It had to be either pity or obligation. "Besides," Lucretia continues, sliding her napkin sketch toward me, "you're the only one who appreciates my art without trying to psychoanalyze it." I examine her drawing, a woman's face half hidden, emerging from what looks like shattered glass. It's beautiful, haunting. "Like us," she says with a small smile, broken but still standing. The barista brings our second round, another lavender latte for me, espresso for Lucretia. She takes a sip and closes her eyes in appreciation. "So," she says, setting down her cup, "have you told Alessio about the shelter idea yet?" I shake my head. Not the full scope. He knows I want to help trafficking victims, but not that I'm planning to fund an entire rehabilitation center. Men. Lucretia rolls her eyes. They think they're protecting us by keeping us in the dark, then get upset when we do the same. It's not that. I outline the rim of my mug. I just need to have everything perfectly planned before I present it. You know how I am. "Perfectionist," she teases. "Strategic," I correct, but I'm smiling. What I don't say is how much her friendship means to me. How in these past months, our Thursday coffee dates have become my sanctuary. Lucretia understands what it's like to rebuild yourself after trauma, to carve out an identity separate from the men in our lives. "You know," Lucretia says, "when we first met, I thought you'd be this spoiled princess who'd run screaming back to her mansion within a week." I laugh, nearly choking on my latte. "And I thought you hated me on principle." "Never." Her expression softens. "I recognized something in you that first night. That look in your eyes. Like you'd seen too much but were still fighting." My phone buzzes on the table and I glance down to see Alessio's message. "Look up, Bella." I lift my eyes to find him standing in the doorway, sunlight at his back, dressed in a charcoal suit that makes every woman in the cafe turn to stare. But his dark eyes are fixed only on me. Instead of coming to our table, he approaches the counter, orders, then leans against it with nonchalance. His gaze slides to me, a slow perusal that makes heat bloom across my skin. I bite my lip, immediately understanding the game. "Don't look now," I say to Lucretia. But there's a man at the counter who won't stop staring. Lucretia glances over her shoulder, then back at me with a knowing smirk. Oh, he's definitely trouble. The dangerous kind. Alessio takes his coffee and approaches our table with predatory grace. "Excuse me," he says, his Italian accent more pronounced than usual. "I couldn't help noticing you from across the room. Mind if I join you?" I tilt my head, playing along. "That depends. Do you make a habit of approaching strangers in cafes?" "Only when they're as beautiful as you." His thumb strokes his bottom lip, a gesture I know means he's enjoying himself. "I'm Alessio." "Melania," I offer, extending my hand. Instead of shaking it, he brings it to his lips, his eyes never leaving mine. A pleasure. I'm Lucrezia, Lucrezia interjects with theatrical exasperation. The suddenly invisible friend. Alessio grins at her, pulling out a chair. My apologies. I was momentarily blinded. You two are adorable, Lucrezia says, gathering her sketches, like teenagers flirting at prom. Alessio's expression shifts to mock horror. Don't tell your brothers that. I have a reputation to maintain. What reputation? Lucrezia snorts. That you're some terrifying enforcer? Please. I've seen how you look at her when you think no one's watching. And how's that? He challenges, though his hand finds mine under the table. Lucrezia stands, slinging her bag over her shoulder, like she hung the moon and stars just for you. She smirks at his discomfort. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. For now. Unless you annoy me, of course. I nod, squeezing Alessio's hand as Lucrezia leaves us alone for our pretend first meeting and very real desire. I study Alessio's face. Though he's smiling, there's tension around his eyes that wasn't there moments ago. My stomach tightens with familiar dread. What is it? I ask. You have that look. I have news. About Raymond. Only one person raises that particular black shadow in Alessio's eyes.
Alessio. I watch Melania's face fall when she registers Raymond's name. Even after 2 months, just the mention of him makes her fingers itch to twist that ring, her mother's, the way she does when she's anxious. About Raymond, I confirm, running my thumb across her knuckles. My mind drifts back to that night in Damiano's office. Leonardo standing there with the USB drive that changed everything. We need to bury this bastard, Leonardo had said, his voice glacial. Not just kill him, destroy him. We worked through the night, selecting the most damning evidence. By dawn, Noah's team had created encrypted packages for every major news outlet, law enforcement agency, and human rights organization across 3 continents. Raymond Stone was having breakfast when they came for him. The security footage leaked later showed him in his silk robe, coffee cup halfway to his lips, utterly unaware his empire was already crumbling. That image, his complete shock, is one I replay when sleep won't come. The days that followed were hell for him, but heaven for justice. Families appeared on television clutching photographs of missing children and spouses. Hospital records matched blood types to victims. Financial trails connected Raymond to every atrocity. His political connections couldn't save him. His money couldn't buy silence. The evidence was too overwhelming, too public. The only choice Raymond had left was which maximum security prison would house him until his trial. His lawyers negotiated a single concession, a facility where his safety could be guaranteed. As if men like him deserve safety after what they've done. I pull myself back to the present, to Melania's questioning eyes. Raymond's dead, I say, my voice flat. They found him this morning. Her fingers tighten around mine, but her face doesn't register shock, just a quiet acceptance. She's been expecting this. How? She asks. Officially? Suicide. I meet her eyes directly. Unofficially. The other inmates. They have their own justice system inside those walls. Men who hurt children. I don't finish the sentence. I don't need to. She nods once, her gaze drifting to the window. Was it quick? No. The word hangs between us. He suffered, Piccola. For the 2 months he was in there, he suffered daily. The guards found him in his cell this morning. The condition of his body. I shake my head. Let's just say they're having trouble determining exactly what killed him first. Melania takes a sip of her coffee, her hand steady. I thought I'd feel something more, she says after a moment. Relief, maybe, or satisfaction. And what do you feel? Nothing. She looks back at me. Just nothing. Like closing a book I never wanted to read in the first place. I understand completely, The bastard's death doesn't undo what he did to those families, those children. It doesn't erase the nightmares Melania still has. It's just an ending, not a healing. I wanted you to hear it from me, I say. It'll be on the news tonight. She nods again, then surprises me by leaning forward and pressing her lips to mine. A brief, gentle kiss that feels like gratitude. Take me home, she whispers against my mouth. I lead Melania out of the cafe, my hand at the small of her back. The way she leans into my touch tells me everything I need to know about what she needs right now. Not words, not platitudes, just me. The drive home is quiet. She stares out the window, still twisting that ring, but there's something different in her silence. Not grief or shock, but a lifting of a weight. Raymond's death means she never has to look over her shoulder again. When we step into our apartment, she drops her purse on the console and turns to me with fire in her eyes. Before I can speak, she's on me, hands in my hair, mouth desperate against mine. I back her against the wall, my body caging hers. What's this about? I murmur against her throat. I don't want to think, she says, fingers already working my belt. Make me forget everything but your name. I don't need to be asked twice. I lift her, her legs wrapping around my waist as I carry her to our bedroom. What follows is primal, her nails scoring my back, my hands pinning her wrists, both of us moving like we're fighting and surrendering at the same time. After, she lies sprawled across my chest, both of us breathing hard. Her skin glows with a thin sheen of sweat, her hair a wild tangle around her shoulders. I've never seen anything more beautiful. Cazzo, I mutter, running my fingers down her spine. If upsetting you makes you into a sex machine like that, I might need to use that knowledge more often. Make you a little angry every day. She raises her head, eyebrows arched. You wouldn't dare. I give her a slow, wicked smile. Maybe I'll start leaving the toilet seat up. Or putting empty milk cartons back in the fridge. Her laugh is bright and unexpected, like sunlight breaking through clouds. She smacks my chest playfully. You're terrible. Terribly good at making you come, I counter, enjoying the blush that spreads across her cheeks. Even after everything we've done together, I can still make her blush. Matteo's story continues in Ruined by Protection.
Read it now by typing in your browser www.champlinks.com/sl/Ferretti Syndicate Book 5.
Epilogue. Matteo, a hotel bar in Austin, a night I've never been able to forget. Hazel, the woman who's haunted my dreams for 3 years, and now she's emerged like a ghost, haunting the Ferretti mansion. Why? She's escaping something. I pace the hallway for a minute, debating. Fuck it. I need to know. Turning back, I hesitate only a second before pushing her door open without knocking. I want to catch her off guard, need to see what she's hiding. What I see stops me cold. Hazel stands before the mirror, sunglasses gone, her blouse on the chair, her fingers tracing a canvas of violence painted on the beautiful skin that I once stroked with reverence. A dark purple bruise circles her left eye. Fingerprints mark her arms. A large bruise spreads across her ribs. She freezes when she sees me, arms crossed over her chest, eyes wide with terror. Her voice falters. Something primal and violent awakens inside me as I close the door with deliberate control. Every step toward her is measured, each breath carefully regulated as I fight the rage threatening to consume me. I reach for her face, and when she flinches, Christ, she flinches, I gently tilting her chin to examine the bruise around her eye. My gaze catalogs every mark, every bruise, committing every single one to memory. When I finally speak, I barely recognize my own voice. Who did this to you? I have only one thought hammering in my head. Someone is going to die for this. My story continues in Ruined by Protection.
Read it now by typing in your browser www.champlinks.com/sl/Ferretti-Syndicate-Book 5. Do you want an exclusive bonus scene? Read it now by typing in your browser www.champlinks.com/sl/Ferretti-Syndicate-Book 4 bonus scene / Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read or listen the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend, or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video, and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.